We close out opening weekend from Saratoga with 3-year-olds on the turf. Sprinting in the quick call. Can a filly beat the boys in the Sunday feature? Her trainer seems to think so after scratching out of Friday's Coronation Cup, where she would have been an overwhelming favorite. Star of Mystery is again favored to beat the boys. Her biggest challenge could come from lightly raced fandom. While a trip to Royal Ascot didn't quite work out, he's undefeated in 2 state starts on the lawn. And we'll preview next week's coaching club, American Oaks, and tell you why it just became a lot more likely that the best 3-year-old filly in the country could be taking on the boys in the Travers later this summer. It's all next on this Sunday edition of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Sun shining down on us here in upstate New York in Saratoga Springs. Soon those seats will fill up on the first Sunday of action as we continue with our live exclusive coverage here of opening week. Good to be with you. Thanks for joining us on our Fox Sports coverage. I'm Greg Wolf, and very interesting storyline in that feature coming up later today in that Grade 3 quick call. Star of Mystery, a very talented filly who has beat the boys before, could have gone against her own division, those 3-year-old fillies on Friday. Instead, Charlie Appleby and Godolphin opt to go against the boys in seemingly that tougher spot. She's an even shorter price on the morning line in this race today. That's to come later on this afternoon. Our action presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll kick things off in just about 9 minutes with that early pick 5 to begin the card of Maiden special weight at 5.5 furlongs. Race 5, Maiden special weight to come as well in that quick call, presented by the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. Of course, Quick Call was a poster horse for that Second Chances program. We'll have more on his incredible career on and off the racetrack a little bit later on in the program. Play all the action. Get signed up, started with Naira Bets, official betting app of Saratoga. $250 deposit match. New customer bonus at sign up when you punch in SPA 250 at sign up. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Again, right there at NairaBets.com. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. It is everyone trying to get that first win of their career. 2-year-old fillies going 5.5 furlongs. Our colleague Tom Amos with Kimchi Cat from the inside. It will be a second-time starter. Debuted at Churchill Downs against Viggy Doll, who we saw in the Schuylerville, ran 6th in the race that day. But Mark Cassidy up to a very hot start, especially with his youngsters at this meet. He'll send out 2 in here. A first-time starter, she's a gamer. And the more highly regarded LaCara, who is making her 3rd career start, Jose Ortiz, will be on board from that outside post. And it's LaCara right now is the 8-5 current favorites. We get set for the pick 5 coming up. Pool just shy of $500,000 as they make their way down Champions Way. We hear the call to post in the background. I'll introduce my crew here momentarily as we get this mic situation sorted out here in just a moment. We'll start with Kimchi Cat. Tyler Gaffalione for trainer Tom Amos was second again to Viggy Doll. Ran 6th in that Schuylerville out of that race. Ella Maya, reportedly, from the DRF Clocker reports, working very big for trainer Melanie Giddings. Going steady, trained by Dwayne Lucas. As we keep things on Kimchi Cat here, apparently we do have Rajiv Mirage mic working. We're getting it sorted out slowly but surely. So Rajiv, here's Kimchi Cat.
Yeah, this one's first time out at Churchill Downs. Got beat 5 lengths by Vigidal, who was the favorite most recently in the stake here at the Charleville.
All right, here's Elamaya for Mel Giddings.
One that the DRF Clocker reports has been having some good workouts, and the last one was a Bullet 47, best of 25.
Luis Saez for the coach, Dwayne Lucas, going steady.
Yeah, this Constitution filly actually made a favorable impression by us in the paddock here. I'd like to see what our crew down there thinks about her.
Man, had 2 wins on opening day. Dylan Davis teams up with Chad Summers here.
Yeah, very good second place finish, first time out after veering in at the break.
First-time starter for Mark Cassidy, part of an uncoupled entry. She's a gamer.
Yeah, this filly also shows a Bullet workout 2 back, best of 22 on that day.
Bill Mott with 2 fillies right next door to each other. Here's the first of them, Bossy Pants.
Yeah, Bossy Pants encountered a lot of trouble at the start last time and was forced wide. Still managed to get up for 3rd, beating 12 lengths.
That was in that complexion race. It was the half to Jack Christopher. Practical Love, first-time starter, has Jose Lezcano for mine.
Yeah, this Practical Joke filly brought $240,000 at the OBS April sale.
And Lacara, 8-5 favorite for the Cassie barn on the outside.
The one I expect to be the favorite throughout and all the way till the post time, because she ran a bang-up second in her second career start after setting a very fast pace for this level.
So that's your field for this opener, as we're just 5 minutes from a start to kick off this first Sunday of the meet here at Saratoga. I want to remind everyone of this promotion. Play Saratoga and Woodbine this afternoon with a money-back guarantee. Bet $10 win wager on one horse in the first race at Saratoga and or Woodbine. If your horse finishes second or third, you get that $10 win bet back. Opt in NairaBets.com as we take a look at the 8-5 favorite. So here is Lacara. And again, Jose Ortiz will ride here. Second start, Rajiv. Showed speed early on, Churchill Downs, and was a runner-up that day after taking some money.
Yeah, what was interesting about this race is she led all the way in a very fast pace. In her debut, she didn't show much speed. She improved drastically, and this kind of speed that she showed, just doing all the dirty work and getting overhauled late by Excellent, showed that Lacara does have some top quality and a very fast pace. She's going to be the pace setter.
Start number 3 coming up. She's got that experience under her belt as well, and she draws that cozy outside post. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale for more.
Let's see if Mark Cassie can make it 4 consecutive days of winning with a horse on the card, especially with these 2-year-olds that have the experience. And I believe he talked to Richard Migliore yesterday and said, look, I actually came up with a new game plan for Saratoga this year, in that I wanted to make sure I tried to get starts into all of my babies, and 2, I wanted to bring them up here a month in advance. Now, obviously, this one has been down at Churchill, but boy, she's handling herself beautiful, and she does have that experience, and she's fast, and she draws favorably to the outside. She looks like she should be quick. She's been full of beans throughout the preliminaries, but is really focused and now harnessing that energy out on the racetrack with Jose Ortiz in the irons in the warm-up. She's doing everything right. I really like what I'm seeing from this favorite, but I do think she might face a talented first-time starter in number 2, Elamaya, for Mel Giddings. As you guys are mentioning, the DRF Clocker report's very favorable for this filly, who, if going into detail of her last 47 flat over the main track here, she took dirt from 2 workmates, setting the pace in front of her, swung out at the quarter pole, and drew off easily and willingly in the stretch. She is a good size. She has that physical maturity that you like to see, and she's incredibly well prepared when it comes to fitness levels. This is by far the most fittest looking firster in this group, and against some of the other horses who have experience as well. She was accompanied by the pony in the paddock, but she handled herself nicely, so she might be one that is a little bit on the edgy side, but is maintaining, and you like to see that because sometimes you do catch them with that element of surprise. I'm going to take her here. I fully respect Lacara here, but I do like Elamaya. And then Mark Cassie will send out another firster, or another horse in the form of a firster in number 5. She's a gamer. I love the pedigree. I don't know what to think of game winners yet, but on the bottom side, the Dam won first time out. She was a stakes-winning dirt sprinter. This filly is half to Gato del Oro, who is a graded stakes place runner, albeit going long. Others have been more turf sprinter, but when you go back a generation, the Dam is a fool to Jimmy Creed, as well as a half to Pussycat Doll, a multiple graded stakes winner, sprinting on the dirt. There is precocity with this filly, especially on the bottom side. She does look quick and comes in here with some quick drills too. I just wish she looked more fit, Greg. She's just a little bit on the chunkier side. She will greatly benefit from a start, but that pedigree had me very intrigued heading into this one.
I can finally bring in the crew. We got everything working here. Andy Sterling, Paul LaDuca, Rajiv Mirage. Andy, First of all, good to see you as we're a minute to post here to kick off this card. 7-5 favorite. This Mark Casse filly on the outside.
Nothing wrong with this horse. This is absolutely the horse to beat. A fast race first time out. Ran just fine. Draws well on the outside. I was interested in the 6 Bossy Pants. Had kind of the look of a 2-year-old that needed the first race. Didn't break that well and got into a little bit of trouble. Nothing major, but it's like a Bill Mott firster. Probably needed that start. And I think he'll be more professional today. I'm scared of the 2 taking money. Obviously scared of the 8, but I'll bet the 6 Bossy Pants.
Yeah, Paulie, that too. 8-1 morning line. Word must be out. 7-2 right now on that first-time starter, Elamaya.
Yeah, I had the owner actually come over from Elements Racing, and they like this filly a little bit. Now, she was getting a little worked up in the paddock, but Johnny V and Melanie Giddings knows what they're doing, and Melanie's very, very good. And this horse, like you said, is taking money into the 2 logical horses in here, the 1 and the 8.
Yeah, that other logical horse from the rail horse, it's run Rajiv, and it was at Churchill Downs against one we thought might be pretty good. Obviously didn't back that up in the Schuylerville, Vigidal.
She ran such a good race behind Vigidal, but with Vigidal's performance in the Schuylerville, it kind of makes me feel a little bit, one of Andy's favorite words, dubious about this performance, because I want to see that race come back and be more, be more productive.
I don't think that matters, in my opinion, in a race like this, because my feeling is Bossy Pants can't win this race if she runs any semblance of her first race. So obviously, I feel we're going to see a very different filly in her second start. That's a very fair point you make. That would be, I think, more appropriate to go with the 4, say, with Silver Circle, who ran with complete. This horse was just not prepared first time out to run. So I'm hoping we see a different horse today. So I don't look at it the same way, but I hear what you're saying.
I picked the 5 She's a Gamer because the workout seems like she's got some talent, and I like the way she looked when she passed us here.
There's the favorite about to step in. 6-5 on La Cara for Mark Casse. Jose Ortiz will ride. We're about to kick off this Sunday card here as we close out opening week action. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Greg. We've got 2 more left to load. Silver Circle right up to the gate and in. And La Cara will complete the line. The colors of Tracy Farmer. Right up to the gate is La Cara. Hesitates briefly. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a very fast start for Kimchi Cat, who is quicker than all and opens up a length and a half. Elamaya is up close in the opening furlong, as is Silver Circle in between horses. La Cara a bit off the pace today, 3 lengths off the lead. Then Going Steady, inching up inside of Practical Love. Bossy Pants outside of that pair, and another 3 back to She's a Gamer. The opening quarter went in 22 seconds flat. Kimchi Cat leads the way. Elamaya coming to her on the outside second. These 2 will arrive at the quarter pole, 1-2. A couple lengths back, La Cara is asked to get after them now in third. Followed by Silver Circle and Going Steady. Outside of them, Bossy Pants in the blue. They're at the top of the stretch, and Kimchi Cat maintains a 2.5 length lead. La Cara on the outside with Elamaya in between horses, and down at the rails, Silver Circle. But in the final furlong, Kimchi Cat has no intention of slowing down. It's Kimchi Cat in a powerhouse performance with a 4-length lead late. Kimchi Cat and Tyler Gaffalione winning easily. It'll be a close photo for second. Very tight indeed between Elamaya and Silver Circle, then La Cara.
Team Serengeti Empress, former Kentucky Oaks winner Tom Amos, owner Joel Politti, and Kimchi Cat like a rocket out of the gate second time out.
I knew I saw those silks somewhere, and Vigidal, who beat this horse, did not run particularly well in the Schuylerville on opening day, but Tom had her ready to roll second time out.
Yeah, the race was won right out of the gate. A great job here by Tyler Gaffalione to get her out of the gate. And it seems like Tyler yesterday won the early double, and he wins the early race today, Rajiv, but the speed of this horse won this race.
Yeah, and I was surprised to see how fast this filly broke, because I was expecting that La Cara would be the pace setter after setting way faster fractions than Kimchi Cat faced in her debut, but Kimchi Cat was way advanced in her second start, broke like a rocket, and really never gave them a chance.
Bad beat for the 4 there for second, and 2 popped the 4 for second.
Yeah, and the reality is the 2, Elamaya actually ran fairly well. When you think about a horse that's been training fast, getting outrun by the 1, a lot of times they kind of pack it in. There's Tom Amos in the unfamiliar spot near the winner's circle.
Putting his serious face on.
Yeah. He's not fooling anybody here. But the two ran well to come back around second, and interestingly enough, nobody picked up any ground. My horse wasn't more professional and wasn't any good.
Yeah.
1, 2, 4, 8. Let's take a look at that break from the gate.
And
Yeah, you're going to see right here. Watch the one just get out of the gate. She's straight and boom. But to get a little bit, and, you know, Rashid, you made the point. There kind of was no intention with the 8 to get. I think they were thinking, let's rate today because maybe we got run down last time. But you're putting a horse like Kimchi Cat on the front end. It's going to be hard to catch.
You know, 11 of the first 34 races have been won at this meet by horses that last raced at Churchill. So for people
Crazy.
wondering if you can come back with Churchill, I mean, I don't think it, I mean, there are a lot of Churchill horses running here, but
Yeah.
I think one of the things you look at the meet is, are horses shipping in from Churchill? Are they super live? They're clearly live.
yeah, the Churchill form is definitely transitioning over here.
Tom Amos with the victory. Tom, of course, top 20 all times in the history of the sport in victories and tied among those top 20 with one other trainer with the best winning percentage of that group at 25% in his career. Just amazing.
Yeah.
It's remarkable to win that many races and to continually do it that kind of high percentage. Really is good.
And do it in so many jurisdictions. Obviously, Tom's a Cajun, and he does a lot of his work over in Louisiana, but to come up here in New York, and he even said when he came to Saratoga, it was an adjustment bringing horses up here. And I think he's found the right recipe of bringing the right horses, and obviously with his stable in Kentucky, too. So he's been doing it for a long time.
Tyler Gaffalione, you mentioned he won that early double yesterday. We'll see him in the next race coming up as well on Magnificent Mile. We'll see if he can repeat that feat from yesterday. 4-1 upset of an even money favorite to kick off this Sunday card, Kimchi Cat. For trainer Tom Amos, owner Joel Politti, and jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Back with prices in a moment. Fans continuing to take in the last of these opening week festivities and beautiful weather for it here on this Sunday afternoon from Saratoga Springs.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 4th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day celebrates retired racehorses and fun for the whole family. Free with paid admission on Thursday, August 15th.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live here on FS1 as we just saw the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And in these 2-year-old races, experience counts for a lot as Kimchi Cat graduates in her second start for Joel Politti, Tom Amos, and the man to my left, Tyler Gaffalione. And Tyler, I know you didn't ride her first time out. She chased in earnest behind Vigidal, who was just a very impressive winner that day. Today, she was really quick away.
She was, you know, I think she took what she learned from her first race and applied it today. She broke sharp, put herself in a great spot. She traveled well throughout, very comfortable within herself, and when I called on her, she finished up really good. So I was very pleased. She got out nice, came back happy. So I think it was a quality race.
Absolutely, and we know from experience on the show that Tom, you know, he has a lot to say. Did he give you any sort of instructions with her?
Really, he just said it was up to me. He had a lot of trust in this filly, a lot of faith. Obviously, she's pretty well met, but he did a great job with her.
Yesterday, the Kelso went to Carl Spackler, a horse that is, I'm sure, near and dear to your heart, being owned by your father-in-law, Bob Edwards. Talk a little bit about your trip on him. I thought it was a great ride, and getting back to the winner's circle here at the spot with him.
You know, I was so happy for Carl just to get back on track. Not really sure what happened the time before, but, you know, he showed up yesterday, put in a huge effort, definitely had a fight throughout, but he did it well.
Showed his gameness and his heart. Tyler, congratulations there. Congratulations here.
Thanks so much.
All right, Tyler Gaffalione kicking off the day in the right kind of way with a winner, Kimchi Cat, guys.
Always smiling, trying to keep that positive energy. And Rajiv, he's been through a lot this spring, obviously. Triple Crown, inches away from a Kentucky Derby. Arguably, if he won that, should have been DQ'd anyway. But still, he was right there, and to be that close, to be able to taste it, and then get replaced on Sierra Leone going into the Belmont. He's been through a difficult couple of months.
Yeah, there's a lot of ups and downs being a jockey, and that's one of the ultimate downs, is being taken off a horse as prolific as Sierra Leone. But at the end of the day, Tyler, day in and day out, he produces. Whether it's Kentucky, whether it's New York, whether it's Florida, he's been winning a multitude of races every year, year in and year out, and some at the highest level. He's a Preakness winning jockey. We won with War of Will, so you know, this is just such a tough and deep jockey colony, which is what makes this place so great.
Paula, you obviously had to go through the same things. Do you get taught that when you go through what you did as a ball player, or you just have that instilled?
You have it instilled, but there's also a point, I think, where you think you kind of arrived, and I think what Rajiv kind of mentioned is that I had mentioned this before, he was the kid that stayed back in Florida while everybody else came up here, got more experience. And like you said, I think when he won the Preakness on War of Will, it was like, okay, I'm here. I'm one of the elite guys. I can ride with these elite guys. And again, like you said, he was inches away from winning the Kentucky Derby on a horse that was really tough to ride that, you know, Flavian Pratt found out too.
Indeed. Sierra Leone, who we're likely going to see again in the Travers later this summer. We're going to take a look at the second race coming up, 21 minutes to post. In this 50,000 starter allowance, 6 furlong sprint. Andy, how'd you feel about this race? Obviously the entry and Tivy both taking all the money.
Yeah, I'm not interested in trying to beat really the choices in this race. I think it's very likely that one half the entry will win or Tivy will win. I mean, Tivy has the advantage of being both faster than the competition here, but also potentially being the controlling speed, which maybe will help him because his record shows he does not like to win. But sometimes the best way for a horse doesn't like to win is to go to the front. I took the entry, the 1A, hoping the 1 would scratch, and the 1 was 1A was a fuzzy, but both are running, and I stuck with the entry, but the 4 might be the one to catch and beat.
More on the second race that kicks off this early pick 4 when we come back from a timeout. Featured later today, boys and 1 filly in the grade 3. Quick call, Charlie Appleby, Godolphin. They have a good filly who's the one to beat. And Star of Mystery beat the boys before. Can she do it again?
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mind frame is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mind frame on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mind frame. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Winter Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site? Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Untouched by the passage of time, Clare Court is nestled in the southern corner of Saratoga Racecourse. Constructed by August Belmont II around 1901, Clare Court, originally known as the Surcingle, was built as a private training center. Named after former track superintendent Thomas Clare, Clare Court was first recognized by its new name in the Saratogian after his death in 1940. Equipped with its own training track, the area's barn stabled such equine greats as Man o' War, Equipoise, Citation, and Whirlaway. Known for its beauty and privacy, Clare Court is also the final resting place for 4 horses that were near and dear to the Saratoga faithful: 4-Star Dave, Quick Call, A Phenomenon, and Morjane. 4-Star Dave, or the Sultan of Saratoga, won at least one race at the Spa for 8 consecutive seasons. In 1996, the Darrell's Joy Stakes, which the gelding won twice, was renamed in his honor. The race is now a Grade 1. Quick Call won 9 of 17 starts at Saratoga, including the Forego twice. Morjane and A Phenomenon were multiple graded stakes winners on the New York racing circuit. Morjane won the 1986 Darrell's Joy and 1985 Kelso Handicap. A Phenomenon won the Jim Dandy Stakes and the Vosburg in 1983. The backstretch is a side of the track many people never see, but a trip to Clare Court provides a unique perspective of America's most historic sports venue.
Clare Court's such a special part of this racetrack, secluded, serene, and you heard about some of the greats buried there, including the horse for the course, Quick Call, 16-time winner here, won back-to-back runnings of the Forego, and nearly won a 3rd straight.
He was tremendous. He was one of those horses that, listen, he was a very good horse. He didn't just need Saratoga to strut his stuff, but he was particularly great up here and running against, I believe he beat Groovy in one of those Forgos, actually. And right, you're right, he just barely missed in another one of them. And he was a fan favorite. The fans grow to love those horses. They race here for year after year. There have been a few over the years. I think now that we stable in Saratoga for 6-7 months a year, I don't think you get the same type of feel because horses get more familiar with Saratoga. Back then, they just came up here like we did for a month. And I think some horses thrived, and Quick Call did, in a cool horse. And it's a really great relationship with him and the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, who, of course, are presenting this race today. And I went for the, I think you were there. You were there? Yeah, I thought we were there for the unveiling of his headstone, right? That was just a few years ago.
He was, again, that poster horse for Thoroughbred Aftercare. He had been in that Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation's herd for quite a while. He was the oldest horse in that herd when he passed on October 2019 at the age of 35. The great Quick Call.
He was also spent a lot of time at Walk Hill, I believe, right?
He did, yeah. He's part of that Second Chances program.
Yeah, great horse. What a horse he was. Sidney Waters trained him. Great trainer.
The feature today, named in his honor, Grade 3 Quick Call, presented by the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. And the story of this race, again, as we've mentioned a few times here, the filly facing the boys' star of mystery.
Well, listen, she's going to be really tough to beat. This was her in the Jaipur taking on the boys, and like
older boys.
Older boys, too.
Particularly good boy in front.
Yeah, and the one in front.
Setting boy.
Listen, Cogburn, we've mentioned this many times. This horse is probably the best turf sprinter in the nation right now, at least in North America.
Ever?
My goodness, the horse is fast. But this Star Mystery, this horse is 4 to 5 on the line. What are you going to get at post time?
2 to 5.
That was the fastest 5.5 furlongs on the turf ever run. For Cogburn.
It was like 59 or something?
59 and 4.
Charlie Appleby had entered her against the girls in the Coronation Cup on Friday. I think he wanted to let the round get a little bit firmer, was the feeling why he waited a couple of days. The girls breathed a sigh of relief. The boys went, can't she run against the girls?
Rajiv, can anybody beat her?
Well, if there's anyone to beat her, I think it's going to be Fandom. The story isn't quite out on this horse because he's only raced 3 times, but his 2 turf races have been nothing short of impressive. And most recently, off of an extended layoff of 10 months, he ran in the Palisades here at Keeneland, and wow, this was impressive. Not only did he win this race off the layoff, but it also changed tactics, because in his debut, he won going wire to wire and ran remarkably fast. This time, he sat off the pace, he comes running on the outside, and he pretty much just runs by his rivals. And versatility, he has it in abundance. He also has ability in abundance, and I think that with only 3 lifetime races, he has the opportunity to really move forward off of that race.
I kind of wonder a little bit if No Name Mets, the one who was the speed in that race, who took all the hitting up front, ran pretty well. And how can you not love a horse that's part owned by Alex Bregman, who plays for the Houston Astros, naming a horse No Name Mets?
I know, right?
Even as a Met fan, I can respect that.
Yeah, I'm talking to Alex a little bit, and he's such a big part of the fabric of racing. He's got a lot more horses than you think, and if this horse gets back to form, you're right. He brings a big speed element into the race. This is a horse that has shown a lot of speed back in the past, and now joins the George Weaver barn, and George's horse has been running well, and you do get IRAD aboard.
That's to come later. Our featured Grade 3 quick call back to race 2, and now the 4 to 5 favorite Tivy for Jena Antonucci, who made history in this sport last summer. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
Yeah, Greg, we'll check in with Tivy here, and he's everything I want in my dirt sprinters. He's got that bright demeanor, he's energetic here in the paddock, but he's also just that big, brawny type of runner. He's about as wide as he is tall and just carries great conditioning. His coat and his flesh look tremendous. And as Andy was kind of pointing out a little bit earlier, just be aggressive with this horse. And I think he has the tools in his toolbox to probably go to the lead in here for a horse that is racking up more second and third place finishes than wins. 4 seconds, 9 thirds, and 17 career starts. But I really like what I'm seeing, though I do feel as though he meets a formidable duo from the Linda Rice barn. And while Riders Special at least looks like the stronger half of the entry on paper and looks utterly fantastic here, the 1A is the weird horse, right? Blown cover, and we've seen Linda, especially last year up here at the spa, when she took the horses from Kentucky and ran them here, she had a lot of success. I mean, they were the bulk of the reason that she tied the trainer's title. And looking at this guy, I was a little bit dubious about him turning back in distance, and it's a sharp turn back from a mile and a 16th at Keeneland to this 6 furlongs here. But it looks as though Linda has prepared him in such a way that he is very sharp for this turn back. It's actually getting a little bit hot, which I don't love, but again, indicating that he's not going to be outrun, in other words. And he's not built like an out-and-out route horse in that he's very athletic and built a little bit more downhill, indicative of a sprinting type. I'm not, that excited about him, given the fact he's part of an entry, but at least now seeing him, Greg, I kind of get where she's going with him.
Maggie, thank you. We'll get to the post parade in a moment, approaching the 9-minute mark to post in our early Pick 4 on our first Sunday action from Saratoga. We'll have that for you when we come back. Tivy, the 4 to 5 favorite here in race 2.
stopping.
Here's the finish. Ancient roll.
War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Shield Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans, mixed with the Pacific breeze. You have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage from Saratoga. This town more than just about this iconic racetrack. Pretty fun time to be had in town as well when the races wrap up each and every night. Fans were taking in all the fun last night down on Broadway. Some live music. And that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival week, Blues Traveler played. They played, I believe, an extra hour because they were having so much fun. They couldn't believe how many people showed up.
It was a mob scene down there, and downtown. You were down. I saw you. You and I walked downtown together actually last night. You of course went your separate way once you were going to dinner.
I had to go to bed.
Yeah, well, whatever. You weren't going to bed.
I have kids.
I thought you took a right up Philo Street up to the Broadway with Laura.
Here's our post parade. Kendra Carmouche on Riders Special, part of an entry with Linda Rice.
Comes off the claim for Linda Rice and ran very well last time and can be a little bit forward.
Other half of the entry to the outside here, and here's blown cover.
I want to take a shot with this horse. Is going to have to run back the best races, cutting back. A little bit of a shot, but with the entry mate, the horse is no value.
Inside, outside post for those two. Here's Independent Paul.
Needs to get back to some of his races 3 or 4 back to be a player in here.
Screaming Uncle for Randy Persaud has, who's this guy on board?
Yeah, he's the better-looking Mirage riding him. Well, I should say just the good-looking Mirage riding him, Romero. And he could get a piece of this, but he's probably not good enough to win.
Jump in, Rajiv. Don't let him talk to you like that. Here's Tivy at 3 to 4.
I'm with Andy. I think the horse that's controlling speed, and I get it, 1 for 17. He's lost the Boss Tweed in good form, Mulligan in good form. Maybe this is the right field.
Tyler Gaffalione, the early double yesterday, trying to do it here again.
Now, I mean, he's got a little bit of lick to be forward early, but is he really good enough?
And Bourbon's Hope at 24 to 1 for Eduardo Jones.
Yeah, 0 for 8 in 2024 with no exacta finishes. Son of Exaggerator, who won the Preakness in the rain, needs to improve.
So 5 minutes to post. Early pick 4 starts here in race number 2. And Paul, you're going to take a crack at this.
Yeah, listen, I thought this early pick 4 was a pick 4 that you could, it's just small. I mean, nothing, $4 ticket, 1-4. in this race. I don't think you need much. 2-7 in the next race. I think the 2 is the horse to beat, although maybe, you know, a horse that does like Second-itis. I do think the 7 in their final denial ran a good race. I'm going to take my shot with Signal from Noise. I like the 6 in there. I like Mighty Madison a little bit better than the Signal for Noise. And then race number 5, I think that race is just 1-7. Military Road and the 7 horse in there, Protective. I don't think you need to invest much into this early pick 4. Not buying it.
Punch, repeat, punch, repeat. You're gonna
So
play
this is
multiple
not
times.
this is not in your bankroll though. You're not playing like a 10,
No,
like a
no.
20. Okay, I'm
Pick 4s aren't allowed in the bankroll. Only
They're
one
not?
place and show, exactas, and yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm still sitting here trying to figure out for myself, why is Tivy 4-5? I know you guys are saying she's a speed and all this, but
I can explain it.
At the end of the day, she's run 8 times at this level and still hasn't been able to win.
Well, she's the heavy favorite for 2 reasons. Or he is, excuse me. He's faster on speed figures. It's not even close. He's also very likely to be the controlling speed. So you've got to control. I didn't pick him on top either, Raj. I have some reservations, but why is he favored? The fastest horse is very often favored, and he's the controlling speed, right?
They faced a horse named Mulligan, who's turned into one of the top sprinters in the country. 3 starts back and hit the board against him.
And if you want to criticize this race, which is fine, he lost to a Boss Tweed who's not very good, but this was a big gold rail at Aqueduct. Horses that were racing down the inside of the track had a big advantage, and vice versa horses on the outside were compromised, and he chased outside the entire way. So his last race better. Look, I have reservations too, Raj. 4 seconds, 9/3, not my kind of choice, but why is he favored? He's the fastest horse and has a very potential pace advantage. And if you're going to get a phony to the winner's circle, the best way to do it is to not let him have to pass, to make them all pass him.
I hear that. I hear that. I just feel like at this kind of price, I'm trying to find somebody to beat him, and it's kind of why I picked Independent Paul, who's actually one of the horses that was knocking on the door at this level and then kind of changed conditions his last 2 races. He gets back to the allowance starter 50,000 allowance race, and where he was second in his last try. So that's why I picked him.
I'll say this for Raj's pick too. He's run a lot better on a fast track, and he gets back on the fast track for the first time in 3 starts.
I'm never going to say a David Jacobson horse can't win, because we've seen his horses. Just look at Starship, the 1A in race number 4 today, Starship Defiant. She one day ran a race that's never been run before and never been run after. So I don't know. His horses can randomly run huge races, but better happen, because I don't think the horse is good enough.
Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with Independent Paul. It's a random, it's a guessing game when it comes to David Jacobson, who has yet to win a race since coming back off of that suspension here at Naira, at least. But I will say this about Independent Paul. He looks better than the last time I saw him, which albeit was earlier this year in the spring. He's filled out, he's put on conditioning, which I appreciate. And when he left the paddock with Ramon Vasquez aboard, he kind of bulked himself up, became like a bull when heading to the racetrack. So I think that's a positive sign. And 2, maybe he's a horse that really detests a wet track. So he does get back to a fast track today. I don't mind him. I just don't trust this barn. You just don't know. The one thing I will say is that a lot of times when they do look this good, they will run to it. So there's more positives with Independent Paul now having looked at him than there was before just judging him on form. Now, the 1A in here, who I know Andy likes, Blown Cover. I don't know how to interpret this behavior, but it's like somebody has lit a firecracker under this horse. He has been pumped up since the word go. And like I said, I don't mind that when you're asking a horse to turn back in distance, especially for the first time. I mean, this horse has never gone shorter than a mile. So he's really revved up out there as he breaks to the outside. We'll see what he does. He's an intriguing prospect, guys.
Both halves of this entry seemingly with a shot in here, but this is the horse to beat. Odds-on favorite, Tivy. As we get set for post time ahead. I want to remind everyone, too, we talked about Quick Call was part of that Second Chances program for such a long time. Aftercare Day, Saratoga, it's August 15th on a Thursday. And over 40 years, Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation been working with that Second Chances program and helping incarcerated individuals rehabilitate their lives. Just a terrific program.
No, the horses with people incarcerated is really a great program, and it's helpful for the horses and also for the people as well. I can't say enough.
Yeah, the Thoroughbred Aftercare, the organizations that they work with and everything that goes through that, it's just an unbelievable organization, and you can always check out online on thoroughbredaftercare.com, and your donations are more than welcome.
It's definitely a necessary part of our industry to sustain the sport. You know, these horses, the more we can do for them, it gives back to what they give us on the track.
There's that too that Rajiv likes, and this horse is taking play. It was 15-1 morning line, 8-1 right now.
All the Pauls are getting down. Well, I mean, he's the third alternative. I totally get that. You know, that it's just, I just can't guess with Jacobson. I rarely bet his horses unless they're huge prices, and he is a big price. But to me, he's extremely random and hard to predict.
4-5 favorite, Tivy stepping in, Javier Castellano. Jena Antonucci, part of the team that brought you Arcangelo in that 3-year-old championship season last year with the Belmont and Travers. Pick 4 begins here. Paul playing a $4 Pick 4 ticket. Good luck to everyone getting involved. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Bourbon's Hope is walking up in the orange colors. Blown cover to the outside. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Bourbon's Hope is very quick. So too Rider's Special along the inside. In between horses, Tivy is up close too, and Tivy is up to take the lead. Bourbon's Hope now just a neck back second. Those two speed 2.5 clear of Independent Paul, who sits in third. Down at the rail, Rider Special with blown cover outside of him. It's then a break of 3 back to Magnificent Mile and Screaming Uncle. The opening quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds, so it's Tivy in front, getting some long shot pressure from Bourbon's Hope on the outside second. A gap of 6 back to Independent Paul in third. Down at the rail, blown cover is in fourth. They're followed by Magnificent Mile with a 1/4 mile to go. Tivy doing it very easily. Turns for home, putting away Bourbon's Hope, who's now 3 lengths behind in second. They come toward the 8th pole, and Tivy still well in control in the center of the racetrack. Trying to make a late bid is Rider Special to get into that exacta. Inside of him, Magnificent Mile. It is Tivy, 3-length lead. Wire coming soon, and Tivy is too good. Tivy holds off an oncoming Rider Special who really got going late. Then it was Magnificent Mile and Bourbon's Hope.
Tivy broke sharp. Javier Castellano enough in the tank to just hang on late.
Yeah, you can say it got close for him at the end, which it did. And as Paulie pointed out to us, the one was coming, but he did all the dirty work. Look at where the horse that dueled with him finished.
Yeah, you know, Tivy didn't kind of break. I mean, it broke sharp, like you said, Greg, but had to be used. Like Andy said, and the 6 was on his back most of the way. You're just waiting for one of the Linda Rice horses to come, and the one just got going a little too late, Raj.
Yeah, Javier was a man on a mission here. He had a plan, and his plan was only to make the lead. And that's what Tivy needs, like Andy alluded to. Sometimes a horse that has a tendency of getting beat, the best thing to do is just throw out the gauntlet at your competition and get the separation. And you can see Tivy was getting leg weary, but he did all the heavy lifting. And that's where the separation he got from them coming off the turn was what made the difference between winning or just getting beat again for him.
About a half length in the end.
Yeah.
But it was getting close.
It was in the bag.
Jena Antonucci made history last year, first female trainer ever in the history of the Triple Crown to win one of those races with that Belmont score with Arcangelo. Followed that up with the Travers. What a year she had. And one of the great accomplishments really in sports in a long time, what she was able to accomplish last year with that horse.
It was a good horse. He really was. And obviously, Jena, you know, getting the opportunity to do that. And she also, she won the stake on Belmont Stakes weekend as well with a 2-year-old.
What in the literal in the Astoria?
Yeah, and you go back and you just look at all the women that have just shined last year. We'll go back to the start of this race. Watch Tivy out of the gate. Pretty clean break, and you can see, like Raj is saying, full send here. You can see Javier's even showing before the crop, too. Let's get to the front end here, Raj.
Yeah, he did. Went to the lead at all costs, meaning he was picking up the sticks, stepping on the accelerator as hard as he could to ensure that he established the lead. And he was taking no prisoners. Came off the turn, he pulled a crop up and asked Tivy for all he had, and he gave him.
He was thinking the whole time, I'm going to show Rajiv why I'm the heavy favorite. He did.
That's the way to do it. That's why he's in the Hall of Fame, and I'm behind the desk sitting next to Andy.
With these idiots, right? Is that the implication?
4-1, 5-6, Javier Castellano. Jena Antonucci team up for the win here. And just 2 for 18 now for Tivy, but found the right spot and just the right distance to hold on to finish things off here for that second win of the career. Prices from that one. When we come back, how about White Beam? Back-to-back in the Grade 1 Diana, and a 9th Diana win for trainer Chad Brown. We'll take a look back to that performance on the Saturday card next.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Enjoy Saratoga's first premium giveaway, a drink tumbler on Friday, July 19th, free with paid admission while supplies last. Plus, celebrate the 10-year anniversary with players from the Union College Hockey Championship team. Visit Naira.com for tickets.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Welcome back and thanks for tuning in on this gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Upstate New York, it's Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 1. As we just saw Tivy dominate his starter allowance competition from gate to wire. And pleased to be joined by winning trainer Jena Antonucci. And Jena, you actually shared with me the instructions that you gave to Javier. You said, ride him like you stole him.
Ride him like you stole him. You know, obviously there may have been some other words, mixology in there a little bit, but you know, we can leave those out for you guys. You're welcome. But no, listen, this horse needs an aggressive ride. It's not a secret. He's been uber consistent. Claimed him here last year for new owners, and so they've had a fun year with him, and to be able to come back a year later and get the win at Saratoga, just an amazing journey for them.
Yeah, it's such a good looking horse as well. Now, got the win out of the way the first week. The first starter didn't go particularly as planned, and that was what in the literal. Yes. How is she after she unseated Javier Castellano at the start of the Schuylerville?
Thanks for asking. Yeah. She is fantastic, thank God. We gave her a few extra days, obviously, while the chiropractor go over her next week and make sure, obviously, when she face planted into the dirt, and make sure that nothing is out, just kind of like us, a neck adjustment for her, make sure she's good to go, and then she'll be back at it and sassy as ever.
Yes, she is. She seemed angry that she couldn't actually compete on, what was that, Thursday,
yeah, she was very much saying her name to us.
Jena, we see you with several horses up here, pretty big stable for you. Kind of what's the game plan for the meet?
Stay out of their way, hopefully, and get them all to the, we'll be busy, and I'm so blessed and so grateful that we will be busy. We've gotten some earlier 2-year-olds this year, so obviously What Literal being one of them, and we have a handful full more about ready to enter and go. So it'll be exciting. We have a very young stable, so developing horses, and we just lost this guy's best friend, so now we got to get back to the drawing board for him.
Well, you deserve every bit of success and horses that you get, especially after you made history last year. And it's always a privilege to stand here in the winner's circle with you. Congrats.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Jena Antonucci here with Tivy. As she said, back to the drawing board, but we'll enjoy the win today.
And just great as a trainer to get a win on the board here this opening week. Does so with Tivy by about a half length in the end, and they had a game plan and executed it to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, he was the fastest horse early in there, and that really helped. The 6 went in a sort of mission, had that speed he's had in the past, but got the fastest horse in that situation. Don't get in their way. When you're riding the favorite, don't do anything to get them beat, right, Raj?
Yeah, I mean, you still got to go out there and execute. You know, you're riding the favorite, but there is a way to, that he's supposed to be riding. And in this case, this horse needed to be sent to the lead, and Javier didn't play any games. He just sent him to the lead at all costs, and that's where he won the race.
Going to get a little test run for the quick call in this next race coming up. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the grass in a New York bred. First allowance race coming up that I think some of us felt might be a little more wide open than Paulie felt, but Rusi does open as the 9-5 favorite here, Paul.
No, listen, I use 2 and 7. I do think the 3 is very interesting. Your man Alex for Melanie Giddens. And I also think another horse that's very interesting is the 6 for George Weaver that's coming off the layoff. But I like Final Denial in here, the 7. I thought that horse ran a bang-up race last time, first time on turf. And the 2's the most consistent horse in the race, yeah.
For the Bond Barn, third off the bench, and Javier Castellano will look to go back-to-back.
Yeah, no, I can't knock the horses. Run well in 2 straight races.
Yeah.
It makes sense in there. I picked Twisted Filigree off the layoff, but I don't have any knocks in the 2 and 7.
All right, we'll get to this race coming up. I want to remind everyone to reserve your spot at this place just behind us here. It's beautiful, the Treehouse. Get a bird's eye view of the historic Saratoga Paddock. Paddock Suite, climate-controlled space, features a private bar, wait service, and a balcony perched above the horse path and paddock. Group reservations, individual tickets for select days now available. Call 855-NYRA-123 or go to NYRA.com/Saratoga for more information. I wouldn't mind catching the action from there. We had a big one yesterday. First grade 1 of the meet on that Saturday card in the Diana, one of the most prestigious turf events there is in this sport for fillies and mares. And White Beam goes back-to-back. I mentioned this on the show yesterday. She didn't lead last year when she won until the final jump. She led every step of the way this year.
And able to get away with a very moderate pace, and it made her extremely hard to catch and compromised the other runners in there. I think the second, third, and fourth horses, particularly the second and third horses, ran well behind her. But she had a big advantage. And I think, Paulie, one of the reasons I was confident that she'd be in front, I just thought in the grade 1 with Evie Jets, they wouldn't go on a big mission against her. And if Flavien was aggressive early, he'd be able to control.
Yeah, and you made a good point. I remember you saying that. And I think, you know, last year when Evie Jets won the Boston spot, she kind of got left. I think they kind of thought, okay, maybe we can lay off a little bit. But when you have a horse like this going 113 and change, that's why she finished up in sub 12 at the end of this. And you got to give credit to Flavien. He just walked the dog in the front end. But I'm with you. I think the Canadian mare Mora ran a really good second.
Yeah, you just can't give up advantage to horses at this level. You just can't give up any advantage because this race on paper looked like it was going to be separated by a narrow margin. And White Beam got the ultimate advantage. When you're able to dictate a race in a slow pace with a quality horse, that's essentially the best case scenario.
9th win in this race for trainer Chad Brown. He's won 8 of the last 9. So his first ever grade 1, Andy, came in this race back with Zagora 2011. He just won in this race his 150th grade 1 win. He's 6th all-time on the earnings list, closing in on $300 million. And he's not even eligible for the Hall of Fame until 2032.
Yes, right, because jockeys can get in earlier, I believe, than trainers. He has won, what, 6% of his grade 1s have been the Diana.
You can make an argument just off his horses and wins in the Diana. He's probably a Hall of Famer.
150. Think about that. That's insane. And you know, and you have a guy like Tom Amoss who's in the top 10 wins of all time, and he's blown away by it. I mean, yesterday we were on set. He was like 149. Oh, let's make it 150 when White Beam crossed the line. But grade ones are the biggest thing in our sport. You know, they don't run them every day. You get them maybe once a week, if that, or here and there. Here at Saratoga, you get a lot more because this is an elite meet. But 150 in a 12 to 13 year span, that's 10 to 12 a year. It's crazy.
I was on the set with Tom when Chad won his 2000s race, and this is Tom Amos saying it, who's won a lot of races at Delta Downs and those tracks. And he said to me when we were talking off air, and he said, now that guy, he won those 2000 races at the biggest tracks. It's quite an accomplishment.
It's incredible, the resume he's been putting together, and still at an elite level with as much time as he has to go. Who knows what he can accomplish in this sport. He's got a lot of years left in him. Week 2 stake schedule. Here's what we have coming up next week. Curlin on Friday, an audition for the Travers. And we'll see maybe the best 3-year-old period in the country in Torpedo Anna, the Kentucky Oaks and Acorn winner, who, well, the Acorn just proved she is going to be very tough to beat whenever she shows up.
She outruns the race dynamics. You think about the other speeds with her Ways and Means tried to chase her, the Kentucky Oaks, got beat in the city block, came back and ran a 104 by her up here. Just FYI, the champion tried her in the Acorn, and she got beaten a pole.
She has no vulnerability. I mean, this filly has overcome all kinds of adversity. Anything that you think could get a horse beat, she's encountered, and she just absorbs it and spits it out.
Let's compare her to another terrific filly music, Songbird. And Songbird, I mean, I joked about it. Songbird's very good. But Songbird was out there controlling paces, right? She was dictating terms. This filly is getting involved in fast paces with good horses and making them look like bad horses. That's what Rachel Alexander, she's not as good as Rachel Alexander, and I'm not comparing her, but that's what Rachel Alexander did.
No, and when she won from the 12-0 at Oaklawn that day, I still couldn't believe it, from the short wire, and I think that was her coming out party. She's the kind of horse that gets a little worked up, which means the serenity here in Saratoga is going to make her even more dangerous.
And look, Kenny McPeak had already said it. If Mystic Dan does not go to the Travers, very good chance she will. Mystic Dan has just been sent back to Kentucky, going to try and regroup a little bit, looking potentially like he may not make the Travers. So it's looking a lot more like she may wind up there against the boys.
I told you guys when I was in Oakland, I'm like, that was the thing, that he wanted to go to the Travers. And listen, Ray Briner, the assistant trainer, told me multiple times she's outworked Mystic Dan in the morning. And then another horse named Gold's Gold, who just lost in the Sir Barton and lands second to Batten Down. So another decent horse in that race. She's been outworking all those colts. She could be special, but I'm also with Andy, like, is it the time to take him on the 3-year-olds in the Travers, or should she wait till she's 4 years old?
And with all due respect, run her the Travers because you want to run her there, not because Mystic Dan isn't making the race. Nothing against Mystic Dan, terrific racehorse. I don't think that should be the deciding factor. If he wants to run the Travers, fine, but not as a substitute for the other horse. I don't quite, and I'm not saying that's exactly what they're saying, but that would be strange to me.
Well, I think what it is if you have a Mystic Dan that could win the Travers, and you have a Torpedo Dan, which is a horse to beat in the Alabama, then you would separate them. That would be what you would do, because now you can win both races. But if Mystic Dan is out of the Travers, Torpedo Anna, she has the ability to win the Travers. In fact, she's probably the one to beat in the Travers, if you ask me. So I would see them running her there.
Let me ask something. You think she'd go off as favorite if she entered the Travers? After if she?
I think it depends. We see in the Jim Dandy, the Curler, and the Haskell.
A little more fierceness
we'll
is still showing up as well.
See what she does this weekend. I mean, yeah.
We'll wait and see. It would add certainly major storyline to that race. We set Maggie loose on Broadway last night. Well, we know she showed up to work today. We'll see what happened in between when we come back.
Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Who's still in no
goes in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
This is why Saratoga is one of the best cities in the world. The party starts at the track in the afternoon and it ends down here on Broadway in downtown Saratoga. The nightlife is just kicking off. I can't wait to see what kind of fun I can get into. Every little thing is gonna be alright. Woo! You at the track today?
No, I'm going tomorrow. I haven't been online.
So you're partying before actually going to the track. Is that a good idea?
That'll work.
Melody pure and true. Come on, sing it. This is my message to you. Yeah, girl. Where do you ride?
I'm actually from Connecticut, but I was on the Skidmore riding team when I was here at school. Yeah.
Awesome.
I gotta work tomorrow too.
Sweet little bird. Around my doorstep.
I rode my horse, we just ate at Cantina, and now I'm here.
Oh my God, hi. I'm a little camera shy.
Yeah, right. Let me see some moves. I don't got to move.
We've been married 30 years.
Oh my God.
Married 30 years. Terry's 72. I'm 69.
So the secret is dance.
Fast it is.
Hi, Bill. Good to see you again. Singing sweet songs. Wait, they just deserted you. They like left you here. They're like, oh, you know, Bill. This is my message to you. Just slowed it down on us. It's okay. Hey, back me up.
Well, we know who had the most fun Saturday night in Saratoga. It was Maggie.
I tell you what, I give her a lot of credit for having the courage to do that.
Well done. She
had
got a lot of
blast
steps
down on Broadway.
Yeah, she's got to maybe have to check her Fitbit. She must have got a lot of steps in there, Maggie.
And you made it to work today.
Yes, I think Mel, our wonderful videographer and editor, condensed that, made it look longer than what we were actually there for. I was home by 9:30, don't worry. But it was so much fun, and I obviously don't mind making a fool of myself. You're welcome. No, I'm kidding. But Saratoga has just so much to offer. That was a great performance too, downtown by Soul Session. They're a great local band and always have a lot of fun listening to them. And there's so many places you can find a good old watering hole downtown in Saratoga on Caroline Street and beyond. As horses are here in the paddock, guys, we'll take a look at the one coming back, and that's number 6, Twisted Filigree, who was pretty good as a 2-year-old for George Weaver, one of several turf sprint 2-year-olds that we saw him send out to the winner's circle, and beating El Grandeo actually turned out to be a pretty good New York bred dirt horse. Twisted Filigree, though, as he comes back, I wasn't there for either of his 2 starts, annoyingly, so I have no notes on him previously, but in my estimation, I would say he probably hasn't done much changing. He's pretty small, compact, stout type of runner. And while he comes back as a new gelding, I wish he looked a little bit more fit. And according to the DRF Clocker reports, maybe not the greatest workouts, even on his preferred surface, the turf, and preparations for this. I respect connections, but I'm not in love with what I'm seeing here in the paddock. As we move on to number 8, Saratoga Banker, who does have one turf effort back at Tampa going the 5/8 for previous connections. But now, since being in the barn of Anthony Ferraro, his dirt form has actually improved a bit. Now, maybe it's Finger Lakes. Maybe he really likes it there. That could be the scenario as well. But I do think he is the clear-cut speed in here. And sometimes that can be really dangerous in these 5.5 turf sprints. Watching the replay, I like the way he moved over the turf there at Tampa. But I'll be honest, here in the paddock, he doesn't scream turf physically. He's actually fairly upright in his pasterns with fairly small feet. So I like him overall, and if he can flaunt his speed, I think he'll be dangerous. As a complete wild card is number 9, Cashel Kitten for Jeremiah Engelhardt. He's by Camelot Kitten, who has not had many starters, but he's actually 2 for 6 in turf sprints. There's pedigree on the bottom side as well, and this man has a huge turf hoof. I mean, he just looks turf through and through. Now, he's also incredibly wound up. I mean, since he stepped foot in the paddock, he has been on the muscle, getting a bit hot, and just really full of himself. So, I mean, that's good for the turn back in distance here, Greg, and I think he'll like the surface, but just wish he was a little bit more relaxed heading to post.
Maggie, thanks. Yeah, 4-year-old debut for him coming up. Dam did produce a 6-time winner on the grass. McElroy, another 3-time winner on the turf as well, so there is some pedigree there.
It is. It's funny. And Camelot Kitten was a distance turf horse that Chad Brown had for Ken Ramsey. And as Maggie said, he doesn't not a lot of foals out there. There is pedigree there, though. It's hard to deny, and the horse is a huge price. So if you want to take a flyer, you could do worse.
Well, favorite Rusey in here. We're going to get to our post parade in a minute. And Paulie obviously faced a horse named Power Attack last time out. Power Attack is the horse who's won 4 in a row.
Yeah, and it was a good second-place finish, especially from the outside post. But the reason why I like this horse and I use is, James Bond's horses run a lot better down here with his stable just right around the corner.
Here's Allied Attack. We'll get post 2 for Mike Maker.
The problem with him, he's got to deal in all likelihood with the early speed of the 8 Saratoga Banker, which should compromise his chance, and his form's been declining.
Luis Saez in the irons. Back to Rusey, who gets the rail.
Yeah, and I think gets a good trip. Needs a good break. Goes from the outside to the inside.
Big debut for your man, Alex, and then went a little backwards second time out.
No, but, he didn't run badly in there, and picking up Jose Ortiz not going to hurt, so I can see the case for him.
5-1 right now. 2's a crowd. Brother Arad Ortiz Jr. on board.
Yeah, for Derek Ryan, the same trainer that has Bookham Dano. This horse is 14-1. They're 2 for 4 lifetime. Derek Ryan and Eric
Makes
Arad.
you wonder why Arad shows up there, doesn't it?
There's no turf pedigree to speak of. It's strange. You don't see too many Arad Ortiz horses.
Friday, I'm in love for Jeremiah Engelhardt.
The dam was 3rd twice in the turf. It's her first foal. We'll see.
Twisted Filigree off since June of last summer.
Yeah, I'd been gelded since then. Won at 35 cents on the dollar, 9-2.
Clermont Barn, final denial as Joel Rosario.
Got a great ride to finish second last time out in a race that was falling apart. Thought he really had dynamics in his favor. And at a short price, I thought he might have to come from too far back.
This horse interesting. Showed speed in the only turf start and was against Open Company.
Yeah, and Kai Barcoa has already got a W on his resume at this meet with a big long shot. And like you said, this horse got some early lick.
And back to Casual Kitten on the outside.
Yeah, and we mentioned the pedigree and all the things to take a shot. And I mean, one thing about this game, you could do worse than take flyers on big-priced horses with pedigree to move up on it. So I can wouldn't argue somebody wanted to bet a couple dollars there.
Jeremiah Engelhardt still probably living the high life after that win in the Sanford with Moplex from yesterday.
Yeah, but it depended. He said after he won, he had to go and see if his kids were okay. They lost both of their lacrosse games. Hopefully they did a little bit better today. So
trying to get you an update on that.
Yeah, we're worried about
lacrosse
Moplex
scores.
and his sons too as well.
Well, your man Alex, let's take a look at this 3-year-old here from Melanie Giddings.
More about final denial, I think.
Oh, sorry.
Raj?
Yeah, and I think this race goes to show you the kind of style that Final Denial has. He's the one that will drop back early and make a late run. You know, this race set up favorable for him as well. The pace kind of collapsed, and he still wasn't able to get there. However, I end up picking him because I foresee even a faster pace in this race. I love his closing style. I think he's the best closer of all the horses in this race. And on paper, it just seems like there's going to be a wickedly fast pace between Saratoga Banker, I can see Casual Kitten, Twisted Pilgrim. I just think that there's going to be, and Friday in Love might even show some speed cutting back. Allied Attack has a lot of speed. I think there's a lot of speed in here.
I'm going to completely disagree with your notion there's going to be a super fast pace. Friday in Love couldn't keep up with the 8 unless they put a jet pack on his back. He's running 23 and 24 quarters in dirt routes. Casual Kitten does not have the kind of speed to keep up with. Saratoga Banker's fast. And I think Allied Attack could show some speed. I'm not saying the speed pace could hold together, but Raj, I completely disagree with that analysis.
Allied Attack is as fast as Saratoga Banker. And
No,
going
I don't disagree.
going 5.5, all the jockeys are going to have the notion of, I have to get my horse running early. That's one of the things. So let's take some numbers in perspective. They're going to run a half in 44 in this race.
Maybe 44 and 4, 45. That's not super fast.
It's going to be closer to the 44 flat
I'll
range.
be surprised, but we'll agree to disagree. You mentioned 2 horses of the 5 and 9. They can't keep up with the number 8 early, nor the number 1. If they get engaged, it could get really fast. I don't see it happening. You do.
Right. You know, the 2, your favorite, has been right on top of 44, but I think that horse can lay off. So I think that's why the 2, Castellano, can sit, see what happens in front of him.
I think it's going to be a pace collapse.
I think you'll see the 2 sitting third, probably getting the right kind of trip in here behind those horses, 3rd or 4th. We'll see. I'm not going to take a horse like the 7 relying on the pace to collapse. You are. Listen, it's the game is about different opinions, no doubt. Twisted Filigree, the horse that I like. Maggie had mentioned that the DRF clock reports didn't love how he's working, but this horse who ran figures almost fast enough to win as a 2-year-old. With routine improvement, in theory, he could be competitive here.
Well, one of the horses getting back on turf. Not a lot to go off of on form on grass, but why does Arad Ortiz Jr. show up on Two's a Crowd? Let's go to Maggie for more.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. Now, I caught up with my good friends, the owners, Atlantic 6 Racing, including cousin Steve. We got our, picture that we take every single time I see him, which honestly is quite a lot now that they have Bookham Dano, and he's such a good horse. And they did reveal to me that poor Choose a Crowd has been a workhorse, or a work partner with Bookham Dano in some of his preparations. And I don't think that means anything, but it was just, it was insightful. It was interesting. I found it. This horse has done well from 2 to 3. And this is a bit of a tough spot to come back in because we don't really know if he's a turf sprinter. His only try was his debut at Monmouth against Open Company. I will say this, despite not having much turf pedigree, he actually physically looks like a turf horse. My problem is, does he really want to go 5.5? He's big, rangy type of runner, and he just physically does not look like a typical turf sprinter. He looks like a mile or a mile and a 16th would be more preferable, but I get it. This is a spot to come back in, and he does look fit enough. And as you mentioned, Greg, Irad getting aboard makes you pick up your head.
Maggie, thank you. 8-5 favorite, the rail runner, Marusi for the Bond Barn. And, Paulie was right. They point all year long to this meet. He's based up here. James Bond and his family, his wife Tina, sons Kevin and Ryan, and they have a lot of success here.
Absolutely. You know who else points to the Saratoga meet? everybody else.
That's a true statement there. You know, this is a meet that everyone wants to win at, and
But they have historically had some very good meets up here too. Everybody points it. Many of us embarrass ourselves up here, both trainers and bettors.
There's a rad on Two's a Crowd. 3-year-old debut coming up.
The key to the pace in here is what does Luis Saez do on the #1 allied attack? And I expect him from the inside. He's only one pad off the inside. He's going to send this horse from the gate. He's an aggressive rider, and that's going to cause some fireworks with the pace.
Yeah, Luis Saez, when he won that riding title, he did it by being super aggressive, and that's his MO. He's going to get a test here on the front end, though, with a speedy Saratoga banker, the 8 as well. As we get set for the 3rd, let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Just waiting on Cashel Kitten, who's right up to the gate. Assistant starters giving a little nudge. Backs off. Couple of steps. The other standing very quietly. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Saratoga Banker flies out of the gate. Cashel Kitten has some speed, as does Allied Attack, who's moving into contention. And Twisted Filigree, off a long layoff, is quicker than all of them as they head to the half-mile pole. Behind this group comes Rusi, racing 6 lengths off the lead. Your Man Alex is 1.5 lengths in front of him at this stage. Then it's Two's a Crowd, 7 lengths off the lead. Final Denial is next, and another 2 back to Friday. I'm in Love, 21-4 for Twisted Filigree, pressed by Saratoga Banker in second. Allied Attack is down on the inside, racing in third. Your Man Alex in the red silks moves up 3 deep in fourth as the field turns for home. Twisted Filigree cuts the corner, holding on to the lead over Saratoga Banker. Here comes Rusi now in the blue, bearing down as they come to the 16th pole. Your Man Alex, Rusi on the outside, and a stubborn Twisted Filigree keeps fighting. Your Man Alex is just in front as they come down to the wire. Rusi, a final surge to victory. Rusi gives Javier Castellano another. A tight photo for second. In behind them, between Your Man Alex and Twisted Filigree.
Rusi, you watch this stretch run again, and it sort of always looked like he was going to get there.
Yeah, he got there, but I got to tell you, all the dirty work was done by the 6, Swiss Filigree. It wasn't that fast a pace, 45 and 09, and give Eric Cancel a lot of credit for being aggressive. But this horse, you know, when you've got that tactical speed, and Javier, two races won already today. Great job by him in the bonds.
You know, we were talking before this race. You guys asked me, who are the 2 horses that scared me between the 2 and the, you know, I had the 2 and the 7. They were the 3 and the 6. And then listen, the 6 ran a bang-up race. But Rusi, you know, you got to give credit to Javier Castellano. He can adapt. I've never saw this horse sitting maybe 6th or 7th. But speed did develop like it did. But, you know, it held. The 6 really ran a bang-up race here. But the 2 just in the last couple strides, I think, with a little extra, you know, experience, got the job done, Rajiv.
Yeah, moving forward out of this race, I would definitely want to pick Twisted Filigree over these rivals next time. But today was all about Rusi, who Javier just timed this so perfect. We all anticipated he'll be sitting somewhere in the 2nd flight, and he decided to sit back a little bit further, and it just timed his move to perfection, nailing them right on the wire.
That was an exciting race.
It really was.
I felt like the 6 might have come back on and gotten second, too.
There's James Bond, 3rd off the bench win here with Rusi. Always popular to see him win.
If you ever
Family
get
operation.
You ever get a chance, you just go out the front gate to the right, and you'll see his barn. And his barn does have the 007 sign on there. It's very, very cool to see. It's immaculate. And, yeah, his sons are very involved.
Does he have an Aston Martin?
I know, right?
We should be playing the theme song.
That'd be
You know,
awesome.
he used to not like that. Now he's embraced it.
Yeah, he embraced it. Maybe he has it downstairs. Like, you know,
He trained not only Tisway, who was a wonderful horse, but
Willsway.
he was so good. He won a couple of great ones with a horrendous jockey, Tisway, as a matter of fact. I don't know if you know. I don't even remember the guy's name. He's out of the game now. And also Will's Way, who was incredible.
Le Carriere.
Yeah, Le Carriere, second
Barons.
cigar. I mean, Will's Way was running Buyer speed figures of the like that that Flightline was running. That's how good he was.
Yeah, like Black Tie Affair in that area, right? And that 110.
No, he was faster than Black Eye
Yeah,
Affair.
he was, yeah.
Rajiv, of course, rode Tisway. He was some horse, wasn't he?
Yeah, Tisway was such a dynamic, powerful horse. Probably one of the most powerful horses I ever rode. He had this is like an engine inside of him.
Yeah, winning the Met and the Whitney like he did. It was unfortunate he got hurt after that, but what a horse he was.
Yeah.
Every day, different storylines. Early double yesterday was Tyler Gaffalione on Friday. Flavien Prat 3 wins, and now early on, Javier Castellano with a 2-win afternoon through the first 3 races.
Is Irad in trouble? He's definitely in
I think
trouble
he's
if he
okay.
keeps riding horses like Two's a Crowd. But I think that may have been a reason he wants to keep that mount on Book of Dano.
Few times the meet we're going to see him on a horse at double-digit odds. Russi, the win as the 8-5 favorite here in race 3. These prices for you when we come back on a glorious Sunday afternoon, sun shining down at the premier meet in the country here in upstate New York.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. We are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing, the love of the race. Check out americasbestracing.net today. It is a warm Sunday, but it's a fun day as we saw Russi deliver as the favorite, and I'm pleased to be joined by, well, a fraction of the Bond family, Jimmy Bond and Tina. And guys, Russi is one that you said has a very interesting story. Who should I ask about the story? Tina?
He was his mother was empty for about 3 years, and so we bred her one last time in Kentucky, brought her home. They said she wasn't pregnant, so we turned her out with the retirees, and we thought the next year we'll try one more time. So in January we checked her, and the vet checked her and said she's pregnant, and so he's my gift. And because that's the last one out of Reserva, yeah. So he's my gift. He's a June foal, but he's so special. He is so special.
And that's the unique part of you and your operation, Jimmy, and that you guys have the farm, you breed, you own a lot of your own horses, so you're so familiar. Are they like your children in a way?
You said it. They are our children. I mean, they, when they run like they do, okay, they just try so hard for us. And as Tina says, they're our everything. They are our everything. They just, they make us all look good.
We got a little sweet moment on camera. I don't know if you know it, but you came into the winner's circle and you tapped her on the shoulder and gave her a little kiss. It was very sweet. You can tell how much of a team and how much of a family it is between the two-legged and the four-leggeds.
we're all in. It's all four of us, and we're all in. And these moments just make it so special. It really does. And to do it with your family, and like I say, the horses are and friends, and the horses are everything. And we have great partners. And I don't know. We're just blessed to be here. We're blessed to be in with the horses. We're blessed to be a part of their lives. Yeah.
And we are lucky to have you as our ninth president as well. So congratulations on that. Congratulations here with a special one in Russi.
It was. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, Russi, love to hear the backstories about these horses, and you really get that with the bonds.
Indeed you do, and there's a little tap and the smooch. Nothing like winning at Saratoga. And again, not just wife Tina part of this team, Kevin, Ryan, their sons, all in the family with the bonds.
Very sharp too, Kevin and Ryan too. And you can see the 6, the 3's gonna start to engage. And then Russi really lowering that head down. It's just gonna get that last 50 yards of extra boost here.
By the way, how close was it for second? Paulie, best eyes in the business?
Dead heat.
Was it dead heat? Yeah, the 3 and the 6, inseparable.
I think it's sometimes hard to see the way they were obscured behind the horses. You definitely can't call it.
Yeah.
We expect better out of you, Paulie.
Yeah, that's...
It had said dead heat.
Paulie, get your act together,
Let
would
me
you
ask you a
please?
quick question. Don't you put 3-6 dead heat, or do you go 6-3? Don't you go in like numerical order? Or is that just the technicality?
Well,
Is that a bad
originally-
question, Andy. Why are you
Are
laughing
you
at
mad
me?
because the Mets are losing so today?
I'm a math major. I'm just trying to work. When you go in, I always thought when you put a dead heat, you put 3-6.
And now, well, hold on.
Originally,
Dead
they
heat's been
listed it as
taken
not dead
off
heat.
now. It originally said dead heat.
Wait a second.
They've now taken that off the board.
Okay, that's why I was wondering. Numerical order, they always put 3-6. That's why I was wondering.
Okay, so now you're contributing positively to the show. Took a while.
I think
but now you're
Paulie just
doing
got
it.
saved.
No, I actually agree with what
No,
Paulie
I-
said.
I-
You're right. I would think they would always
Yeah.
be in numerical
In
order.
numerical
too,
order,
right?
yeah.
Something we'll have our researchers get on going forward. But yeah, it's strange. It was up as a dead heat, taken down. So 2-6-3-7 is how it finished.
There's a roar from the crowd, too.
It did seem like the 6 did get second, but sometimes they get obscured, and it's even hard to look at the mirror image and see it.
The good thing is they didn't make the race official until they made the change.
The bad news is if you had a 2-3, you're not happy. Just
You're
letting
not
you know.
happy.
I didn't, so I'm just unhappy in general. I bet the 6, I'm very unhappy.
Russi for the Bond Barn. Javier Castellano, again, 2 wins on this Sunday card here in this third race. We're going to move on, I believe, to the 4th in a moment.
That's how it goes, 3, 4.
Potentially.
You know what's after that, Greg?
Well, actually, not according to our rundown. 4th race is 7 furlongs. Allowance optional claiming field in the 4th. We'll just briefly set it up for you. Signal from noise. Chad Brown from the rail. Equipment change. Major player, but then you have a horse on the outside, too. Mighty Madison. Looks like could be a major player.
Everybody, including me, is against signal from noise. And you know what that means, Raj?
Probably going to win. Because I love Mighty Madison here.
I like Mighty Madison too, but I don't know. You, Maggie, me, probably Paulie. Everybody's
That's
against
I got
signal
Mighty
from noise,
Madison,
and you know that
We'll
just
get
has a
back
way of not
positive.
working out.
Think positive.
We'll get back to that race in a moment. We're going to jump ahead to next week in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day on Wednesday. Never too early to look ahead. 2-year-old fillies in a maiden special weight. And time for Maggie's 2-year-old report with Viamente.
This is Viamente. She's a Vacoma, first-time starter on Wednesday here at Saratoga.
Hi, and New York bred?
Yeah.
And tell us a little bit how she's been training.
Training well. She was working at Keeneland and came up here and had I think it was a bullet. Worked in 46, I think, out of the gate yesterday.
Jeez.
Yeah.
With In Company?
Yeah, Louis got a speeding ticket on her. So.
Louis Sire.
Yeah. But anyway, no, she worked well, came out of it great, so we're super excited. She's real forward, drew a nice inside post, which seemed to be, if the track plays next week like it has this week, that should be to our advantage. So, yeah, just really made the transition well as far as, you know, seeing all the new things, main track, Oklahoma. She's just taking it all in stride. So It's all you can really ask for. She's had her Paddock schooling and
Good.
Yeah, checking all the boxes.
And we've seen these Vacomas just get off to a real auspicious start with this freshman crop. Is that kind of, have given you a lot of hope for her?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt your confidence by any means, yeah. And honestly, like, to look at her, she didn't seem like a 5.5 kind of filly. She seems a touch stretchier, but she's really, really quick. And I think a lot of that has to do with her professionalism too, you know? A lot of that is what gets them engaged. She knows why she's here, even though she hasn't been introduced to the real thing yet.
Hi. You are sweet. You smell good like feed.
So that's coming up next Wednesday. The 2-year-old race of the day will be brought to you by Spencer Farm, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion, General Sire, into mischief. Keep your eyes on Viamente.
I think I picked him. I think I did.
And he does his work weeks ahead of time. I don't know how you keep it all
I got the
straight.
Travers card done.
You basically do. Russi, $5.50 for the win. Javier Castellano, again, a 2-win afternoon already. And you look, Twisted Filigree, your man Alex, both ran very good defeat.
Just Filigree did the dirty work. Well, to be fair, and it's always hard when you lose a decent enough price, short price. It wasn't that fast a pace, guys.
All right, back to race 4. This allowance optional claiming 7-furlong event coming up. And Mighty Madison, Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing Barn, opens as the 9-5 favorite.
Yeah, and a horse that, is probably 9-5. Phil's already won a race with a 10-1 shot earlier in the meet. And he's had some meets up here. I remember one meet, he was like 9 for like 13 to start the meet. And Mighty Madison comes in from a win with Jose Ortiz at Churchill. And I think he's the one to beat.
Yeah, what I love about Mighty Madison is has a distinct pace advantage versus her rivals today. There isn't a lot of speed in this race, and she has great tactical speed. Also has a good outside post, which is going to put Jose Ortiz in a position to dictate where he wants to be. But I expect him to be on the lead. But if someone else wants to go too fast, maybe Starship Defiant, he can just track right off.
All right, we'll go back to this 4th race. Starts middle pick 4. We're going to take a timeout. 2-year-old champ getting ready to return in the Haskell, hopefully on a path to the Travers. What will we get out of fierceness? Stay with us.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
War Cancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire to wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire to wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch up both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
The breeding shed is still open. Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
When you can bring over a champion like this to the Night of the Star sale, it's exactly what we dream of and what you hope for.
Anytime we've got a marquee filly that is ready to be brought to market, we know that the Night of the Stars is the venue.
It really wasn't a question as to where we were going to sell her.
We have had a long history of selling 7-figure mares here at Night of the Stars. Boyd Browning and his team just do such an exceptional job promoting these mares, getting them sold.
Back with you on Saratoga Live as opening weekend closes out with our Sunday coverage, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. wide open picture in this 3-year-old division, 6th year in a row that we have had 3 separate winners of the 3 Triple Crown events. You get a quick look at the odds there for this 4th year from Saratoga. Take a look at the summer schedule that lies ahead in this 3-year-old division, where there is basically everything still to be decided at this point. Next weekend we will have the Haskell, curling, Jim Dandy, and then all those horses trying to punch their ticket to get to that DraftKings Travers August 24th, and then the Grade 1 Penn Derby ahead as well later in September. But a lot will be decided from these preps leading into August 24th. Let's take a look at the 2-year-old champ who's expected to return, Rajiv, in that Haskell Fierceness.
Yes, and this 2-year-old champ Fierceness, he was tracking outside of his teammate here, who is a more pronounced turf runner. And one thing I liked about Fierceness, if you think about horses having 5 gears, hypothetically, with gear 5 being the fastest, he was never taken out of first gear in this workout, and he was still going by Emmanuel here. And he made a pretty good time, 5 furlongs in 1 minute. On the gallop out, though, they kind of shifted to gear number 2, let him out a little bit to see what he had. And he actually didn't really pull away from Emmanuel. In fact, Emmanuel came back and joined him. So while the work was a credible work, it wasn't so fascinating as I've seen him work in the past, where he would blow his rivals away. More so when he was on a roll winning the Florida Derby. So I still think that he's trying to round back into form. I'm not sure if that work is showing that he's at the top form as yet.
Well, meanwhile, stablemate lightly raced. Todd Pletcher has said he believes he potentially is the class of this 3-year-old division. He has a 2-year-old champ. Came up just a little bit short in the Belmont.
And here's Mindframe working outside of Surprisingly. And the difference in contrast to this work is both of these riders were actually in the slowest gear possible. You can see them sitting back in the saddle, taking a hold. And this work was super impressive. This horse didn't even come close to out of a throttle. And he was well within himself. Mindframe is a lightly race of his stablemate, Fierceness. He's the one that I think has the most ability, and this workout is just very, very good.
And, of course, another from the Pletcher barn, his big Pegasus run. What do you get from this work?
And Tuscan Side is inside of his workmate here, and he was well within himself as well. Just what we call in a throttle, first gear, and by doing as his rider please. He's an up-and-comer that hasn't shown that brilliant speed, but he's full of stamina. His workout is indicating to me that he is in top form, doing things well within himself.
And you look at these horses, we know about Fierceness. He can be brilliant. He can face adversity and not show up like he did in the Derby. What about these up-and-comers from the Pletcher barn?
I think it's an interesting conversation because I'm going to believe Fierceness is running when he gets in the gate. I know they're talking, but I don't think Todd's been committed where he's definitely going with him because he's been a little elusive and he's impossible to trust. Whereas Mindframe, and I agree with you, Raj, I mean, what he did in the Belmont, he lost, but to me, I didn't like him at all, and you liked him. I gained a lot of respect for him after that race because he was able to overcome some adversity and almost win that race to 1.25 miles. I don't know, Tuscan's guy's got a show. He ran well last time. I think he had a very good trip. I'm not saying he's not talented. Mindframe's the best one. I don't believe in Fierceness. I believe in Mindframe.
Well, Mindframe's workout validated what we think. As a lightly raced horse, I could see why you were against him going into the Belmont, but the Belmont really stamped him as a major player.
No argument from me.
You look at that workout, man. He's got an engine on a Mindframe. And of those 3 workouts, I mean, I'm no professional, but Mindframe looked pretty darn full of himself.
Didn't like Surprisingly workout? You were really big on it.
Mindframe might be the one you want going forward. We'll see a lot to play out before we get to the Travers. Race 4 coming up, 3-2 favorite here. We'll see if Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing could get another win at the meet. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, she is a prohibitive favorite, at least as of now, over Signal from Noise as they kind of bookend the field here. I do prefer Mighty Madison, especially with the effort she comes in off of. I thought, she could have had an excuse to not win that race with some trouble in checking into the turn there, but she proved to be best over a 3-5 favorite, but in hindsight, also getting the jump on that 3-5 favorite. But Phil Bauer, he knows what to bring here, and he brings them ready to ride. rock and roll, and that's exactly the vibe I'm getting here from Mighty Madison. Now, you know, I'm always at a disadvantage because I don't know her that well, but she comes in here incredibly fit. I mean, really well defined. If anything, I wish she was carrying a little bit more conditioning, but she is sharp for a horse that projects to be forward in here. She does wear that cage bit or Houghton bit, so one that is a little difficult. If you go back and watch that last replay, you'll see what I'm talking about with Jose Ortiz aboard. Lacks a little bit of that power steering that one would like with their horses, but again, drawn nicely to the outside today, which I think helps her cause. Moving on to her inside, that's number 5, My Kentucky Girl. Now, you kind of have to do some digging to make this horse any sort of player in here, but I'm always going to pick my head up when a horse goes to Bill Mott. I think Bill does an excellent job, as quite evidenced by his Hall of Fame career. But he's somebody that his horses generally need a start to come back from, and maybe she does today. Does she look 100% fit? No, but she looks 90% fit. She looks strong, and I love just the weight and conditioning she's carrying, and she's kind of got this swagger to her that I really appreciate. And like I said, if you go through and dig through her form, isolate her dry dirt sprints, I think they're okay, and especially the one last time where, yeah, she didn't run that well, and she finished up on her inside lead, but now a layoff followed that, so obviously an issue out of that. The horses that she faced in that race were pretty good, including Cantex finishing second, Lilu, a formidable New York bred consistently, and there was 4 next time out winners in total in that affair. So I'm going to keep an eye on her, Greg. I think she's an interesting entry in this race.
Maggie, thanks. There's Junior Alvarado, go-to rider for Hall of Famer Bill Mott, including Cody's Wish, that Horse of the Year campaign last year. What an incredible talent. That Med Mile was one of the most sensational races we've seen in a long time.
Nah, he was terrific in there, and on his good days, a very, very good horse. A classic example of a true horse that really thrived with his running style and his talents in those 7 furlong to mile one-turn races with faster paces.
Get in the game with Naira Bet's YouTube. Tune into race previews, full card analysis, and betting tutorials from tracks around the world. Subscribe now and bet with confidence at youtube.com/NairaBets. Rajiv, what were you saying?
No. I'm good.
Okay, we'll move on.
Move along.
Thought I cut you off there.
No.
6-5 favorite. Mighty Madison here, the outside post. Jose Ortiz will be aboard, and pretty much all of you against Signal from Noise.
I think Rajiv remembered his thought. What was it, Rajiv?
No.
Oh, I thought you did. No, listen. At 6-5, I thought they'd be a little bit closer. And they are a little bit closer when it comes to the pick 3s, the 2 and the 6.
Everybody is against the 2, and you know what happens when that happens.
Yeah, I know.
There's Signal from Noise. Second beat a length off quite a time away, almost a year away, about 10 months last time out, so improvement from that going to be tough here. Takes blinkers off today. And apparently, according to those DRF Clocker reports, strong finish working with Unmatched Wisdom, who is being pointed.
He's entered. He's got the rail and the curl. Yeah, he's entered in the curl, and Fry's going to be a heavy favorite.
Here's Mozienko from post 3.
Yeah, first half of the entry was 4th last time at this 11, beaten 3 lengths.
Other half of that entry, Starship Defiant. This horse is quick early.
Yeah, the one with the more earlier pace. I expect this one to be up on the lead, if not just right off the lead.
So here's Signal from Noise. Gets the rail for Chad Brown with a Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, a little gray by Arrowgate. Arrowgate was gray out of a Harlan's Holiday mare. Harlan's Holiday was gray, so a little bit of gray from everywhere.
Backyard Money's kept some good company and accounted for herself well. Free Like a Girl, taxed.
It was 4th at this level last time at Churchill Downs, but that was at 6 furlong. Stretches out to 7/8, where she finished 3rd, 2 starts back.
This mare is one of the great stories of Saratoga last summer. Those big closing finishes.
Yeah.
She won back-to-back starts here.
Yeah, you're right. She's 2 for 2 here. She must love it here. She's only got 4 lifetime wins, but she likes it up here at Saratoga.
Blinkers off My Kentucky Girl for Bill Mott.
First time in the Bill Mott, and this one hasn't run since September of 23.
And 7-5 favorite, Jose Ortiz for Phil Bauer and Rigney Racing, Mighty Madison.
Yeah, it's a 4-year-old filly by Nyquist, and I have a feeling that she might be better from a tiny bit off the pace. Seems like when she goes to the front end, she gets a little bit lost. There she is right there. I think it'd be better for her to have like a little bit of a target in front of her.
So that's your field for this 4th. Again, a middle pick 4 begins in this race. coming up. So let's go back to Signal from Noise. We'll have the inside post here for Chad Brown and Klarovich. And second back off about 10 months away.
What she has is more good races than the number 6. The 6's last race might be the best race any of these horses have run, and it's her most recent race. But Signal from Noise, when she's been able to be on the track and run well, I mean, last time out, you told me before the race, I don't think she can beat Dame Cinco, and you were right. And you were pointing out to me that Dame Cinco would be coming off a very strong effort. So the fact she's off a layoff and lost to that horse is not a disgrace in there. I don't worry about the distance. Chad Brown always told me he thought she was sort of a 7 furlong to a mile horse. Maybe we all were trying to get a little too cute against a horse now that's a distant second choice.
Well, I'm not totally against Signal from Noise. Yeah, I think she has a valid chance of winning this race. I just feel like Mighty Madison has a race setup that's way more suitable to her. There's not a lot of speed in this race. Mighty Madison has more tactical speed. It's going to be a slow to moderate pace for this level, this distance, and I think that is what's going to make the big difference. But there's not much separating these two fillies. I'm just splitting the hairs between them, picking Mighty Madison over Signal from Noise.
Well, that's, and I don't. Yeah, I don't feel quite that. I think the 6 may be better, and I think the tactical advantage matters a lot here. But at 6-5 and 5-2, I'm not sure we made the right choice.
Oh, here's Mighty Madison's last start. It was a win at Churchill Downs in this first level allowance race.
She got dismissed at the board too, 6-1, but she was able to just keep on going. And like Andy said, this was her best race. Now, will she regress? In that, will that close the gap between her and Signal from Noise? The other part about Signal from Noise, you know, 4 starts ago, you look at that race at Mama, she lost to Shotgun Hottie. Shotgun Hottie would probably be 3-5 in this race.
Shotgun Hottie came back out of that race and beat search results in her next start. That's how good she is. You know, Mighty Madison's last race, the horse that finished second was a heavy favorite, was coming off a 95 buyer. The horse that finished third had been running 5 to 6 points faster in other races. So there's an argument it might have been a little bit stronger race than it looks.
6-5. She's the favorite from that outside post. Let's go back to Maggie.
Mare, as she does take the blinkers off. It's a kind of an interesting move when you're shortening up, but who did it? Somebody did it the other day and won. Oh yes, Reynolds Channel. Bill Mott turned him back from 1 1/8, took the blinkers off and won going 7 furlongs. Now this is a little bit different because it's still just one turn from the 1 turn mile at Aqueduct to this 7 furlongs, but she's such a long that can't go there.
So Signal from Noise, and look, you could say we expect improvement, and if you get improvement, this mare's going to be tough, but Chad Brown usually has them very ready to go off the bench, doesn't he, Andy?
Yeah, he does, right. I agree. It's not like you expect her to take a big step forward, ready to go. I think you talk about the pace. Irad's got the rail. She does not have the speed to run with these horses. Irad's going to have to try to find a way to get her more in the game. You're riding her, Raj. What do you do?
And with blinkers off, that's something that usually takes the pace edge off a horse. She's first time blinkers. You know, I'm handicapping this race from the rail. I still have to come out aggressively. I cannot give up too much advantage to Mighty Madison. If Irad comes out too passively, he's going to get disconnected and it's going to put the ball right in the court for Mighty Madison. I would really hustle her from the rail to ensure that there's a lively enough pace, or else I'll just go to the lead if they don't want to go.
Well, there's no way she's going to be in front in here, but is it possible that doing that takes her out of her game, though?
It isn't distinguished that her game is coming from off the pace. When she won her second Lifetime Star, she was ahead off the lead, and then she opened up 9 lengths. She's always shown enough tactical speed to think that you're not completely taking her out of her wheelhouse. You have to be aggressive from the inside here. At the end of the day, I don't see anything in this race that shows me that there's anything but a 2-horse race. This is clearly between Signal from Noise and Mighty Madison.
Oh, I think the 1A may have a say about that. I think she could be dangerous.
The 1A is a pace factor, and it will hold on for more if the pace is slow. But as far as going to finish first or second, I don't think so.
Paul, do you see it that way as well?
I do think the 1A is the better part of the entry. I do think the 3 is the other horse in here, Backyard Money, because Mr. Lucas is, I would think, is going to send. And I think Joel will be aggressive with the 3. Another horse coming in from Churchill. Hasn't had a break in a long time, but 2 for 3 here at Saratoga.
And you look, we talk about who she's faced too. Free Like a Girl, that Louisiana bred.
Yeah.
She'd be 2 to 5 in here. Tax would be 1 to 9 in here.
And when she broke her maiden, she did it at the expense of a horse running for Klarovich.
You know what? You're right. Backyard Money might be the horse that goes in some pace in this race, coming from 6 furlongs.
The coach likes to go.
6 to 1 Backyard Money with Joel Rosario. Even money favorite though. The 6 outside, Mighty Madison. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Mighty Madison has taken up her spot. They're in the gate. And they're off. Mighty Madison was out quickly enough. Starship Defiant matching strides in the early stages. And Backyard Money comes away third toward the inside, 2 lengths off the pace. My Kentucky Girl is not far behind. And then it's another length back to the gray Signal from Noise, who's 3.5 off the pace, passed just now by Mosienko. And it's a distance, long way to Into Happiness. The opening quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds. And so Starship Defiant has established the pace, tracked intently by Mighty Madison, a length back second. It's 2 more to Backyard Money, racing together with My Kentucky Girl. That pair now 3 or 4 off the lead. Then comes Signal from Noise, racing on the inside. Mosienko is next, and still the distant trailer Into Happiness. They went the half in 46 2/5 seconds. Starship Defiant, Mighty Madison moving in now. My Kentucky Girl, 3 off the pace in third. As the field turns for home, Mighty Madison has taken the lead. My Kentucky Girl running a big race in second. Center of the racetrack, Signal from Noise in third. Inside the 8th pole, Mighty Madison is asked to respond. My Kentucky Girl trying to get closer and is doing so. It's Mighty Madison, My Kentucky Girl. It's going to get very close. My Kentucky Girl's coming. My Kentucky Girl got there. Mighty Madison finished second. Then it was Signal from Noise and Backyard Money.
Off the bench, 5-year-old debut, My Kentucky Girl. Blinkers coming off. Junior Alvarado for Belmont.
She never let the 6 out of her sights. Good jobs getting the stalking spot. The pace was very, very moderate, which obviously worked against the favorite. There is no excuse for Mighty Madison. She simply got outrun down the lane,
Yeah,
Paulie.
she did. And the problem is this has been her issue. She has to be one of those horses that makes the last run. Whenever she hits the front, she kind of idles a little bit, and the 5 just ran her down on the square here. Good job here by Junior Alvarado. This is the second horse, like Maggie said. He's taking blinkers off on the cutback, and it has worked. The 1 and the 3 did not get off to the best start.
Yeah, going down the backstretch, the way the race shaped up, I would have doubled down if I had the opportunity on Mighty Madison there, because she was just, everything was aligning for her, while Signal from Noise didn't get off too well and was kind of shuffled back into a slow pace.
Just wasn't fast enough to keep up with them early.
Go back to that start, so here it is.
It just seemed like some horses didn't break as sharply. I don't think anything massive happened at the start. These horses were able to control. Signal from Noise not able to really keep up with them early and was compromised as we thought she would be. And kudos to Maggie. She fell for the favorite with us, but she made a very good case to this horse as a possible upsetter.
Yeah, the 3 just bobbled a tiny bit, and then Rosario.
Yeah, the
that
worst
was about
break,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
3 doesn't have the speed anymore,
But you could see Jose Ortiz on the 6 was waiting for somebody to get the lead because he wanted not to hit the front end too soon. But again,
she's supposed to win.
100%.
She had everything. But Raj is right. She had everything her own way. She's supposed to
when
win
you're
this
10
race.
race clear, you just got run down.
She just got beaten by a horse that just flat out beat her.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make excuses for her, but Paul is also right what he's saying. You know, some of these pack animals, they want that lead in front of them, and she kind of got lost. It's still, there's no way she should be losing with that kind of tactical advantage.
Hall of Famer gets one ready here off the bench and comes up with a big performance with My Kentucky Girl.
9 to 1 yesterday and 14 to 1 today for Belmont. He hasn't quite yet forgotten how to train.
Also, with the reigning horse of the year that we touched upon.
I think we forgot how great of a meet Mr. Mott had here last year.
He doesn't quite have some of the bullets he had last year.
Yeah, I know, but like you said, he's a Hall of Famer for a reason. And when you make changes like this, you know, he had a horse from mile and 1/8. He took blinkers off to 7 furlongs. This horse, He took the blinkers off, making the right moves. This horse is off Jonathan Wong, who's hanging out in Louisiana.
14-1 shot. Comes and gets an even money favorite who looked like she was home free. Nothing comes easy at the most competitive meet there is in this sport here at Saratoga. It's My Kentucky Girl with the upset here in the fourth.
Marshalier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back in our Sunday coverage from Saratoga, and this is just behind us here. Newest hospitality venue at Saratoga this summer, Surfside Party Deck, located right by the Post Bar. Private outdoor space gives you and your group of 20 the perfect home base for a race day at the spa. Group packages include admission, race day programs, and a drop-off platter menu. Go to nyra.com/Saratoga.
Where's the surf?
Not quite sure. Not sure how that made it in there.
Just,
it's a good question, though.
It's a fair question.
My Kentucky Girl at 14-1 springs the upset, runs down this even money favorite. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. As I just joked with him, he's like the upset king now today with this 14-1 shot, 9-1 yesterday with Reynolds Channel. But talk a little bit about getting her ready for this comeback race. Bill, as we were just discussing, she had some go-back races.
Right. You know, she must have had some issues when they turned her out last fall, and she came back a fresh horse. They sent her to us to our Belmont string, and she's been with Leanna down there, and she did most of the work and got her ready and sent her up to us, and she was ready to go.
Leanna Williford, who you're mentioning, has been with you for such a long time. How instrumental is she in your operation?
I mean, every one of my assistants is key. I mean, I've had, you know, Kenny McCarthy, who's been in Kentucky, has been with me over 25 years. Leanna's been with me like 20 years. Neil, who's here, and Cody Cook are both, you know, longtime employees of mine. Neil's been with me at least a dozen years. So, you know, they're the type of people that I think when they think about what to do, they just think of what I would do, and they try to replicate that, and it seems to work out.
I think Leanna said that to me. She goes, well, I say to myself, what would Bill do? And I just do it. Talk a little bit about Mansa Musa later on in the quick call. Bill, I know the filly's going to be tough, but he seems like he's in very good form right now.
He is in good form. I mean, our finish should have been a little better in Kentucky. We got bothered a little bit at the 8th pole, and then after that, he's come back and he ran a good race and a condition race, a one other than. So that we're stepping up in class today from what we ran in last time. But the horse is doing well, and he showed, both races that he ran in Kentucky were really good races, and they were against top company.
Well, wishing you the best of luck later. Congratulations here with My Kentucky Girl, though.
Thank you.
All right, My Kentucky Girl firing in Saratoga.
Youngest man ever elected into the Hall of Fame. He's just kept producing champions ever since. Bill Mott now gets this 5-year-old mare moving to his barn for the first time, ready to run down an even money favorite first off the bench.
Nice to hear him give credit to his assistants as well, and mentioning how long they've been with him. And it's a good sign when you see somebody who's had people that work for them as long as he has.
Yeah, these two fillies did this, ran away from the group, if you'd see. And good job there, getting this horse ready and running her best effort ever, and cashes out at 31.60 there. And that will spice up your pick 5 at least a little bit. Your pick 4s are a little bit better.
Or it'll put it to bed.
Huh?
It'll spice it up if you're alive, or it'll put it to bed.
Yeah, I put mine to bed.
Yeah.
That sounds like somebody you know just got put to bed there.
Myself.
That was very. I thought that was cruel and vicious towards me, Greg. But
I would never be cruel or vicious to you, Paul.
I love you. You know that.
It's mutual.
I don't buy any of this.
The good news is we got a pick 6 ahead, and we got a late pick 5 still to come. Mile and an eighth in race 5 to close out the early pick 5. Maiden special weight, all looking for that first win on the resume coming up. And Protective, surely 2 even money favorites, couldn't get beat in a row. This horse was in the Belmont, 3rd in the Peter Pan as a maiden. Ran in the Wood, ran 3rd as a maiden. How's this horse get beat today?
Because he's still a
Because the one's better.
Because he's still a maiden.
That's the one's going to wire the field.
Yeah, Ryan, we'll go to you, Raj, in a second. You look at Military Road, how unlucky this horse has been to face some just absolute monsters.
Well, and I was going to say, how often do you see, or I don't remember ever seeing a maiden race where there's a horse that posted a 95 Beyer speed figure in his most recent start, and he's not even the second choice on the board right now. I mean, that is pretty crazy to think of. Huh?
He will be.
Yeah, but
no, I know.
I mean,
I don't know. I hear you.
Well, the three's getting money for Tom. I mean, the horse lost to Luminaire. Luminaire came back and ran well yesterday.
89 Beyer, yeah.
So he came back with a nice race. And so I can understand where they're going with the 3. The outside horse, I don't know about even money. I mean, I think the 1 is, I'm kind of with Andy. The 1's in the 7 are going to be very close by post
Been in
time.
some big name races. He's run well in them, but yeah, figures-wise doesn't seem to be some sort of standout in this race. We'll talk more about this 5th when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. This race also kicks off the pick 6 on our Sunday card. More than 40 years of the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation and that Second Chances program helping rehabilitate incarcerated individuals. Their story when we come back.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry stall room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Celebrating its 40th anniversary in 2023, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation has long been saving former racehorses from possible neglect, abuse, or slaughter. The TRF herd of nearly 450 horses who are not able to go on to second careers as sport horses are given lifelong sanctuary at one of the many facilities sponsored by the TRF across the country. But the TRF isn't only helping equines have a second chance at life. They are helping incarcerated individuals as well. The innovative and pioneering Second Chances program allows incarcerated men and women the opportunity to build life skills while participating in a vocational program as they provide supervised care to retired racehorses.
I talk to them, I speak to them about things that I don't speak to people about in there. I can feel like they actually relate to me, and the same second chance that they're given, I feel like I'm getting.
I didn't know it was going to be such an emotional thing, and you really do bond with the animals, and they look for you to be there for them.
It's more love out here. It's more peace, tranquility, solace, anything you want to call it, the epitome of peace to me.
There are currently 8 TRF Second Chances programs at prisons in 6 different states. Graduates of the program receive certification based upon their level of expertise and have gone on to careers as farriers, vet assistants, and caretakers. The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, helping thoroughbreds who help people.
Well, it's an incredible program, and we talked about over 40 years of that Second Chances program. Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation doing great work and showing how valuable these thoroughbreds can be after a life on the racetrack. For more, let's go to Maggie.
It really is. I feel so honored to be a part of the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation as one of their board members, and they just do so much for those horses that can't go on to those sport horse careers, and we have to take care of them as well. And two, they give back in so many ways by helping these incarcerated individuals, find a purpose, find a new trade. We've seen success stories of these men and women graduating these programs, leaving and going out and finding jobs involved in the equine industry. So it's really such a special program, and we have several events going on up here at Saratoga. Tomorrow is Gumbo with Kendrick that he graciously and generously puts on every year. That's at the Principessa Elena Society tomorrow night, and then on July 31st, a little earlier this year, we team up with the PDJF for the Casa Amigos event at the Adelphi Hotel. And then on August 20th, we have the barbecue at the barn at the Saratoga Winery. So you can still get tickets for the 2 latter events. So make sure you do so. And if you win a little bit on these horses today, Greg and anybody watching, throw a little bit to the TRF.
We're grateful for them and all these other, outfits as well that take care of these horses and give them a life beyond the racetrack once their careers are over. Some great events, too, to support these causes. Rajiv, have you ever had Kendrick's Gumbo?
Oh, it is great. I've heard. Kendrick hasn't offered me any, but hopefully I can have some this year. I'm looking forward. Please, Kendrick, send me the invite.
Or if not, at least bring a little to the set, some leftovers for us.
Well, you guys can trade your jerk. I know your jerk chicken is your specialty, too. Why don't you guys trade?
Yes, jerk chicken and gumbo trade.
There you go.
Sounds good.
Sure. I'm just Jamaican jerk chicken.
A lot of great events to support those causes. That Casamigos event as well that Maggie mentioned. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We're going to look back on big performance from a New York-bred 2-year-old in the Sanford on Saturday. Jeremiah Engelhardt still smiling after this performance from Moplex.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse, is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Bets Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $500,000 guaranteed late pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes. First post 12 noon. It's all Naira Bets Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Back at our Sunday coverage and time for our Dunkin Dash of the week. Keep things cool this summer with a nice beverage from Dunkin. Beat the heat with your favorite Dunkin refresher. A delicious cold brew, sparked energy by Dunkin, and more. America runs on Dunkin. And our Dunkin Dash of the week this week, 2-year-old Moplex, the New York bred for Jeremiah Engelhardt, coming up big in the Sanford, Andy.
Yeah, he was able to control. You know, when they scratched Menti, it changed the pace scenario, and he broke cleanly and sharply from the outside. Was able to dominate here, and he proved to be best in here. Not enough pace for Studley Do-Right, who did run well to be second, but a nice win for him, and a jubilant crowd in the winner's circle, as there should be. A nice to see the New York breds competing strongly against opens.
This horse rocketed out of the gate and took control, and Studley Do-Right got put behind the 8 ball a little bit. You can see Xavier Perez was trying to get after him, but Moplex ended up being much the best here. And he won the race with his tactical speed here, Rajiv. We were talking about it yesterday. He broke out of the gate, just took control.
Yeah, this New York bred is really, really fast. And it's so great for the New York bred program to see them producing horses that compete outside of the restricted New York bred company, and to be able to win the graded stake, first graded stake for 2-year-olds at the meet, hoping to see him go on to bigger and better things.
The Connections talked about potentially the funny side next for him. See where he winds up. Did move forward a little bit off of a big debut. So talented New York bred wins the Dunkin Dash of the Week honor for R&H Stable. Rad Ortiz Jr. on that win for Jeremiah Engelhardt. We're getting set for the pick 6. Coming up next in a maiden special weight at 1 mile and 1/8 to kick off the sequence, where a horse who's multiple graded stakes place. Right now, the even money favorite.
Yeah, and Protective certainly could win this race, but he's got a rival on the rail who is running as fast, if not faster, from speed figure standpoints, and could well have a tactical edge on him.
Let's head to the paddock, check in with Maggie.
And we'll take a look at 2 horses who are making their second starts, only their second starts, and stretching from the 7 to the 9 furlongs, both of which exiting the same race in which we saw next time out winner Illuminaire repeat here yesterday for Todd Pletcher. So let's begin with the horse that ran second to him. That's number 3, It's a Miracle, who broke slowly that day, weaved his way through traffic, and made a nice late run. And you can tell when watching the replay and this horse's stride that longer distances were in his near future. I mean, that's the way he's built. Despite being dark bay, he's very much of the Arrowgate ilk. He is long, leggy, kind of, you know, just everything that Arrowgate was in that way. But with that being said, this can often be a tall task for just a second-time starter. And really, comparatively against this field, I wish he looked stronger, which is something he's going to gain with more racing. But in this field today, I think he's still going to need a start. Is number 6, that is Truly Warrior. He broke a bit slow, then rushed up inside, got out on the turn, and then just kind of was even on the stretch and fading that day. He does look like longer's better. He's kind of that frame as well, elongated frame. He looks fit to me. We'll see how he breaks today. I think he's a horse that we're going to see more forward with the stretch out and distance, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Coming down Champions Way, our post parade coming up for the first leg of this pick six here on our Sunday card. Already $229,000 in the pick six pool, 3 to 5. Betting public can't get enough of Protective right now, seeing all those big races, including a Triple Crown event that he exits last time out. We'll kick things off though with Military Road, and again, he's just had the misfortune of facing some really good horses.
And much like Tivy in the second race, camera shy, but the potential controlling speed could change that.
7-2 on Military Road. Here's Hazem for Michael Matz.
Hazem slaps the blinkers on for the first time. Hasn't shown much speed in his 2 lifetime races. Will need to make a big improvement here.
Second time starter for Tom Morley. It's a miracle.
He's in the game. He has a chance here. Tom Morley's okay stretching out his horses off of his maidens, but not second time out. But he comes out of a good race, and he was running at the end as the pedigree to go long.
Against, again, a Luminaire came back to win and remained perfect yesterday. Elko County, 12-1.
Was second last time out. Has had chances. He's just not fast enough on paper to beat the big guns.
Here's the other Todd Pletcher, truly Warrior second time starter.
Made 2 runs last time, was up close early, faded back, and came again. Something indicative of a horse that would want to appreciate a little more distance, which he gets today.
There he is with Tyler Gaffalione. And the Pletcher, who's taking all the money, 3 to 5 favorite on the outside, Protective.
I wonder if the other Pletcher runner inside of him will provide a little bit of speed to maybe help his chances. I can see him as the favorite in here. The difference in price, though, between him and the 1 to me makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Public getting just a little over-enchanted with those big races he's exited.
Here's one. We have that bet on or against the favorite. At this price, if I had known this horse was going to be this price, I would have said bet against and bet the 1 to win.
If you run this race 100 times, I believe that Protective is going to win about 70 times out of the 100.
Oh, I don't. Well, then you think 3 to 5 is the right price.
But I don't know. What does that make? What would that make?
That makes him an overlay at 3 to 5.
Makes him an overlay at 3 to 5.
So you would bet the favorite here.
I'll bet the favorite here.
Well, I would bet against. I don't think it's possible he wins it 70% of the time. Because I don't think it's just the 1 as a major rival. I don't see how you can discount the 3 of having a chance to win this race.
Yeah, it might be a little more competitive race than just 4 to 5. We'll see on Protective. But again, multiple graded stakes placed. 3 to 4 right now, and a single for many as we get set for the pick six. Let's go back to Maggie.
And Greg, I agree that Protective is the horse to beat, but at that price, that seems too short. Now, I can't fault him in any way, shape, or form physically. I can just say that his main competition on the rail and Military Road looks exceptionally well for trainer Christophe Clement, and as the guys highlighted, has faced some really nice horses throughout his career so far. Time Out and Unmatched Wisdom going to the Curlin in their next starts now. Reynolds Channel coming back and winning, and he was really game last time out when Manny Franco was aggressive with him, and I don't see why he wouldn't pull the same tactics again here from the rail. It makes him very dangerous. This horse looks really good. Paddock, trackside. That's crazy that he's that much bigger of a price at 3 to 1 as opposed to Protective. As we'll move on to a big long shot, and that's number 2, Hazem, whom I wasn't expecting to like by any way, but this looks like a sire. I mean, you went Arrogate? Look, there he is. He looks so good physically that I don't know, maybe he's just a slow type, but the more distance this horse gets to cover, the better. And it's kind of a rare Michael Matt sighting that we don't often get to see here. So I mean, he looks fantastic on the track. I liked him in the paddock. I like him even more here at 21 to 1. He's worth a few bucks across the board or to use underneath. As number 5, Elko County, Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez teaming up with this horse. I've seen him before when out at Oaklawn. Last time I saw him back in April, he did get a little hot prior to that start. But the thing that I do like about this horse is that incrementally, now in his 8th career start, he has improved with each subsequent running. And he's actually a little bit more settled, a little bit more focused today than that day out at Oaklawn Park. And he continues to strengthen up and just develop physically. I don't think he should be that big of a price because with just one more step forward, it does put him in the mix. And both of these big price horses, I do think, could be fringe players, Greg.
And it's a much more interesting race, I think, maybe than just what the board shows here with this big 3-5 favorite. 5-horse Elko County. You know, Django, who she was talking about, the winner from McPeak, of course, was second to Dornick when he broke his maiden.
I mean, you know, I understand the 7 has been running in stakes, but they're disregarding, okay, Time Out, who beat Military Road. He is possibly the second choice, maybe the co-second choice in the Curlin. Behind this horse, Unmatched Wisdom, oh, he's going to be 3-5 in the Curlin,
right?
And he's the horse who beat him 2 back.
Top Connor, who beat him.
Top Connor probably would have won the
Pate Mile.
The Pate Mile if he hadn't been completely eliminated at the break. Okay, Conquest Warrior, he's going to vie for second choice in the Curlin. I mean, this guy, he's got a little hang in him, but he's also been extremely unlucky.
Yeah, yes, and I get it. 3-1. He's the better value play. I tell you, the other value play in here is the 3's a tiny bit Washington. The 6 makes no sense to me at 10-1 because here's a horse, I get it, didn't do much running, but was actually 4-1 compared to the 3, who was 24-1 in the same race. I get it, the 3 ran better, but Todd's a little bit better second time out. I think the 6 is going to outrun his odds.
Let's go back to Military Road. This was back on June 15th, and yeah, this horse who beats him, you can make the case maybe tougher than even Dornick, who protected his face. I mean, this is a very good horse.
And he was the favorite, Raj.
Yeah, I mean, this was a tough race, and he ran a banger here. Speed figure-wise, he ran a banger. Just competitive-wise, he ran good. He fought in there. And he does have an advantage being on the inside and having the speed, which Protective doesn't have a lot of early speed. Why I lean towards Protective and why I really like Protective is I'm looking at his 3 races with blinkers. He didn't put blinkers on until April 6th. His first 2 races, he was void of early speed and looked like a horse that blinkers would help. They put the blinkers on, but he never got to run against Maiden since having blinkers on. Grade 2 Wood Memorial, 3rd by 3 lengths, having trouble in that race. Then he runs into Peter Pan, finishing 3rd by 2 lengths. Next time out, he's in the Belmont State, grade 1, finishing 6 by 9 lengths with some trouble in that race. I just think it's a different horse with blinkers, and he's just going to be closer to the pace, and he's going to win.
So, Military Road, too, by the way, he got helped quite a bit with the 4 coming out. That first turn comes up awfully quick, Rajiv, and he could be in front by himself here. Does he try and open up here and really take it to him early?
If I was Manny Franco, I'd be taking a page out of the Javier Castellano book, how he rode that number 4 Tivy earlier, and send him to the lead. Ensure that you establish that lead. Ensure that you establish that lead, and actually make sure that Protective gets floated out a little bit, a little cheekiness.
Well, Protective has no speed. I think that I agree with everything you're saying. I think the only possibility is the other Pletcher horse, Truly a Warrior, stretching out. They try to show speed. Now, he's far enough outside of him. Manny can float him a little bit, but he's the only other potential speed in this race. Otherwise, the 1 is gone.
And Protective does get Lasix. Second time he's only had Lasix.
The only time he had Lasix, he ran 67 Buyer and ran 3rd at 3-5 in a maiden race. So,
Truly
is
Warrior,
Lasix necessarily a good thing for him?
And Truly Warrior's speed that you're talking about is hypothetical, thinking that he's going to have more speed since he's had a race. He was 6th off. He was off the pace in 6th position early on in his debut.
22-1 first quarter.
Yeah, but he was, he was still a few lengths off. So
there's the big favorite, Protective, multiple graded stakes place, including in a Derby prep in the Wood. Start of the pick 6. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Beautiful start. Military Road and Protective are going out to vie for the lead. It's a Miracle is up close. Truly Warrior is asked for early speed and does respond to be part of the pace brigade. Then it's High Zoom and Elko County at the back of the field. Around the first turn, and Military Road hugs the rail and leads it by a length and a half. It's a Miracle now second, Protective outside of them third, then High Zoom. Truly Warrior is fifth, only 3 lengths off the lead, 2 clear of Elko County. The opening quarter in 24 seconds flat for Military Road, who leads the way, pressed by It's a Miracle, keeping him honest on that front end, and Protective 3 deep in the clear while third. High Zoom tucked in at the rail, a comfortable fourth, inching up willingly. 2 more back to Truly Warrior, and now it's 4 to Elko County. They head toward the half-mile pole with Military Road running a half in 48 1/5 seconds. It's a Miracle is 3/4 of a length behind in second. Protective still third. High Zoom on the fence fourth. Truly Warrior has 6 lengths to make up. Another 3 back to Elko County around the far turn. Military Road, It's a Miracle, Protective getting closer. These 3 covered by less than a length through 3/4 in 1:12 and 1. High Zoom now has 5 lengths to make up. Military Road, It's a Miracle. They are on even terms as the field reaches the top of the stretch. It's a Miracle, and the Shadow Roll is up to take the lead from Military Road. Protective has 3 to make up as they head toward the furlong pole. It's a Miracle digging in, leading now by 2.5. On the inside, Military Road is weakened. Protective is trying his best. He has 3 to make up in a 1/16 of a mile, and It's a Miracle is too strong. It's a Miracle, and Dylan Davis to win it by 2 over Protective, Military Road, and Elko County.
It's a Miracle, second-time starter for trainer Tom Morley, stretching out under Dylan Davis, the win.
A well-earned victory. The pace did in. The 1 Military Road are underachieved, but the 7, he stalked outside Protective, and It's a Miracle was just best.
And the Luminaire race keeps looking better and better. This one was second to Luminaire. Luminaire came back to win, and it's not surprising that a son of Arrogate was able to get this 1.8 distance right up his wheelhouse here, Rajiv.
Yeah, man, that Illuminaire race is really a key race, and It's a Miracle. You love to see a horse that debuts, comes home, closes in a sprint race. Sometimes they don't translate that stretching out. They don't have the same finish. This horse seems like the longer the race gets, the better he runs, and definitely a horse with a lot of ability.
He's
exciting horse up in the barn.
He's physically a big striding horse. You can see he kind of went away. Looked like Irad had a little bit left with Protective, but he ran away from Protective here. This is a nice horse to have at 4 to 1.
Andy, this is winning at a 1.8 around 2 turns. It's just your second career start against, I know there's a maiden race, some pretty good competition in here.
No, this is a very promising horse, you know. And you know, you always say, you know, I know he's got a pedigree to go long, but he closed going 7 furlongs. He'll be better going 1.8 miles. How many times have you said that, even with pedigree, and it just doesn't work out in the racetrack? It worked out in the track. And the other thing is, he attacked the 1 from the start. He essentially put away Military Road, and he was able to hold off the number 7. Now, to be fair, Protective taken a little out of his game, but that's another factor against him. He doesn't have speed, so he had to be playing other horses' games, and he was a heavy favorite.
And had to go wide.
Well, here's the thing. If you look at you look at the other horses in here, the 7's coming off a 95 buyer. The 1's been running consistent. This is a 90-some-odd buyer.
This horse ran an 85 buyer in his debut, and every right to move
buyer,
forward.
so he was
Good
right
horse.
there. Yeah.
There's no telling the ceiling for this horse.
Maggie and
Look
Tom
at
are
this celebration
celebrating.
real quick.
After Maggie picked the horse third and I picked it second, I should be the one that's celebrating there with Tom.
Hugs all around. Maggie, Tom going to celebrate tonight. There it is. I think he's going to be happier about this than if England wins the Euro Cup.
I think he's happy the horse won, and Maggie didn't like him. I think that's the thing that made him most happy.
4 to 1. He has a nice 3-year-old here who wins for the first time here in career start number 2. First time around 2 turns. And beating a multiple graded stakes winner who was a maiden in the process.
Yeah, and listen, one of the most spectacular Travers we've ever had here.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. The most spectacular Travers we've ever had here is what Arrogate won. And it's just a shame that he was gone because his horses are really starting to run. He only had a couple crops, but when they go longer distance, they are dangerous.
You know, that Todd Pletcher over the year, he's so dangerous, stretching horses out, too, talking about the stakes, but also with a horse like this at 1.8 miles, these Saratoga races, you kind of look at him. But to beat a barn like that, 2 in a race, got to feel very good for Tom Morley.
No question about it. Good performance.
We're not done quite yet. You're going to put your bankroll on the line in the next race coming up?
Took the day off on the bankrolls yesterday. Didn't have any great ideas. We'll see if I have a good idea today. I'm betting $200 to win. I have $38.40 left going in, and I'm betting $200 to win. And the number 2 Quaff in race number 6, the race coming up. I'm waiting to bet this horse. I thought it had an impossible trip first time in the turf and ran a lot better than it looks. Not an easy race, but the price should be okay. The number 2 Quaff, $200 to win in race 6.
10-1 morning line. Brave play. That's going to start the late pick 5 in a maiden special weight on the grass. Coming up next for Rajiv, Paulie, Andy. That's it for this crew. Next crew coming up next. They'll bring you the rest of the way with the start of that late pick 5, including that grade 3 quick call on the Philly Star Mystery, tackling the boys. Upset score, it's a miracle. Here in the 5th.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As we just saw a maiden victory for It's a Miracle, and as you can tell, I was rooting just a little bit because my voice is now gone, but trained by Tom Morley, and I'm so pleased to be joined by winning Cincinnati to my left and
So we hear the music, but no.
AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York, winding down opening week. But there's still time for one more stakes race. Still time to honor a Saratoga legend. Star of Mystery is the headliner, talented, fast English filly, ready to face the boys, expected to beat the boys in the Quick Call Stakes. Trained by Charlie Appleby. Sure, he's based in Europe, but for him, winning here in the U.S., nothing foreign about it. Their jockey, Flavien Prat, an opening week to remember. Yesterday, second win in the Grade 1 Diana. Perhaps today, a first win in the Quick Call Stakes. Great to have you with us. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Live look at the Spa. Clear skies, warm Sunday afternoon, good crowd on hand, enthusiastic crowd on hand. Horses entering the paddock as the celebration continues, day 4 of the 156th season at Saratoga. Make sure he doesn't fall there. Welcome everyone just outside the paddock. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. It's been a sensational opening week, winding things down, but we're not done yet. You're just in time for the late pick 5 plus the one more stakes race, the Quick Call Blink, and you'll miss it. Turf Sprint coming up a little bit later on in the program. There's the field, $175,000 purse. The filly, number 6, Star of Mystery. All eyes on her, 4 to 5, as she takes on the boys. As I welcome in my co-host, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, champion jockey Richie Migliori, multiple Grade 1 winning trainer Tom Amos. Richie, wanted to start with you. Not only a former rider, you're a student of the game, you appreciate the history of the sport. For somebody who's never heard of the horse Quick Call, what should they know?
They should know how hickory he was, how he showed up every time. He really distinguished himself here in 1987. He ran 4 times when it was a 4-week meeting, winning 3 of them. He was a 6-time winner in Saratoga, but he won the 4-go here. Pat Day had many different jockeys. I was not one of them. Did chase him around quite a bit and actually beat him a few times, but he was a 16-time winner from 86 starts. How many horses make 86 starts anymore, Tom? And he was just a really, really honest kind of racehorse. Interesting, though, Lafitte. 7 tries on the turf, 3 seconds, 3 wins. He never won on the turf.
And we have the quick call naturally on grass. It sounds trite to say, like, they don't make them like they used to, but I'm sorry. These types, they don't make them like they used to.
No, they don't make them like they used to. And then he was one of the first horses in the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation's herd at Wallkill Correctional Facilities, along with Creme de la Fête, who ran 150 times and won 49. I did win 16 on him, so then we sent them to prison.
And the favorite, Star of Mystery, odds on 4 to 5. Tom, why such an overwhelming favorite going in?
Well, she's a crazy, talented horse. She's a 3-year-old filly. She's not even full grown yet. She makes a living beating the boys. She's done it a number of times overseas. In this race right here, she's not only running against the boys, she's running against the older boys. And that horse in the lead that's going to win, Cogburn, that she's right behind, that is a track record, a North American record, and possibly a world record at this distance. Now she goes against her own age group, 3-year-old boys, and she's a standout.
He's an alien, all right? That first and foremost, Cogburn, alien, Star of Mystery. Why should we keep our eyes on her so closely and her behavior pre-race?
Well, she's quirky, and there are a lot of horses like that. As a trainer, you're always looking for ways to kind of trick your horse, get him to the post in the right kind of way, because mentally, a horse has to be good. You can't just be good physically and talented. You have to go in that gate. You got to be mentally ready. You miss that break, you cost yourself at the starting gate, you're going to cost yourself at the finish line.
Trained by Charlie Appleby, JK, based overseas. His success in the States. What can you tell us about his productivity at the highest level?
His productivity, it's kind of insane, right? I mean, there's Hall of Famers. If you win at 25%, Tom, I think in your career, 26%. If you can win at 25%, you're a Hall of Famer. Charlie Appleby is winning at 38% in the last 5 years in Grade 1 races. The highest level we have, 21 for 56. It's insane how many wins he's had over here, and the highest level possible. He's doing something pretty special.
Next level domination, Big Blue Godolphin, Charlie Appleby, the filly to beat in the quick call this afternoon. As for the boys taking her on, key race at Keeneland, the Palisades, early April. Same distance, Richie, 3 exit this race that are running in the quick call. No Name Mets up top. Mansa Musa dives inside, you'll see, and Fandom closing fastest of all.
Yeah, listen, these are a really nice, accomplished group of 3-year-old colts, and now she's taking them on, but she already proved herself against elders. But they're honest, and there's much less margin for error in turf sprints. You need a trip. You've got to get clear space when you want to run. You've got to break cleanly to get, establish some sort of position. I still think that she is going to be extremely tough to beat, but the margin for error is not very big.
That's coming up a little bit later on, the quick call. Meantime, the racing continues on this Sunday afternoon, and part of that cross-country Pick 5 will be the quick call. Saratoga Monmouth starts with the 8th at Monmouth, post time 4:17 Eastern, culminates with the quick call, today's cross-country Pick 5, of which you can play at NyraBets.com. Get signed up, get involved. 7 weeks of Saratoga left. We're just getting started. And when you do so, use that promo code SPOT250. Earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NyraBets.com and earn your $250 deposit match. Field for the 6th start of the late Pick 5. Maiden special weight, fillies and mares, mile and a 16th inner turf course. The favorite entry, Pashota, Deep Satin, 2 for 1, 6 to 5. And JK, you're getting into your bankroll in this one, yes?
Yeah, a little bankroll play here. I mean, look, if Andy and Paul beat me, I'm going to have a real hard time with that. I mean, I'm not going to do well with it. I got to be honest.
You got another
with you.
37 days.
Yeah,
You'll be all right.
Trust me. I'm going to play a double here, a $30 double, 111. I think the entry for Street of O and the 11 Ray Handel's horse, I think are going to be extremely tough to get started here. And then going into race 7, I'm going to use 4, 10, 11, that long-distance turf race. I thought those horses were interesting. I feel like a couple horses are going to get bet incorrectly there. True Quality, the 2 horse I like a lot. I think they're going to overbet. The 3 Battle of Normandy I like, but I think they're going to overbet. So I wanted to try to get a little cute here, 4, 10, 11, to try to pick up some pieces.
Are you surprised? I mean, it's early. It's 13 minutes out. The entry is this heavily favored early on, Pashota and Deep Satin?
No, not at all. I like I said, played a Pick 6 today myself and just used the 1 and the 11. I don't need anybody else in this spot.
All right, so who's going to graduate? We'll find out in about 13 minutes. Time for the late Pick 5 here at Saratoga, the final Sunday of the meet. We'll be checking in with Maggie, Acacia very shortly. And is Acacia in the paddock ready to go? If it sounds like I'm stretching, it's because I am. Yes, she is. Acacia, welcome to the broadcast. What are you seeing in the paddock pre-race for the 6th?
Hey, Luffy, sorry about that. I had run away from my cameraman in the paddock, but taking a look at some horses here, you do see the entry taking a lot of attention, and the one that I do prefer of that entry is the plain one breaking from the rail in Pisciata, who comes back off of a little bit of a layoff after running in April at Keeneland, and a horse that was purchased over at the Tattersall's October yearling sale by Wooten Bassett, and on the bottom side, the dam is actually the full sister to multiple group run and champion older horse in Europe, Al Kazim. So there's a ton of pedigree here. And this is a horse who, in debut for this filly, she just looked like she was not the quickest out, a little bit green. She was swapping leads, looked like she just really hadn't put it all together at all. So obviously my first time laying eyes on her from a physical perspective, but she's lovely. She's strong, she's powerful, and the horses that Cherie DeVaux has been running so far up here in Saratoga have been very well spotted and well meant, and I think that this absolutely could be another one. The number 2, Quaff, one of a couple in here for Chad Brown. Second time on the turf. She got to the grass last time out, and the dam's only win was on the turf, so there is pedigree to suggest that maybe she should move up on the grass. She was kind of chasing outside, a wide trip in there. I thought that she's one that could potentially take a step forward. I remember her in her debut being very kind of forward and kind of a more intense demeanor. She's very laid back here in the paddock. And I guess as the distances start to get a little bit longer and hopefully she starts to get a bit more professional, that makes sense. She definitely looks like now in her 3rd start, this is all old hat for her. But a horse that I do think could take a step forward in her 2nd start on the grass. The number 7, Miss Hebrides, is a huge price, but I wanted to mention her because she's very intriguing. I always pay attention to the horses purchased by Kenny McPeak. Obviously, he's the top trainer, but he's also has an excellent eye at the sales and has had a lot of success purchasing horses for not that much money and doing well with them on the track. She's by Mendelssohn, who's can have runners on either surface, and the dams was not much, but her only win was on the grass. She's a sister to Medal Count, though, who was 3rd in the Belmont Stakes, but also won the Transylvania, so pretty versatile as well. And while looking at the DRF Clocker report, this first-time starter looked like in that last work she was 2nd best in company. She does stack up with her foes here, and she looks like a turf horse at a huge price. Maybe it's not today, but maybe she's one to watch moving forward, and one that I'm definitely going to watch with interest, Lafitte.
Big number, 42-1, Miss Hebrides. You saw the Kentucky Oaks, Kentucky Derby winning trainer. Combination, Brian Hernandez, Kenny McPeak. They'll be back with Torpedo Anna next Saturday for the coaching club American Oaks on Fox. And Strife pictured there, the Claiborne homebred by Warfront. Joel Rosario to ride this afternoon, 2nd start on grass, and JK first 2 starts. She's performed well, just not good enough to graduate.
Yeah, when horses get bet and they run 2nd twice, I start asking how much do they want to win. And look, it's 7-1. I've got no problem with asking that question and betting, trying to answer it. But with the morning line, I kind of got a little bit turned off by the fact the horse was 4-1. But it's 7-1. If you have the answer to that question, then go on, go ahead. I have no problem with it. I just think that the entry, the 1, the 1A, and the 11, who is 10-1 right now, might be my favorite bet of the entire meet to this level at this point at 10-1. I thought that horse has run well in the last 2 starts.
La Salvadorena.
See?
You can't say it like I can say it.
Well,
if you just call her the 11, that's going to be safer.
Hold on, give it to me one more time. I can repeat
La
it.
Salvadorena.
La Salvadorena.
Like a C-. We'll keep working. We'll keep working. We have 8 minutes. Riders up here. Start of the late pick 5. Pashota Deep Satin at 6-5 here. Richie, a key to the race in terms of race shape. What will we be looking for early?
Well, she's a closing type as well. In her first 2 starts, she came from well back. Jose Ortiz is very familiar with her now. He rode her in both those starts, and Cherie DeVaux's gotten off to a really good start. I do think there's pace in here. You get a couple horses that are stretching back out like the 6 out too late, who was keen first time out when she ran long on the turf. I do think that she'll get ample pace to help set up her late run.
Yeah, the 4, Montego Bay. I mean, that's a horse that is making a turf start. Sometimes horses don't have the same style when they go from dirt to grass, but if this horse does, then this horse is going to be prominent as well.
Yeah, she's been quick in sprints.
Lafitte, complete aside, when I look at the 1A Deep Satin and I see John Gunther as the breeder, I think of Justify, right? Triple Crown.
Justify, Vino Rosso. His big brother was pretty good as well.
Yeah, he's done all right.
Justify, Vino Rosso, John Gunther. And here we will meet the field for the 6th race. Pashota, there she is, the English filly. Solid debut at Keeneland.
Yeah, closed very well, was slow early, kind of figured it out late, was angled out, and closed belatedly.
Deep Satin second in her first pair.
Yeah, and two very solid efforts. I do think she'll be more forwardly placed than her stablemate.
Quaff, Diana winning team, Flavia and Pratt, Chad Brown.
Yeah, I thought the horse ran well last time, wide all the way around there.
Appellant and your buddy, J.K. Frankie.
Yeah, this horse was second twice last year right here in Saratoga, tried Stakes Company. Thought we'd see a better performance when she broke slowly as a 3-year-old.
Montego Bay, turf debut, followed by Sunday Tiff. Javier Castellano looking for a third on the afternoon.
Yeah, she comes out of the same race as Quab, and I think she had a better trip because she actually got to save ground from post 10.
Out too late, hunch play for many in attendance.
Maybe even me.
Maybe. Miss Heverty's first-time starter.
First-time starter, Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez, your Derby and Oaks winning duo.
Strife, Claiborne homebred.
Had a couple of chances at short prices. She's got to prove it to me today.
Hollywood Dream, expensive, $600,000 filly.
Yeah, debuted last fall, didn't break particularly well. Didn't really show a lot of run, though.
Latte Lizzie, second at 2 for Chad Brown.
I so desperately want to know who Latte Lizzie is. I bet it's a great story.
I know who Latte Larry is, Curb fans. La Salvadorena, there she is. 9-1 currently.
And a player here at a big price, but she has to overcome that outside draw. Not a tremendous run to the first turn. Dylan Davis is going to have to find a gap someplace to fall in and save some ground.
All right, so that's the field. Getting started for this late pick 5 post time in about 5 minutes. And it's time for Beat the Favorite, Bet the Favorite. Tom Amos, where'd you land here?
Well, this is the first time I've taken this one on. I've watched some others crash and burn here, but I
have nothing
like
to lose.
Star of Mystery in the quick call. I mean, look, her resume says it all. She has beaten the boys before at a high level overseas. Her last race here in the United States, she was behind a horse that set a world record and was closing. Now she gets her age group. She wasn't even running against her age group. Yeah, it's boys. Boys are nothing to this girl. She can handle them, and she can handle boys her age very, very easily. This is a bet the favorite and to play around in your pick 5, your late pick 5, and spread out in other races, but single right here in the 9th race with Star of Mystery and our quick call.
You are all in. You're singled in the late pick 5 as well. Cue it up. Let's see the ticket, your strategy going in.
Well, this is how you want to play it. So this is a big pick 5 for me. I don't usually bet $60 on a pick 5, but I'm going to do it here because I'm betting the favorite, Star of Mystery, number 6 in the 9th race. You can see how spread out I am elsewhere. Gives me a real advantage if I can get that chicklet home in the 9th race, and I think this chick gets that chicklet home.
Star of Mystery, yeah, facing the boys, she's not going to be intimidated. This will be her 6th straight start against male competition, and the fact is it's very different in terms of surfaces. The girls taking on the boys on dirt, Richie, and you can expand on that. It's more, dirt racing is more of a slugfest, where on grass it's more about quickness and acceleration.
Yeah, if you have what we term turn of foot, right, the ability to accelerate, and she has shown that in most of her starts. Even the last start, I think she would have been second, Tom, if she had gotten a cleaner run earlier in the stretch. No one was beating Cogburn that day, but I thought that was a big effort, and like I said, with a little better trip, might have been second there.
Yeah, her Achilles heel is going to be how she leaves the gate, right? I mean, she left the gate very well in her last start here in the States. So this gate crew is going to know how to handle her, and they're going to be paying special attention to her, obviously. But you just want to get a clean break. After that, I think it's show over.
It's, and her behavior, antics pre-race will have eyes on her. The odds-on morning line favorite for the quick call. There is Deep Satin, and this was her latest. It was her second career start Churchill Downs at Deep Satin. Tom, you're going to see, look, she shoots her shot and does everything but win.
Yeah, she makes a huge middle move. We didn't get to appreciate the whole thing, but she makes a huge middle move, and she's very wide. And very wide is what gets her beat here because it's hard to sustain a run for that length of time and losing ground as well. So she's going to get nailed here on the wire, but it just seems like Deep Satin, the 1A in today's race, and you're getting both the 1 and the 1A, and the 1 is not a slouch in here either. But, you know, it just seems like today is our day.
A repeat of that effort, would that be good enough in this race?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, look, I like the 1A a lot here. I think it's the most likely winner. I have this weird crush thing going on the 11, whose name I'm going to let you pronounce. But the 1A definitely is the most likely winner. This horse ran extremely well last time. And even before that, Keeneland ran extremely well. This horse has just run well twice. And although it's been at short prices, and I know that I talked about the 8 being bet and running second a couple times, this horse has just been a little bit unlucky, I think, to not win already. And I mean, I think the 1A is extremely tough, and you get the little bonus of the 1 who can run too.
Over to Acacia trackside.
I do like both parts of the entry, but you're going to get some nice prices on pretty much anybody else in here. Check in with Strife, the number 8, who got to the turf last time out, and she's just kind of that classic war front build. That there's a lot of scope, a lot of length to her frame. She's big. She's a horse that just looks like one who will just appreciate more and more distance. And so getting a little bit more of that today. As you can see the cotton in her ears, that's something that trainers will employ for horses that are particularly noise reactive. In fact, horses react most to noise for their senses and can really kind of spook from that. And she's sharp. She's been really on her toes. But keeping with the pony and trying to settle down out on the track now. But she is a horse that did show some speed last time out and is acting like she should be forward again. The number 11, La Salvadorena, who, as Jonathan mentioned, ran really well last time out. But she's gotten herself very hot. She also has the cotton in her ears, as you can mention, as you can see. And she's a horse that I thought last time just looked pretty uncomfortable inside when trying to close, but finally was able to kick on after that as well. So with the outside post today and maybe getting a little bit of a clearer trip, she looks like was just so much size and scope to her. She should appreciate being out in the clear and not trying to close between horses or down on the inside like she had to last time. The number 3, Appellate, I wanted to mention her because she had run against such good horses and run so well as a 2-year-old behind Hard to Justify eventual Breeders' Cup, behind Way the Risks, who was very highly touted at the start as a 2-year-old. I don't know if she's really taken a step forward. She's filled out as a 3-year-old, though she hasn't grown a lot. She was pretty quiet back in the paddock, but as you can see now has gotten much sharper out on track. She never looked comfortable moving when far off the pace after breaking slow last time out. So if Frankie Dettori is able to get her into the race a little bit more and into a good stride, that could help her as she makes the second start of her 3-year-old season, Lafitte.
Number 3, Appellate. Acacia, thanks so much. Circling back to La Salvadorena. JK got a C-. I gave Acacia like a solid B. This was her latest. Second start, mid-June, Aqueduct, La Salvadorena. Watch her here, Richie, down inside, operating in tight quarters.
Yeah, but saving ground wins turf races, and you know that's the risk you've got to take. Being wide to me is a tougher option, and she's trying to fight her way. You know, so Dylan wanted to come out there, and then he said, well, let me try back inside, and that's not the most comfortable spot either. But this was a really big run. She did get to save ground, maybe not that comfortable.
She answered a huge question for me here. I was worried she ran so well sprinting first time out. She stretched out to me and proved that she wants to go this long.
Not only that, this was a very slow pace that day. So even though she's gaining ground and along the rail, you got to give her credit for that.
Who's the quickest? Who's in front when they hit the first turn?
If the 4 takes to the grass, I think that's who's in front early, Montego Bay. And if she doesn't, then it's the 6, out too late.
Out too late. The trainer, Mike Maker, filing into the gate. Time for the late pick 5. Mile and a 16th. Really good maiden affair here. Fillies and mares. The purse, $100,000. The entry looks strong. Pashota, Deep Satin, odds on. Frank Miramati standing by. It's post time, race 6, live from the Spa.
They're in the gate, and they're off. And it's a quick beginning for Montego Bay. Out in the center, Deep Satin has some good early foot too as they move into the first turn. Out Too Late is up and battling for command as well. They move into the clubhouse turn, and it is Montego Bay who goes off to lead by a length and a half. Deep Satin is now in second. Quaff is hard held along the rail, and Out Too Late is racing in between those two. It's another 2 lengths back to Strife, who's galloping along on the inside of La Salvadorena. Then another couple of lengths back to the next flight. Peixoto has settled nicely along the inside. Sunday Tiff is right next to that rival, and Hollywood Dream, she's only 4 lengths off the lead suddenly through a quarter that went in 23 3/5 seconds. Appellate is toward the back of the field, along with Latte Lizzie, and Miss Hebrides is at the back. Covered by 15 lengths, and it is a 48-second flat half mile for Montego Bay, who is prompted throughout by Deep Satin. Deep Satin within a neck of the pacemaker into the far turn. It's another length and a half or so. La Salvadorena is 3 deep in third. Down on the inside, it's Quaff with Sunday Tiff, along with Out Too Late, 5 lengths off the lead. Trying to thread through traffic is Strife as they come toward the quarter pole in the Claiborne yellow there at the top of the stretch. And the leader is Deep Satin by a half length. La Salvadorena trying hard. Strife in the center of the race course in third. Miss Hebrides trying to launch a very late bid, widest of all, a 16th to go. And Deep Satin is strong. Deep Satin pulls away to win convincingly. Deep Satin by 4. Strife in a photo with an oncoming Peixoto, then Appellate.
There would be no ambush on this afternoon. Deep Satin much closer to the pace this afternoon. Jose Ortiz continues with a hot start, as does trainer Cherie DeVoe.
No, they both are rolling right now. And, you know, for this horse, Deep Satin, that's a change of style. This is a horse that usually lays back, makes a big run late. Sometimes when you have so much class against a group, it starts right at the very break, and you show that class. So a lot closer today. Kicks home very clear of this group. Jose Ortiz is going to be trouble this meet for the title. We talked about it yesterday. He hadn't done it since 2019. He went to Kentucky this year. Man, I'm telling you, his attitude looks great, and he looks great on the horse.
Richie, we looked back at her last race, and we saw from how far back she made her run. Much closer today. Do you think that was the game plan going in?
Well, she was doing it easily. You know, and Jose's a rider that doesn't take anything away from a horse that comes easy. So when she broke alertly and set up shop there, she looked like a winner every single step of the way. You turned to me, Jonathan, at the 3/8 pole and said, gosh, she's loaded. And I said, well, I just worried about her maybe getting lost when she hit the lead. When he set her down, she sprinted clear.
If you're new to this game and you see a jockey who's made the lead looking around, he probably has a lot of horse.
Bad news if you're one of the others chasing. Cherie DeVoe, there she is, and over the last year plus, the stock in her stable, the races she's winning, Tom getting better and better horses, and understandably and rightfully so, because she's delivering, spotting her horses properly, and off to a terrific start this season in Saratoga.
Yeah, Paul LaDuca said on the air yesterday he thought that she was an elite trainer. To be an elite trainer, you have to bring it continually. This past year, Cherie's horses have brought it continually.
Deep Satin, Jose Ortiz. You said 4 to 5. J.K. felt about right. She went out and performed accordingly.
Absolutely, and it's weird. We complain about entries all the time, but I think most people will look down and think the 1A was the most likely winner. You had a little bit of insurance with the 1 as well. Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with it. I do want to say the 11 I thought ran well enough. I thought Dylan did a great job to save as much ground as he could, but there's no question the 1A, Deep Satin, was the best horse in this race.
She was right there, just tired late. So big picture. Let's get ahead of ourselves for a moment, because we never do that in thoroughbred racing. Looking ahead, this filly, could she be one that we see maybe closing week, like a P.G. Johnson type of filly? Never mind.
We could.
If that was
if you can get some rules changed, I'm sure Cherie would love to run this horse.
So let me take that back and reset the question. Could this be a stakes filly moving forward?
Look, if you win races here, you win maiden special weight races here, and you win them like that, then yes, the answer is always stakes make sense moving forward.
You know, look, I'm using the sign language because I don't want to throw anybody in the bus, and you just went right after him. I hold up 2 fingers, and you just jump on him. That's so wrong.
I thought he was like saying peace. I'm like, what is he doing? You get cattle prod when you sit next to me for those types of
But when they put
types of moments.
separation on and I think this was a really good maiden race,
Yeah.
and you sprint clear like that, to me, the answer is yes. I think she can continue to take those steps forward and be a stakes-type filly.
And you'll see her again here.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
for sure.
And Strife, nice effort from her. Claiborne Farm filly by the prolific sire. Warfront ran well to be second.
John Gunther, Eurowest Bloodstock, the American Pharaoh filly, Deep Satin, Jose Ortiz, Cherie DeVoe. What a start to the meet here at Saratoga. When we come back, in case you missed it, first cart talk of the season. Whoever follows this will be tough to top. Frankie, global legendary rider, first full summer at Saratoga, flying dismount tutorial included. That's next.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Abs, crafts, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As we just saw, an impressive maiden race on the turf won by Deep Satin, part of that favorite entry and trained by Cherie DeVoe, whose horses have been firing opening week at Saratoga. Cherie joins me now, as well as assistant trainer and former jockey Declan Carroll. But Cherie, we'll start with you. You were saying to me this year a little bit of a different model with the horses that you brought to Saratoga and kind of cherry picking which ones fit these races.
Correct. You know, we're Kentucky based and we now have a substantial number of horses. So, you know, here we have the luxury of just trying to pick the ones that fit here that we feel like are going to fire. We still have more that will rotate in and, you know, so it's been a great start to it. Last year we had won one race, so now we're up to 3, so we're already surpassing our last season total.
Off to a good start, and like I said, Deep Satin was impressive in a salty group today. Do you think about some stakes in the future for her?
Definitely. She's really done nothing wrong in her 3 starts. She's just got caught last time, made after that sustained run, so she's shown that she has a lot of ability. She's very professional. You know, unlike my other runner in here, she just got green, so you know it works out. But yeah, definitely some stakes hopefully in the future for her.
We definitely look forward to seeing that. As Declan, as I mentioned, you decided to retire from riding and now assistant to Cherie and overseeing Saratoga here. How's it been, your first summer?
It's been a great start to the summer. I'm just privileged to be around great horses and great people, and luckily it's working out.
Obviously, you come from a family that's been very involved with horse racing for a long time. What's it like being on this side of things? And I saw you very focused in work mode here in the winner's circle.
I try to take after my father. He works very hard, and I've always looked after him my whole life, so it's nice to do that now, and it's a great part.
Well, a terrific team put together. Congratulations, guys, on another win as Lafitte, the DeVoe barn, firing opening week.
Going well. So the PG Johnson off the table. No PG Johnson for Steve Satin. Over Strife, Pashota. Here, 370. The favorite delivers there in Jose Ortiz. What's the biggest difference personality-wise, Richie? The brothers, Arad and Jose. How are they different?
Well, they're both extremely competitive. It's just I think it's more evident with Irad and how aggressive he is. Where, you know, the way I liken it, and for people that go back a ways, Irad is a lot like Angel Cordero, and Jose is a lot like Eddie Belmonte. And he, you know, outwardly he's a little more laid back, a little calmer, but they both have that fire burning deep inside.
It's real early, week one. Can he challenge his brother?
100%. Yeah, look, I mean, the secret to having a good Saratoga meet is starting off well. You know, everyone's paying attention. And don't forget, like, he came from Kentucky, and these Kentucky horses, opening weekend, no different than the one we just watched. Mine earlier today. You know, they're running very, very well. Jose has made some inroads to those Kentucky stables, so he's got an advantage of maybe taking from not only New York, but Kentucky as well. And in the past, you know, it's been the New York stables that have really gotten it going.
I think that goes a long way, what you said there, Tom, that he's got that Kentucky in, but he still has the New York in because he's been here. Right. So now he gets a little bit of best of both worlds, which could make him more competitive in terms of trying to beat
from everywhere now,
absolutely.
right? I 100%.
Congratulations earlier. That was awesome.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, she ran a good race. Kimchi Cat.
Yeah. So we knew he would be in a good
By the way,
mood
she
for
might run in that PG
Yeah,
Johnson.
she might go. At least she's eligible.
Sorry, I had to do that.
I'm going to lean into this thing the entire broadcast. Battle at Normandy, the favorite at 9-5. Race 7, start of the late. Pick 4, LaFranco Dettori. Remember when we used to call him LaFranco? He's on True Quality. 5-1, Frankie Dettori. You know, this became a no-brainer as soon as it was announced that LaFranco, or Frankie, was going to be riding here this summer. He would be the first guest on Kart Talk, his first full summer riding here at Saratoga. He's done it all. He's won it all, essentially. Frankie Dettori, who has won and ridden for the Queen. And now he's ridden in a golf cart with Jonathan Kinchin.
Frankie, welcome to Saratoga. If you need any good tips on Italian, I know a place.
Yeah, I heard about it. By the way, while we in the other shoe, right? Because for the Belmont, everything was fully booked. I stayed in the Brentwood Motel. I went from a 7-bedroom mansion, 10,000 square feet, to one single bed and one little toilet they could hardly fit in. So our life has changed in a year.
You would think they'd find something a little nicer for you, right? I mean, you're Frankie Dettori.
Yeah. I better speak to Ron, my agent. I think it's cutbacks, that they call it, right?
Frankie, 287 Grade 1 wins, 15 Breeders' Cups, 81 wins at Royal Ascot, 6 ARCs, a record-breaking 6 ARCs. And by the way, you also survived a plane crash. What's left for you to prove in your career?
Lots, obviously. It's a new challenge for me coming to America. When I first came last year, I didn't know how I was going to do, but you know, I did better than I expected, and that gave me the incentive to come back and do it again. Last year I was only here for a few months, but this year I moved here for good, and yes, I want to have a proper go at American racing.
This is not a victory lap for you. This is,
No.
You're here to try to actually accomplish something, not just to say you rode at Saratoga for a little while.
Absolutely. Listen, I think jockeys over 50 in America are more accepted. I mean, it's lots of 50s like me, right?
I mentioned the 81 wins at Royal Ascot, but there was 7 wins at Ascot in particular on September 28th in 1996. Pretty special.
I would say in my 37 years, 36 years of riding, it's probably my best achievement. It put races that day in the front pages, not in the back pages. So it's something that I'm very proud of, and I hope that it gave racing more exposure. Don't ask me, oh mate. He's one of the only punter that he must have won some money on me. He's still waving.
So fans in Saratoga will know who the king of Saratoga is, Angel Cordero.
Yes, right.
They've seen him jump off of a horse before with a flying dismount, but it seems like you've taken it international with the flying dismount.
Well, I must say I'm an imposter. I stole it from Angel and took it to Europe. And, you know, obviously Angel was one of my heroes when I came here in the late 80s. I used to ship over to California, ride for Wayne Lucas, and I thought that maybe would upset Angel a bit, but you know, he's very happy that I stole it from him, and you know, he's a good friend. He gave me a lot of tips, especially riding with the toe in the stirrups. And you know, even now I see him and I have dinners with him, and he's a great man to know, because he's seen it and done it all. So I'm very proud that I took something from me and I'm carrying on the tradition.
Well, Frankie, I got a bad knee, but I'm thinking maybe you could teach me a little something about this flying dismount.
Okay, we can give it a go, right?
We can try.
I mean, I think all this bad knee scenario, I think this is only a lie. I don't think you want to do it in case it goes up, right?
All right, Frankie, I need you to teach me how to do this a little bit.
Let's do it.
Okay, hopefully I don't blow up my knee here. Let's see.
Get the vets quick. This can go wrong.
All right.
I'll count you in, right?
All right.
On 3. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Did you do it?
I did.
Did you get it?
Great stuff with Frankie Dettori.
I'm good. He's done it.
Look at that.
Good luck.
Card Talk, brought to you by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. I know, JK, you said your knees were feeling a little rickety a couple of days. You doing all right? You off the vets list just yet?
Oh, things haven't been going well. I had been icing my knees the last few days. I don't know how him and Angel did that for so long. It just seems very dangerous.
Those 7 wins at Ascot, the bookmakers were giving odds on that at 35,000 to 1. I mean, people bet it, and it was life-changing. They paid off their homes when he did that. It was just an incredible accomplishment. Those bookmakers are the sharpest of the sharp. At 35,000 to 1, nobody thought it could be done.
They're video game numbers when you see them, like 81 at Royal Ascot, all those arcs. Even cooler, JK, when from a distance you appreciate and look up to someone, and then you meet them in person, and they're that good of a person as well.
Yeah, the first time it ever happened to me was Angel Cordero, right? The mountain that he is, Mount Rushmore that he's on, to see him, the first time I hung out with him, he's playing video games in his living room. I felt the same thing with Frankie, like to see him from a distance and to know that's a superstar. And for him to be that down to earth, that engaging, it's refreshing. It's refreshing.
And then we get to watch him ride. And in a segment like that, to be around Frankie Dettori a little bit longer, Richie, when at this time last year, last year was supposed to be his final. He was set to retire.
It's a great thing for racing in North America to have him here. His charisma, he's so charismatic. He draws people in. When he won it was a Maiden claiming race the other day. They were clamoring at the rail for him to do the flying dismount.
It was the last race of the day. Most people are headed for their car.
He was waving no. He was waving no. No.
They all came out to the winner's circle and they chanted. They forced the issue. He's going to have to do it every time. He doesn't realize that yet, but he'll be doing it every time.
Absolutely.
Now, he told me now only stakes races after that. He said, I can't.
We'll see about that.
But you know what people need to know about Frankie, though, besides obviously all his accomplishments, the horse that he was his 7th winner of the day, in that unbelievable day that he had at Ascot, he took home and kept that horse for the horse's rest of his life. He was a cheaper horse, and he gave that horse a forever home.
Pretty much all you have to hear.
That to me, that says it all.
Frankie Dettori is. And here he is at Saratoga and on his way into the Paddock. Will Frankie be momentarily? He's on his way to work. He'll be riding the 2-horse there. He is True Quality, currently 9-2. Maybe we'll get a flying dismount on this Sunday Saratoga Live.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
You're watching Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Hillendale Farm at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Horses in the Paddock, race 7. Time for the late pick 4. You're looking at the favorite, number 3, Battle of Normandy at 2-1. We check in with Acacia standing by with this race 7 Paddock report. Acacia.
And we'll start right there, Lafitte, with Battle of Normandy, who was able to control things last time out. And so coming off a victory, but a horse that has shown in the past that distance is no problem for him. And he certainly looks like that. He's definitely gotten on his toes a bit more once they put the tack on, but not over the top. He's incredibly well muscled. Definitely the first horse that caught my eye coming into the paddock. And while he was able to get very comfortable going the 9 furlongs last time, he's shown that he can come from a bit off of it as well and doesn't need the lead. The number 2, True Quality, Frankie Dettori's mount, is another one that's gotten really sharp with the tack on. Admittedly, I've never actually been in the paddock for one of his races here in New York, but he's gotten very sharp and is getting himself a bit hot. He's very fit. In fact, I do wish he was carrying a little bit more conditioning, particularly across his flank and his hind end. And I'm hoping he's going to be able to keep that energy under wraps a bit, because he's really on the muscle as they head out. You see 2 handlers on his head and just doing everything to try and keep him a bit settled. A lovely George Strawbridge pedigree as well, with the second dam being Forever Together. The number 8, Mondego, was a horse that I was wondering if he was going to get himself all in a tizzy in the paddock, because he is one that typically can do just that. He was gelded before coming back in that last race in May, and even still, he was totally washed out at Aqueduct. He was pretty nervous and anxious off of the layoff, and having seen him train in the morning, he's just a horse that typically can get pretty hot. By his standards, he's doing tremendous today. Much more settled, definitely much stronger, fitter, second off the layoff as well, and making his second start as a gelding, which I think also mentally should really help him quite a bit, Lafitte.
At 5-1, Acacia, Mondego. Joel Rosario aboard for Christophe Clement. We'll revisit some of their statistics and bigger victories over the years. Graded stakes wins, one of the very biggest, and a Grade 1 sword dancer here a few years back. Looking to combine for another victory in this 7th race. Battle of Normandy, 5-2. Tom took him a long time to finally earn that second career win, but he was able to earn it in his most recent, and there it is. Rosario Clement, as mentioned, City Man, decorated invader. It was Gufo in that sword dancer back in 2000. During the pandemic, nobody was here to enjoy it, but a stellar performance nonetheless, and what a strong combo over the years. We'll see Mondego again in the post parade. There's true quality in Frankie.
I don't care what anyone says. If Frankie wins this race, I think he's going to jump off the horse.
Battle of Normandy, the favorite.
Yeah, I think probably sets the pace here, stretching out to the mile and 3/8, and Flavien was aggressive with him last time.
6- exits the 2-mile Belmont Gold Cup.
Yeah, one of the horses we're alive to if you came along with that bankroll bet. I think this horse is very interesting. You get Irad, Todd, Rapoli, 10-1.
Big number. Number 5, Daunt. Currently 7-1. Johnny Velasquez aboard.
Third off the layoff for trainer Bobby Robato, who tends to race his horses into condition for longtime client Mark Keller.
Lincoln Hawk and Ramon Vasquez, an outsider.
And an extremely wide open race. One of the horses that I thought couldn't win this race.
Relampago Verde, perfect on grass.
Yeah, and stretched out to 1.5 miles, delivered his best effort yet.
And there he is, Joel Rosario on Mondego for Christophe Clement.
Has an opportunity, I think, to be forward to try to take advantage of a little bit of a pace edge here.
Crabs and Beer, and yes, he's a Maryland bred.
If he wouldn't have been a Maryland bred, I would have had a real problem with this name. I think this horse is interesting as well. We're alive to this horse if you played along.
Lucky Curlin draws in.
Yeah, just having a hard time envisioning what kind of trip he gets from that outside. Short run to that first of 3 turns.
Yeah, Bay Street Money draws in as well.
I mentioned a few horses I didn't think could win. The 6. This is the other one.
This is the other one. Manny Franco aboard trying to trigger the upset. Overmatched on paper and a brutal post. All right, so you're halfway home here, JK, with your bankroll play.
Yeah, we're alive. Okay, pretty nice here. The 4 is paying $684. The 10, $654, and the 11 is paying $1,170. So, you know, look, we have a heavy lift here. The 2 and the 3 are taking some money in here. I like the 2 True Quality a little bit more than the 3 Battle of Normandy, but you know, we're just trying to beat those 2 favorites in here and pick up some pieces.
There you go. Best of luck, Jonathan. As the warm-up continues, 4 minutes out, race 7, Battle of Normandy, 2-1, with Flavien Prat aboard. And speaking of hot starts, what he's done thus far this week, with the 5 victories so far, Richie, 3 on Friday, and yeah, by the way, a second straight Grade 1 Diana with White Beam.
Yeah, and listen, he's so good at everything he does. He can put a horse on the lead and, you know, work the pace to his advantage. He can come from off the pace. He rides sprints good, routes good, turf dirt. He's a complete rider. It's been a pleasure to watch him incorporate himself into this already deep jockey colony.
Kind of has that I told you so look, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I tried to warn you. I tried to warn you. You weren't going to beat me with White Beam yesterday. Flavien Prat here. So what about Battle of Normandy? Tom,
I
and the
think
fact that
I think it's the blinkers on for Battle of Normandy. He put him on 2 starts ago in a race that was supposed to be run on the grass. It didn't go that way, and that's not his surface, the dirt. And then he comes back, blinkers on the turf, and really has a standout race. He's a true, in my opinion, he could be a true marathoner, and that's what this race is. This is a marathon distance by horse racing standards. We're going 1 mile and 3/8. We don't do that a lot. It is a thinking man's riding race, isn't it, Richie?
Absolutely. Especially with the 3 turns, Jonathan, you know, you got a short run to that first turn, and I believe you have to save ground, particularly in turf races. That's why I think the 2 is going to be very tough to beat here, because he's already drawn to the inside. Frankie doesn't have to find his way there.
But Tom, as someone who's trying to find fast horses, I got to imagine this City of Light has caught your attention a little bit as a stallion, right? He's got Minty, he's got Fierceness, he's got this horse, dirt, grass, long, young, short. I think Battle of Normandy is extremely talented, and I think City of Light, who I loved as a racehorse, by the way, I think is off to a great start.
He stamped his babies too. They were gorgeous when they would come in the ring as yearlings, and you know, Battle of Normandy is no exception.
Battle of Normandy, 2-1 favorite. Acacia and then Daunt here with Johnny Velasquez. What are you seeing pre-race? What are you expecting from him?
Yeah, he's getting a big warm-up out on the track, Lafitte. John Velasquez had Daunt just doing circles and figure 8s, moving constantly. And Look, I know he's not a winning type. This is a horse who hasn't seen the winner's circle in quite some time, and as you can see, he's settled back nicely now, linking back up with the pony. But this is probably one of the best times that I've seen Daunt look. He definitely looks the best that he has this year, and for kind of an old school horseman and Bobby Robato bringing him along, and I think we're now seeing the best of Daunt, third off the layoff, and comes out of that English Conqueror race where he was wide late too, and kind of never really seemed like he was able to get his run into groove. I think he's going to put his best effort forth today. Will be good enough to get the job done today, I'm not sure, but I always like this horse, and I love what I see from him on the track. The number 11, Lucky Curlin, is a monster price as the two Mike Maker runners draw in from the outside, and Mike Maker going these marathon distances on the turf, it's often leave them out in your own peril. This is a horse that I thought at first just looked a little bit agitated back in the paddock, and then I looked down at my notes, and he's often like that. I've written that before. He seems like he's settled nicely now. He's just so laid back, just doesn't really seem to care about what any of the other horses are doing. And if you're ever wondering if any of these other runners can get the distance, maybe stretching out, there's no question about that with this guy who's been on a steady diet of marathon distance races. I know that he typically comes from pretty far off of it, but definitely getting some significant class relief today, Lafitte.
Thanks, Acacia. I've always wanted to do that. Thanks, Acacia. I'll say this, Lafitte. I think that, and Acacia mentioned it, if you put us forward a horse suit, let Mike Maker train us to run long on the grass, there's a chance we would win a graded stakes.
We'd improve from one start to the next, I promise you that.
No doubt.
No, he's dangerous. He's dangerous. Look, when this guy claims a horse off you, and I've been a victim of this, and he puts it on the grass, you have a big chance of being embarrassed.
Big number. Does it bother any of you with Battle of Normandy, the favorite, that impressively he graduated in his debut right here as a 2-year-old, and then it took him that long to finally register a second career win?
Absolutely. Look, he's moving to that second level allowance level. A lot of these horses have been there for some time. They've done it already.
What numbers, JK?
4, 10, 11.
Good luck, man.
Let's go.
Time for the late pick 4, post-time race 7, live from Saratoga. Here's Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Truly Quality gets a crack right out of the gate for early speed, but Battle of Normandy has more natural early foot. And in the center of the course, there goes Mondego. And so it's Mondego taking command. Battle of Normandy now gets taken in hand. As on the outside, Relampago Verde is in third. They are followed by Lucky Curlin with the blue cap on the outside, fourth as they swing into the stretch for the first time. Behind them, Daunt racing in between rivals, 4 lengths off the lead. Truly Quality is down on the inside, followed by Bay Street Money. At the back of the field, 6 minus, Crabs and Beers right next to that rival, and Lincoln Hawk in between those two. Mondego leads narrowly, Relampago Verde right up alongside to challenge, and Daunt wants to get a piece of it and moves up in between those two. Racing in third. Battle of Normandy ends up in a great spot along the rail, nicely held together too, and Lucky Curlin in the pink has 5 lengths to make up. They're followed by Bay Street Money, who is covering Truly Quality. The half went in 48 and 3/5 seconds. In behind them comes 6 minus on the inside of Crabs and Beer, and Lincoln Hawk continues to trail. Mondego, Relampago Verde on even terms. 2 lengths back to Daunt as they run down the Saratoga backstretch. With Battle of Normandy on the inside, fourth, biding his time. Lucky Curlin fifth, 5 off the pace. Truly Quality gets a nudge along the inside. A length clear of Bay Street Money. 6 minus is next. At the back are Crabs and Beer and Lincoln Hawk. 114 flat for 6 furlongs. And it's Mondego and Joel Rosario trying to go all the way on the front end. He's been pressed by Relampago Verde the whole way. Those two still heads apart. Daunt third, Battle of Normandy along the inside, then Lucky Curlin and Truly Quality there at the top of the stretch. Relampago Verde is up to take the lead. Montego has to battle back in second. What a trip for Battle of Normandy, and he's coming after them in the center of the course. In fact, cruising Battle of Normandy, but Truly Quality has arrived, and Truly Quality is coming after Battle of Normandy late. It's Battle of Normandy. Truly Quality on the inside. Battle of Normandy prevails. Truly Quality was second, and a good one too. Then it was 6 minus third, and Lincoln Hawk from last to fourth.
Slugfest to the wire. Battle of Normandy repelling the charge of Truly Quality and Frankie. Battle of Normandy now back-to-back victories.
And he worked out a really good trip. He showed speed, got his position, allowed other horses to clear, but he sat in that pocket trip, angled out. And I think you're right, Tom. You said before the race the blinkers were the key. I agree with you.
Yeah, look, I mean, you said position, and position's everything in these kind of races. So you've got the 7 and the 8. They're on the front end. They're setting legitimate pace. Battle of Normandy right behind them is going to make the first move on them. And although the two Truly Quality ran well to be second, Battle of Normandy just outpositioned that horse early and was able to make the first move.
Look, I got two observations. One, this is why Frank Mirmati's so good. He called Flavien getting great position with Battle of Normandy. He said he was getting a great trip. For a race caller to see that, we're very lucky to have Frank here. The second thing is like, look, I mean, Irad better put his boots on, because I think this guy might want to try to compete a little bit with him in this title. I know he's a huge favorite, but Flavien seems like he's here to do the business.
Don't you think that Flavien is in the right barns? He's not overcommitted to anybody. He rides for Todd. He rides for Chad. He's alive with everybody. His agent is doing a tremendous job. And then he's getting some of these Godolphin shippers as well. He's really got a finger in every pie.
Flavien Prat, Battle of Normandy, and right when Frankie makes a run at him, green cap, you get the sense, Richie, Battle of Normandy, he's not right next to him, but still like he felt the presence and dug in and gave Flavien a little bit more.
Yeah, it looked like the two True Quality was going to get to him, but I agree that Battle of Normandy felt his presence and bore down, dug in. And that really lends itself even more credence to what Tom said about the blinkers. A horse that, maybe floats, loses their concentration a little bit, gets the blinkers, feels another horse's presence, drops their head and goes on a little bit.
Hall of Famer Shug McGahee, some massive moments here at Saratoga over the years. And funny how that works, Tom, where Battle of Normandy, he has the ability, he has the talent. We see him in his debut, and it's like, wow, sky's the limit, right? And then he goes that long without winning. And now here come the wins.
Yeah, look, I mean, these horses, they're a puzzle, and the great trainers are always solving these puzzles. But it's not done overnight, right? They teach you through what they do, and they give you signals as to how to handle them. And, Shug is one of the best, and a Hall of Famer himself, obviously. And he's got this one figured out.
West Point Thoroughbreds, Shug, Battle of Normandy, another win. Flavien Prat, opening week here at Saratoga. You said something about puzzles. Chad Brown has figured out the Diana puzzle a long time ago. A 9th victory in the Diana. White beam for Judd Montt goes back to back. that win machine. Battle of Normandy here at Saratoga. Coverage as always, Saratoga Live, brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Brisk pace through the backyard. Big Red Spring right next to our set. Flavian, we've seen a lot of this, Richie. That big smile and Flavian entering the winner's circle here opening week.
Yeah, he's riding in tremendous form. Again, deep colony that got considerably deeper with the addition of Flavian Pratt.
To Acacia in the winner's circle.
Partner Rob Murphy, who was telling me a wonderful story about your family's history. Of course, you're also an athlete, having played with the Reds for many years and been roped now into horse ownership. But you were telling me it's in your blood.
Absolutely. 30 years as a track announcer. My mom's dad, my dad's stepfather won the 41 Preakness in Belmont on Bimlick. So from my dad's stable of horses at Calder when I was a teenager to all this, it's, this is wonderful.
And now you're here in the winner's circle at Saratoga. Really comes full circle, and you were saying what a meaningful experience this is.
Absolutely. It's always good. I mean, you know the hours that go into getting any horse to the races, let alone get them in the winner's circle. And Terry Finley's been a wonderful partner of mine to make me a partner of his, and we're involved with broodmares and everything else. So there's a deep investment here, and it's nice when smiles are able to come in at the end of the run.
And how about Battle of Normandy, a horse that really seems like he's found his groove now, putting back-to-back wins together?
That's nice to see. I mean, 2 years ago on Whitney Day, he broke his maiden in his debut, and a close second in the With Anticipation. Not a bad race in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. And then it's been a while since there's been a drink, and Shug put the blinkers on, and Pratt rode him perfectly at Aqueduct 4 weeks ago, and this race was in the book, and it just, again, different type of race. A tougher race today, better horses, different conditions, and he thrived.
He certainly did. Well, big congratulations. Enjoy it. Always fun seeing the West Point crew in the winner's circle.
Thank you, Acacia.
Opie?
Richie, you and I were on set together for that race. First race, Whitney Day, Battle of Normandy. Wow. And Kendrick Carmouche rode him that afternoon.
I did not remember that until you said it, and then I remembered the interview with Kendrick that he was down at Fair Hill, and he worked him because Shug has some horses at Fair Hill too. And I love when riders that work hard get rewarded. You know, on a day off, going to a training center or a farm or another racetrack to work horses and get their foot in the door with another trainer. Trainers really appreciate that, don't they, Tom?
That's the way I do it. You know, if you're going to ride for me, because you don't get anything for coming out in the morning and getting on a horse as a jockey in the guy's barn. But if you're going to ride for me, you're going to help me in the mornings, and I'm going to reward you in the afternoons. That's the way it should be.
Right.
Yeah.
Bobby and Pratt rewarding trainers and owners all week here at Saratoga as we segue to the Miller highlight of the week in the first grade one of the meet. The Diana yesterday afternoon. And J.K. White Beam, she does it again. Chad Brown, he does it again. And Flavian Pratt back to back for the Juddmonte mare.
Well, I mean, if someone would have told me that she was going to make the lead and that Evie Jess was going to go with her, then I would have got the right Chad. I was on Coppice, who I thought had a little bit of a tough trip. But look, there's a lot of races in this country that if you win once are pretty darn cool. You win them twice, it's pretty impressive.
Can you put this into perspective, Tom? 9 grade one victories for trainer Chad Brown and the Diana?
I would say that most trainers, myself included, and I've had a great career, would be lucky to win 9 grade ones in their entire career. 90% of us, maybe more, win a grade one every once in a great while. It's the highest level race. We don't have those kind of horses in our barn, but you don't just get those horses, right? You have to earn it. And Chad Brown has earned these horses through his success, and it's a remarkable thing.
He pointed out one of the things he's most proud of is A, how important of a race this was to his mentor, late great Bobby Frankel, how he would point to the Diana, Richie, and also how many of Chad Brown's, the employees that work around the stable, that work around the barn, how many have been there from the very first Diana and through yesterday's?
Well, I like that Chad always gives a lot of credit to his team. And I think that having employees for that many years just speaks volumes to how much fun it is to work there, how good it is to work with those good horses, and the loyalty involved on both sides, from the trainer and the employees. You know, it was reported yesterday that Chad won 150 grade ones now in his career. It's actually 154. I was up in the Naira press department, and they were working tirelessly going through it. He had already gotten by the 150 mark. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And as a trainer, I mean, how many more years can he train horses?
A lot.
A lot. I mean, he's still, you know, a fairly young man in those terms. Just incredible what he's doing.
And how surprised were you that the pay? You mentioned you thought Evie Jets would apply pressure. I mean, they couldn't have drawn it up any better on the chalkboard for White Beam.
Well, I think that's what makes, when Chad has these number of runners in these races, makes him so dangerous, right? Is he can kind of cover every single scenario. You put White Beam on the front. Right. If they go too fast, you got one coming from behind. And it just works out perfectly. And it works out well for the connections as well, right? Because you're going to get the best situation for your horse. He's going to try for that best situation. And White Beam popped away from there in an aggressive way and then looked around and no one was there. And
right.
next thing you know, she's going 49 to the half.
Aggressive in the sense that she made the lead, right? But, I mean, Pratt is just totally motionless on her. And so he takes nothing out of her when he makes the lead and no one is challenging her. Look, after 50 yards, you knew the race was over.
White Beam, wire to wire in the Diana Acacia. What was your biggest takeaway of her victory yesterday in the first Grade 1 of the season?
It was a tremendous effort, Lafitte, and to echo what the guys on the desk were saying about the pace, once she got comfortable on the front end, that was really it. But I think there were a couple of other things at play yesterday. Maggie Wolfendale and I talked about this yesterday trackside, in that she was beaten by her stablemate Chili Flag last time out. White Beam, I think, is a filly who gets better with a little bit more ground, whereas Chili Flag is the opposite. And getting to stretch out that speed to this distance, the 1 1/8 of the Diana, White Beam was just so comfortable in being able to do exactly that. I know that she'd suffer some tough defeats, but she'd always run very well. And a horse that was kind of the surprise last year, running down her stablemate, who was much more highly thought of in Italian. And this year, even still, she kind of flew under the radar a little bit, I think, with the other Chad Brown runners and Didia in the field. But she's a horse that shows up every time, able to flaunt her speed yesterday and to finish strongly. I know that she was impressed, but I think that she is still a very, very talented horse. And I have to give a lot of credit to Flavien Prat, who rides her beautifully. And so far, with the start of this Saratoga meet, we've seen his versatility on display. Turf, dirt, sprints, routes, on the lead, coming from off the pace. He can do it all, and I think is very much in the hunt for this riding title.
Does it all very well. Flavien Prat and Chad Brown indicating for White Beam. Last year, she didn't race again until the First Lady. That might be the plan once again. He did say he'd have representation, as always, in the Ballston Spa. Up next, race 8, these $25,000 claimers, non-winners, 3 lifetime, 1 mile, prove worthy. The favorite at 9-5. Lane Luzzy rides number 1, Ski Country. That story is next. Father and son, Lane and Mike Luzzy, working together, trying to win together. That's next on Saratoga Live.
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Kayla, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
A shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Pit.
Gunrunner is the sire of 13 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, track record setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
For jockey Lane Luzzy, it wasn't a matter of if, but when he would fulfill his dream of riding races.
Being a jockey is the only thing I've ever wanted to do. I mean, I was good in school, I played sports, like any normal kid, but there was no plan B for me. I just wanted to be a jockey, grow up watching my dad here at Aqueduct, Belmont, and you know, it was just always a treat to come out to the races. I love horses in general, and I have the physique for it, so this is what I was born to do.
Even his father, former rider and now his agent, Mike Luzzy, knew it was just a matter of time.
If he wasn't in school, he was in the jockey's room. So he kind of grew up in a jockey's room and was always around it and always wanted to be here. He learned to ride on the Equicizer before he ever rode a real horse. But he did start getting on horses right at Belmont Park. He went to Florida Park Memorial across the street. And when he started working, he would work in the morning first and then go to high school.
As Lane's career expanded, the two worlds collided in Texas before one special afternoon in Queens.
I went to Texas for 10 days and rode with him for the 10 days, and that was an experience. We actually rode one race here.
There was somebody else named on the horse that I ended up riding, but for whatever reason, they needed a jockey, and they loaded us in the gate at the same time, and we just kind of looked over, and you know, you couldn't really believe it, but at the same time, you're focused on doing your job, and we just both had a passion for race riding and horse racing in general. It was really cool.
When it came time for Mike to call it a career, he never expected to become a full-time agent, especially for his son.
I'll start by saying I never thought I'd be an agent or wanted to be an agent. You know, it was kind of a surprise to me. I was in Saratoga and getting on horses. And when the horses left in November, matter of fact, I was the last one on the track exercising a horse. I went a few weeks like kind of bummed out that the horses were gone. And that's when Lane came up with the idea to be his agent.
I needed something to get me started, and he was wrapping up his career and needed something to do. And it was always something we joked about, how we would never do what we're doing now, working together, father and son. And it's just kind of how the cards were played. We both love this profession. We both love horse racing. It was almost meant to be.
The name Luzzy has become a staple in New York racing over the last 30 years. And it doesn't look like that will change anytime soon.
I'm home. I'm here. I grew up a few miles from here, and I've done a little traveling in my time, but I'm home now. I'm excited to be here and enjoying the ride.
It's a great story. Lane will be riding Ski Country, who you see there, bird's eye view of the paddock. Richie, you've known Mike Luzzy a long time, rode with him, known Lane since he was knee-high. What's this been like for you to observe, to watch?
It's been incredible. It's uncanny how much Lane looks like his dad, Mike, on a horse. And Mike was a tremendous race rider, fierce competitor, had some really rough injuries that, you know, probably inhibited his career a little bit, but a fantastic rider. And watching Lane is like watching a young Mike Luzzy. He's going to continue to develop. He's going to get stronger. But he's got his father's work ethic. And I was out here Wednesday morning, the day before the meet started, and they were out early on the golf cart, you know, hitting the barns. Now, they know how tough it is here, but, you know, they're going about it the right way, and I hope that his hard work is rewarded.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I rode Lane almost exclusively at Houston 2 meets ago, and not only does he have a good work ethic, but he's got a great head on his shoulders. We would converse over the phone before races and talk about strategy. And, you know, Lane was a good listener, and, you know, a trainer always likes it when a rider pays attention to what he says about his horses. I don't give a lot of instructions, but believe me, I'm with my horses every day. I know my horses.
Right.
You know, so if I'm telling a rider something, I want him to pay attention to that, and he did.
Interesting dynamic, though, just the jockey-agent relationship. That comes with its own complications. And then, oh, yeah, by the way, father and son, like, working together.
be a little hard to make a change because you see like Thanksgiving dinner. Hey, Pop, this ain't really working out. I'm going to make a change. I don't see it.
Pass the mashed potatoes. No, you fired me.
Yeah, I got to tell you, Lafitte, I wish that your father was a producer on the show in your ear telling you that we got to go to break.
He would have, he would have probably given me a heads up on the P.G. Johnson thing.
We still on that?
I ain't letting it go. Not letting it go. Riding the one, Lane Leslie, Ski Country, currently 27-1. The favorite, number 3, Prove Worthy. Riders up in a moment. We check in with Acacia with this Race 8 Paddock report.
And we'll start there, Lafitte, with Prove Worthy, who is taking a significant drop in class, and a horse that, towards the start of his career, has just run the fastest numbers versus what he's going to be facing in here. Now, is a horse that is coming off of a disappointing effort in taking that big drop, but one, even when with previous connections, that I never really thought physically looked like he wanted to go that far. I know that he broke his maiden going 1.25 miles, but he does not look like a 1.25 mile type horse. He looks like a miler, which is what he gets to do today. So I like the distance for him. Just running against so much tougher in his last couple. I do think that he makes sense, as we talked about the other day on this show. Obviously, with big class droppers, especially horses that have shown a bit of bad class, sometimes you do have to be a little bit maybe hesitant or concerned, but I think they're just being realistic with him, and I do think that he makes sense in this spot. Very relaxed here in the paddock as well. The number 2, South Street, one of 2 for David Jacobson, is taking some attention, I think, with the presence of Irad Ortiz as well. But this is a horse that I thought for him actually looks very well turned out today and very strong. Coming in off a second place finish at a comparable level of competition, I would say overall maybe he might be meeting top to bottom a touch saltier field in here today, but he didn't break well last time and ended up finishing second that day. I like that they're sticking with the mile. He's a tall, leggy type of individual, and last year this is a horse that had a pretty pronounced string halt on the left hind, and a string halt is a marionette condition. Basically, it's a neurological condition where one leg will just lift a little higher and jerkier than the other. Some horses, most notably War of Will, won the Preakness and multiple Grade 1 winner on turf and dirt, had string halt. It doesn't affect them at all with their races. But now looking at the number 2, South Street, much less pronounced here as he's gotten stronger and I think able to use himself a little bit behind and the way that he's moving, at least at a walk here in the paddock. So a horse that caught my eye that maybe could be trending in the right direction, Lafitte.
Key rider change there. Irad Ortiz aboard South Street, 5-1, 8 minutes out. Riders up in a moment. Post parade and the 8th of 10 on the first Sunday of the meet. You're watching live coverage opening week from Saratoga. Lane Leslie in the saddle, trying to pull off the upset with Ski Country in 7 minutes.
They're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back. Saratoga live coverage from the spa, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started.
I need to talk to those guys. I got a couple of shirts I could maybe give those guys.
You gonna give them to them, or you gonna sell them to them?
Sure.
Post parade. There's Ski Country and Lane Luzzy in the saddle.
Tough post, no, good post actually going a mile, but this horse is going to have to improve off his current form.
Rod Ortiz on South Street. Acacia like what she saw.
I think this horse is interesting for sure. The last couple of races and even some past races make sense to me in this one.
Prove Worthy, 6-5 morning line favorite, 2-1, 4 minutes out.
Yeah, significant drop in class could be the right move here.
Stop the spread, New York bred.
Yeah, 37-1 right now on the board. I think that's probably about right.
Mahia Netta, consistent, recent form, very good.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the horse to beat, but he does have that tendency to drift out.
Kentucky Joker, New York bred, Saratoga debut.
Yeah, another sneaky one. I think he's got some back races. Seems to be kind of rounding back into form.
David Jacobson's Unstable Prince.
Yeah, this horse is another one. Just feels like you got to take a step forward to be competitive with some of these in here.
Thank you, John. At 6-1, second in his latest at the level. That's the 9, Philharmonic. And let's go. One-time Nick Zito, 23-1.
Nick's horses are running well. 2 starters, the second and third. This horse stepping up in class off a win.
Nick wins, everybody wins. A Street Swag and a red-hot Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, switching from turf to dirt. The dirt race 2 back, had a little bit of trouble. The dirt race 4 and 5 back absolutely puts this one in the mix.
Thank you, John. There he is, revving his engines, second in his latest at the level.
It's hard for me to root for this horse. I got to be honest with you guys. Therapy session. When my wife gets mad at me, she calls me John. Like no one calls me John. So when I see thank you, John, I feel like I can hear my wife sarcastically thanking me for something when I'm really in trouble.
Normally it's the opposite. You'd be John, and when you're in trouble, teacher, mom, dad, Jonathan.
No.
He shouldn't have revealed that.
No, I'm hoping she's listening right now so she knows that it makes me uncomfortable.
You're John the rest of the show. Until 6:30,
yes,
you're
John.
John the next of the show. You're looking at Prove Worthy, the favorite at 9-5. Let's take a look at his latest win. 3 starts back, March 30th, Oaklawn, Tom. Prove Worthy, winding up and wide from off the pace.
Winding up for sure because he breaks slow. Got a great pace to run at. It was fast early. He's supposed to do this against these horses. What bothers me the most about Prove Worthy is in his last couple of starts, subsequent to this race, there is zero enthusiasm leaving the starting gate. He is just going through the motions. And when a horse has decided, you know what, this isn't for me anymore, it doesn't matter what level you drop to. They're not going to get it done.
Yeah, I think it's a very fair assessment. I also think that the main track...
Looks good there, though.
He's warming up, very animated, really, moving well. But don't you feel like this main track has been playing towards horses that are forward? I haven't seen deep closers on the dirt, have you?
I don't know that I've seen deep closers on the dirt, but I do think this track has been playing to the front end.
Yeah.
I mean, not so much so that you would call it a bias, but certainly I do think it's a track, especially in mile races or less, and this is a mile that does that.
What about race shape? Is there enough speed to set the table?
Yeah, that's a great question. So Ski Country, the one horse, is a question mark, but I think that there's a real possibility, blinkers on in the last 3, that Ski Country is part of the pace. Can he do it by himself? No. The 8, thank you, John, is going to show some pace here as well. But those 2, to me, are the ones that can do it. Ski Country at 16-1, if he can break well and show some pace, I think he might surprise a few people with his finish.
16-1. You're looking at Mahia Netta. He's a handful. Difficult to contender, but difficult to ride. We check in with Acacia.
He definitely is difficult to ride, Luffy, and he is coming in off back-to-back voided claims. Now, when you do see a claim voided, it could be something that was noticed physically by the connections. It could also be an administrative reason that the claim was voided. As you see, he's maybe just kind of rubbing all over the podium pony rider a little bit and trying to pull out the earplugs now. We talked about that the other day with Jose Ortiz when you kind of saw it flapping out of his pants. If they have earplugs in, you have to pull them out as they get towards the starting gate, and there Manny Franco's going to tuck them in his pants, and hopefully they'll be well secured versus what we saw from Jose the other day. But he is a horse that needs earplugs in the preliminaries. He was pretty relaxed for him. Usually, sometimes he can get really revved up, and he's also a high-headed runner. He can start to drift a little bit. I wouldn't read too much into the voided claims because, like I said, we don't always know the reasoning, but he had a very quiet warm-up on the track, staying with the pony. Like I said, he's quirky. I'm guessing that is by design to try and keep him as settled as possible, but I do wish I got a chance to see him extend himself and move a little bit more out on the track. The 8, Thank You, John, though, did have a big warm-up, as this is a horse who has some natural speed as well. He looked big, he looked strong. I love the mile for him, keeping at this distance, and maybe can build off of that last race and should be forwardly placed in here, Lafitte.
John? you had a question for Tom? You had a question for Tom?
Tom, how do you handle a horse like the 3? You've entered claim slips a lot in your career. Is this a drop to win or a drop because they want to go home to you?
It's a poker game. You don't know what his cards are in his hand, right? But you learn through trainers by playing poker a lot with him what they're going to do. I think this is a drop to win, but he needs to be more enthusiastic out of the gate, prove worthy the 3.
About to find out. Prove worthy. 9 to 5 at post time. 8th race live from the Spa. Frank Mirmati standing by.
Thank you very much, Lafitte. We are waiting on Street Swag and Flavien Prat to the outside. Walking right up. Going in. And they're off. Stop the Spread is hustled hard by Trevor McCarthy out of the gate, but much more natural speed from Sweet Strag, and Street Swag gets over to the fence and leads it by 2. Stop the Spread second. Thank You, John is clearly third. Maginera, a joint 4th, racing on the inside of Philharmonic 5th at this point. It's another 2 back to South Street as they swing on to the backstretch. Then it's a gap of 5 to the next flight. Unstable Prince is racing along on the inside, just now passed by Kentucky Joker with that yellow cap. Another 2 back to Ski Country, and Prove Worthy is last. The opening quarter went in 24 and 2/5 seconds. It's Street Swag showing the way, pursued by Stop the Spread as they pass the half-mile pole. Another length and a half back to Thank You, John, racing in 3rd. Maginera has lost some ground now, hard-ridden 4th as South Street starts to pick it up in the black colors, racing in 5th, about 6 or 7 lengths off the lead into the far turn, where it is still Street Swag leading by 2.5 lengths. South Street continues to march up on the outside of Stop the Spread, who's in 2nd at this stage. They're at the top of the stretch, and it's Street Swag in front, turning for home. 3/4 went in 1:12 and 2/5 seconds. Street Swag with a 4-length lead out in the center of the track. Unstable Prince is gobbling up the ground, though, and here comes Unstable Prince. Unstable Prince and Ramon Vasquez have collared Street Swag close to home, and it will be Unstable Prince to win it going away. Street Swag second, and Prove Worthy came alive through the stretch to finish nicely, but he could only get the show dough in front of South Street.
From well off the pace, an upset here. Unstable Prince in the 8th at Saratoga. Wow.
Came from well back, and I was of the opinion that you wanted to be forward. Well, this horse proved me wrong. Got a really nice ride and trip from Ramon Vasquez. He threaded his way, saved ground around the far turn, threaded his way through the field before angling out to the clear, getting out of that kickback. This is a rider we got familiar with watching Oaklawn Park, and very impressive there. Nice to see him get off the mark here because he's not been getting the greatest opportunity, so it's nice that he found the winner's circle here.
Trying to get it. Go
right
ahead.
out of the gate.
Yeah.
The winner did stumble right out of the gate. Might have actually been a benefit for him because this race backed up. You ever handicap a race and afterwards you say to yourself, what the hell was I looking at on paper compared to how it was? It's just, my thoughts weren't even close on this, other than the 3, Prove Worthy, who just doesn't leave the gate and show any kind of enthusiasm whatsoever.
Stumble and a bump, leaving the blocks.
Yeah, Randy. Tom, basically 90% of the mornings I wake up, I think to myself, what the hell was I thinking? and then to
now this, John, this was going back in time, right? We're not talking about the last few years,
and
are
to
we?
put a little salt in it, You know, sometimes my wife will ask me, hey, John, what were you thinking? It's tough. It's tough.
Tell you what was tough. If you had the favorite, proof worthy, Tom, and seeing what was going on up the backstretch, Ricardo Santana he's last and trying to encourage him to pick up his feet and get into the race.
He's going to move down towards the rail a little bit here. He is in last. And look at those hands. That's the jockey's way of communicating to the horse to get going. He's going nowhere. This horse is just going through the motions, even running third, Richie. You've been on these kind of horses.
Oh,
they've got a little class. They'll pick up the pieces. They're bad bets.
This is beyond a bicycle horse. I mean, he was pedaling and pedaling and pedaling. Ricardo Santana earned his money to get third with this horse. I mean, down the backstretch, he was doing everything he could to motivate him, and he was just having none of it. Good thing Ricardo's as fit as he is.
Earning that third place finish as Unstable Prince with Ramon Vasquez. How did this, where did this, JK, trying to put this thing together, where did that performance come from?
Well, I think a lot of times you make a good point is when you see something like that 18-to-1 shot win, as a horse player and a handicapper and a bettor, you have to ask yourself, how did this happen, so you can try to catch it next time. I suppose you could look to the trainer change. I think when there's a trainer change, you can sometimes start to get a little bit more creative on how a horse could improve. So when you look at a horse who's on a trainer change, say, well, what if this horse improves 5 to 10 points on the trainer change? Is he competitive? And sometimes the answer can be yes, and then you can use them in your situations.
Not the first time, not the last time, David Jacobson has surprised us. Unstable Prince, 18-to-1 upset in the 8th at Saratoga. It's never surprising when Appleby wins here in North America. The statistics are gaudy, the 10-time Breeders' Cup winner, and back to do more damage with the heavy favorite. That Philly Star Mystery coming up in the quick call.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Gorgeous Sunday afternoon at Saratoga Racecourse. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. He's sprinting on that turf course for the feature. Quick call is next. First things first, Unstable Prince. Big upset, 39-20, triggered by Ramon Vasquez, winning jockey with Acacia in the winner's circle.
And he took a lot of dirt, as you can see by the silks today. Ramon coming from off the pace with Unstable Prince. But even though he took a little bit of time to switch leads, he was really there for you when you asked him.
Yeah, you know, I had a good trip, and I asked him before the squad sport a little bit, and he responded very well. And yeah, he got me late a little bit to switch the lead, but when the moment he switched the lead, he responded.
This is a horse you're very familiar with, too, having ridden him both here in New York and at Oaklawn Park as well, where you had a terrific winter. Talk a little bit about riding here in New York and this competitive jockey colony and putting on good shows like this.
Yeah, that's amazing. You know, I'm feeling so happy to be here, and I'm so happy that David Jacobson gave me the opportunity to be here, and all the owner and all the trainers to post me. And it's amazing to be with with the big rider in the colony.
And I was just told a very interesting story that in Puerto Rico, when you were all starting out, at the beginning, Irad Ortiz was your valet.
Yeah, you know, when you start in Puerto Rico, when you on the school, in the jockey school, you have to help the jockeys. So I was my valet, Irad Ortiz, my valet, and I fight him for his brother.
How about that? Well, there you go, Lafitte. He's winning races, and Irad and Jose were both his valet in Puerto Rico, and it all comes full circle.
His valet.
That is fantastic.
Nuts.
And then he fired him to hire Jose, his brother. This is great.
You know they're not going to let Irad and Jose ever hear the end of that.
That is something else.
Incredible story. Ramon Vasquez, big win, outsider, 17-1. Upset here before we get set for the stakes race and the quick call coming up next. Race number 9 in about 23 minutes. Take a look at the field. 5.5 furlong sprint on this firm turf course, presented by the Thoroughbred Retirement Fund. No surprise here with Star of Mystery, who is the favorite 1-2. Top of the show, we discussed it, Tom. Why? Why such an overwhelming favorite, Star of Mystery, in this quick call? The 3-year-old filly facing the boys, an older male competition.
Yeah, well, she did. She faced older male competition last time, and she fared very well against a horse that, you know, not only broke the track record here at Saratoga, but broke the North American track record at this distance, and perhaps even the world record at this distance. So for a 3-year-old filly against an older, experienced boy to do that, and now she's with her age group. Other boys, sure, but she knows how to handle them. She's beaten them twice, but her own age group, she's going to be very difficult today.
6 straight start, Richie, against male competition for her.
Yeah, you know, that's something you see a lot more of in Europe, and Charlie Appleby obviously not afraid to take on the boys, and she's up to the task. You know, her race last time in the Jaipur, Grade 1, was a tremendous effort. You know, Cogburn, that was otherworldly. I never thought I'd see a horse break a minute going 5.5 furlongs, not on a flat course. This isn't downhill at Santa Anita.
He looked like he was running downhill.
Right?
That was, like from another planet. But the race itself, the quick call, the honoring the legacy of one of the most popular horses, Richie, in the history of Saratoga. What he did wasn't just here. He was a high quality thoroughbred, but the damage he did at Saratoga over the years.
Well, particularly in 1987, 4 starts when it was a 24-day meeting, winning 3 of those 4, coming back on 5 days rest at one point to win back-to-back races. He was a 16-time winner overall, 6 of those victories coming right here in Saratoga. His biggest victory in the Forgo was just a tremendous horse, but he was that kind of horse that I like my people like I like my horses. Hardworking and honest. They show up and do their job, and Quick Call embodied that.
A throwback, Quick Call. We honor his legacy with the feature today, the first Sunday of the meet. The featured Quick Call coming up next on Saratoga Live, plus a recap of the 2-year-old events. And there was another upset. We just saw a 17-1 shot. Yeah, 45-1. The Queen's MG opening day with Dylan Davis. Mo Plex yesterday, sensational in the Sanford. Stay tuned.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
It's Aoraki in front. Fidgetal in between horses. The Queen's MG running nicely in third. The Queen's MG emerges with the lead and pulls away. The Queen's MG in a Schuylerville runaway. Striker has Dial traveling comfortably in second. Miss Justify and Lady Moscato are side by side. And it's Striker has Dial looking for the line. Miss Justify and Flavian Pratt and Corb on the outside. Miss Justify wins the Wilton. Twirling Queen is just outside of her in fourth. They're followed by Twirling Queen as they round the far turn. Twirling Queen joining the party. Twirling Queen and Tupi are head-to-head. Twirling Queen in front. A late run from Kyrou into second. It will be Twirling Queen. And they're off in the Kelso. And Call Me Harry sprints out of the gate. Talk of the Nation is right up alongside. Carl Spackler will settle just behind the top pair. Talk of the Nation, Carl Spackler within a length as they run down the backstretch. Talk of the Nation, Carl Spackler, head and head with a furlong left to go. Carl Spackler's just a little too good, and he wins the Kelso. Didia has sharp early speed, and here comes White Beam, and White Beam just cruises to the front. White Beam gets it all her own way. Into the far turn, a length and a half in front. They're in the final furlong, and White Beam keeps on going. White Beam all the way in the Diana. Moplex flashes that early foot and takes the lead. They're at the top of the stretch, and Moplex has a 2.5 length lead, and it is Moplex, the New York bred, to win the Sanford.
Saratoga Weekly Wrap brought to you by Walmack Farm. The highlights in the first 4 days of racing here. Still have the quick call coming up. Gentlemen, highlights for you, looking back at some of the bigger races and results over the first few days.
Oh, I think that first highlight we showed of the Queen's MG in the Schuylerville was just such an impressive race. I mean, here's a horse that was part of a fast pace early, puts away the two pace setters and just draws off the end. I know she paid $91. And her other win, she paid big numbers too. But that's no fluke. I mean, that's a racehorse there.
Yeah.
Richie?
For me, it would be Kimchi Cat in the first race today.
Yeah, my man.
You know,
Well
Tom's
done.
winner, trying to do her best impression of Serengeti Empress. And, yeah,
All right, I'll work with you anytime, anywhere.
For me, Carl Spackler, I'm a huge fan of that horse as an individual. Horses that win here multiple times for me, they always kind of get me going a little bit, but also just the personal relationship I have with Bob Edwards and to see E5 get that win. And I also like the idea that Tyler got a win for Chad. You know, I know we obviously, if you're following the Belmont, there's a little drama with Sierra Leone and the rider change from Tyler to Flavian. I always like to see, a happy ending.
So who do you think gave him the call? Was it Chad, or was
well,
it?
Tyler's always,
what
Tyler's always been riding.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, Carl Spackler.
Hey, and I got myself invited to go fishing. I invited myself to go fishing with Bob Edwards, so I'm going to fly out of here one Sunday night with him, go to Montauk.
I'm going to tell you, I guarantee you, that's no coach trip. That's first class all the way. I promise you.
And yesterday we saw the Sanford All About the Future with these 2-year-olds. Of course, Menti, the heavy favorite, infected yesterday morning with a fever, so that opened the door, Richie, and this New York bred took full advantage, did Moplex.
This is a really good-looking colt. It's interesting. When he broke his maiden, he was impressive, and a lot of people said, well, it was kind of a slow figure, but the way he did it and his stride, the mechanics of his stride caught me that day. And I think the post helped him yesterday in the Sanford Tom because, he broke sharp from the outside, but he got to get in that rhythm, and he just kept finding. And Complexity has been a heck of a first crop sire.
He's been a great sire. This horse came out of a 2-year-old in training sale, so basically, when you're buying yearlings, they don't even have a saddle on them yet. You don't know how they're going to react. But these 2-year-old in training sales, you're getting to look under the hood. They're putting those saddles on them. They're letting them blitz down the lane. He costs next to nothing, $45,000. I mean, you've got some of the best buyers down there and eyes down there looking at these young horses. This one must have slipped through the cracks.
And the pride, Maya Engelhart, who does and trains so many New York breds, he was talking about how proud he was to win a Sanford with a New York bred. And he pointed out, he says, he gets nervous, he says, before a $5,000 claim or figure legs. He said he actually felt pretty confident going into this one. And he also added, Tom, that he does believe that this colt can thrive at longer distances.
Yeah, why not? I mean, look, this is a horse. He's athletic as hell, right? I mean, when he leaves the gate, Irad is asking, and he takes off and he clears the field. So, he's being sent, and that's not what you always want when you're going long. It's not going to have to be sent. He's got that natural speed.
How impressed were you by him yesterday?
I mean, anytime a 2-year-old wins here, I think it's always impressive because I know that everyone's bringing in their best shot, right? I thought he ran well. I mean, I'm not cutting in line to bet him to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile or anything like that. But I think that it's a great step in the right direction for a nice horse.
Well, don't you think it also really underscores how well New York breds have done on the highest level? Internationally, New York breds win, and you can't pick them out of a crowd anymore. Years ago, you could tell who the New York bred was. Now, I mean, from Funny Side and horses like Win, the first $1 million earner, and on and on and on, they compete at the highest level.
And it's all because the program here is exceptional, and the way they allow the breeding to occur and consider yourself a New York bred. I mean, you look at a lot of the stables that are predominantly New York bred. James Bond, for instance, had a winner today, by the way. That's a stable that thrives with the New York breds. The program has really, really come up.
See what happens next for Moplex, the New York bred in yesterday's Sanford. One stakes race remains for this opening week. Grade 3 quick call presented by the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. Horses in the paddock, 3-year-olds, 12 minutes out. The filly continues to reign as a heavy favorite. Odds on Star a Mystery Acacia, but the competition, fandom also coming in with some momentum.
Is with a huge effort last time out in the Palisades. Now that was April for a horse that was kind of in that chasing position and maybe took a little bit of time to get going, but then when asked, he just powered by his competition so impressively, and that does actually include Mansa Musa, who's also in this field. Now, it's my first time seeing fandom in person, who will make his first start for Brad Cox. Just looking at him from a purely physical perspective, I would look at him at first glance and say probably could use a race just to tuck up, but looking at how he's been training coming into this, it does not seem like he's going to need to shake any ring rust off. That last work in particular, 47-4 on the turf here in the Oklahoma training track, is an incredibly quick work, and for a fast turf sprinter, not overly surprising to see, but looking at the DRF Clocker report, gave it a B+ as far as the record was, borderline A-, which is even more rare to see for a turf work as well. He looks all the turf sprinter. He's been very composed and relaxed here in the paddock, and he obviously has a lot of good race, good form coming into this race, I should say, especially that Palisades victory, though he is lightly raced. The number 5, Mansa Musa, who I did allude to, has the recency edge on him as he does come in off of a win in Allowance Company during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and he was flattered when the 4 horses behind him came back yesterday and once again finished in the top 4, including 26 Black, who would win that race with an 86 Beyer speed figure. Now 3 horses to come out of that race and win. Was one that was very quiet when he first came in, and then once they put the tack on, he started marching around. I love what I'm seeing from Mansa Musa, who looks like the blinkers really helped to make a difference with that powerful move closing on by last time out, and a horse that maybe is just trending in the right direction. The number 7 American Rascal is one that I find very intriguing. He's a big price on the board, but he certainly has pedigree for turf and did actually run once on turf, but that was at Royal Ascot in the Group 2 Norfolk when he did not get out of the gate that day. But he is out of Lady Aurelia, who, as we know, is sensational. Twice won sprinting on the turf over at Royal Ascot as well. And I actually had the opportunity to see this horse train on the turf live. Didn't know who it was at first, and then finding out that it was American Rascal, he absolutely flew over the Oklahoma training track turf course and moved beautifully over the grass. He looks like a turf horse. He's incredibly strong, incredibly fit here for Steve Asmussen, and I think an intriguing one on the surface switch, Lafitte.
Don't see that very often, Acacia. 1 race on grass at Royal Ascot. American Rascal. You touched on his mother. She was an absolute rock star. Lady Aurelia. This is back in 2017. The King's Stand, Royal Ascot. Watch this with Johnny VJK as she turns on the jets and beats like 88 horses.
Yeah, Lady Aurelia was something special. And to see a horse like this, American Rascal, by Curlin, I guess it makes sense. You try as much dirt as you possibly can when you got Curlin in there. But now she gets an opportunity to get back, he gets an opportunity to get back on the grass. Or get onto the grass.
1 race, grass, Royal Ascot. Yeah, we had 1 race in the Derby. On dirt.
Yeah, and Lady Aurelia, a Grade 1 winner in England and in France. I mean, she was, you said it right, a rock star. And he was 4-1 in the Norfolk or Grade 2 at Ascot. So who's to say he's not going to take a big step forward here?
Joel Rosario, turf sprint. We've seen this story 1,000 times, right? American Rascal. Up close and personal there with Jose Ortiz. All business. Star of Mystery with Flavian Pratt looking for another stakes win on the weekend. JK, 3-5. What price do you think at post time?
2-5. One more click down.
1 more.
2-5.
One more click.
And I'm not smart. I took the probables from the pools that are closing and just did the math. It's 2-5.
That's pretty smart.
her behavior pre-race, a little unglued before the Jaipur, as well as she did run, something we'll discuss further. First, let's meet the field for the quick call. There's None Mets, owned by Houston Astros star third baseman Alex Bregman.
Lost all chance when he stumbled in the Jaipur against Cogburn and Star of Mystery. He's got races that could be competitive.
Number 2, Smokey, the Paradise Creek winner at Aqueduct.
Something tells me this is a hunch play for somebody at home eating snacks right now.
Number 3, Fandom, the Palisades winner at Keeneland.
Yeah, 2 for 2 in North America turf sprinting.
Keisha, like what she saw. 4 is out, 5 is in. Mansa Musa, the Irish colt here, who won here Belmont Stakes Week.
Yeah, a horse that looks like he took a step forward coming to North America. He's got decent form for Belmont.
The filly, odds on, 3-5, Star of Mystery.
She was beaten 3 by the fastest turf sprinter in this country, Cogburn. I just wonder if that was one of those suck-along figures where sometimes your figure gets a little bit pulled up by a great performance of someone in front of you.
American Rascal, who we just saw. There's Joel Rosario aboard.
I think this horse is very interesting because of the pedigree, and I love the 3 consecutive turf works over on the Oklahoma training track.
Set, outsider, 24-1.
Absolutely won the draw here by getting this outside position for this style. I just worry probably not good enough, but it's going to have every opportunity here.
That's the field. The Grade 3 quick call presented by Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. Post time 6 minutes. The filly Star of Mystery and that effort in the Jaipur. Tom, here she is chasing a horse in Cogburn who absolutely freaks.
Yeah, you can't catch a horse like this on the lead. Made the lead and just keeps on going and literally looks like, it might be lifting for takeoff on JFK's runway the way he's going. She runs a very, very good race that day. We talked about her behavior, right? You guys saw her in the post parade just now. They took her out of the post parade. Yep. She wasn't part of the post parade. She got away from the crowd. We talked about how you work with horses, try to get them to do their best by working with them. These European horses, and I'm going to ask you, Richie, because I've trained some of them too, they can lose it on the racetrack. But unlike other horses, like the American-bred horses, they lose it and they snap right back and they run their races. I've had so many American horses lose it, and that's it. They're done. They're not going to run their race. They're mentally not right. But the Euros, they can lose it and come right back.
That's what happened last time.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting that you say it, and I never really thought of it in those terms. Like, you will see one really get upset and do everything wrong, and then, it's race time, and they go do their job.
Yeah.
Trained by Charlie Appleby. Jonathan, there's domination, and then there's the statistics that he has put up competing at the very highest level in the States.
It's insane. He's 37 for 110, 34% in all of his races in North America. He's 33 for 87, 38% in graded stakes, and he's 21 for 56, 38% in grade ones. Tom said, you'd be lucky to win a couple of grade ones in a career. This guy's won 21 in the last 5 years out of only 56 starters.
He's batting 500 in the Breeders' Cup. In the Breeders' Cup, 10 for 20.
Full disclosure, I didn't buy into those statistics. I think there's no way. So I had a friend of mine that texted him. I was like, check this stuff out. I think it's BS. He came back to me, 100% accurate. But I mean, those are amazing statistics, right?
It's insane. Yeah, well, I appreciate you not dunking on me on the show, just in case I was wrong.
I wouldn't have brought it up.
Acacia Star Mystery, is she keeping the lid on for the most part?
But those are amazing statistics.
I agree with you, Tom, on the stats. But yes, Star of Mystery is keeping a lid on it today. And you did see her, as Tom mentioned, break post parade just like she did last time before the Jaipur. But also last time, even though she went off by herself and accompanied by the pony, as is always the case with Charlie Appleby's runners, she ended up dropping Flavien Prat in the warm-up before the Jaipur. And then, as Tom mentioned, still was able to come back and rally well. I think with other closers coming alongside her, she kind of kicked in again. And last time in the Jaipur against older horses, yes, facing the boys again, but she really kind of looked like the outlier, like the smaller filly against the men, so to speak. And while, yes, she is a smaller, compact individual versus these boys in here today, with her own age group, she stacks up much more favorably as well. And you see Flavien with his feet out of the irons, keeping her calm, and also from the benefit, I think, of her having been here. Charlie Appleby has kept a string of horses over at Green Tree, Godolphin's training facility, and being able to walk them over the main track or the Oklahoma turf course to train. And they've had the opportunity to stay here in Saratoga, to school in the paddock as well. And it looks like she's been doing all of that because she is way more relaxed. A little bit jig-joggy first on the track, but overall way more relaxed than what I saw from her last time out in the Jaipur. The number one, No Name Metz, a horse who also tried the Jaipur last time out and did stumble significantly coming out and just was at the back and just never looked comfortable throughout the running of that race. He had an aggressive warm-up under Irad Ortiz, took him right away from the pony, strong gallop. He was sharp, stretching his legs out, and even now keeping him moving. He runs his best races when he is forward, and I think you're going to see that from him today, given the warm-up that he's had in the preliminaries here. Lafitte.
Alex Bregman's No Name Metz on the engine here, Tom.
Yeah, he was brilliant as a 2-year-old. I mean, brilliant. He's trying to find his way. And, as a trainer, when you're making moves like blinkers on, which is what they did last time, you're searching. You're looking for an answer to get that horse back to a form he used to have. And No Name Metz is definitely a horse that's searching to find that form from last year.
Alex Bregman's No Name Metz and other ball players that have owned horses and had success. Yeah, we know this story. Jason Worth, Belmont Stakes winning owner with Dornick, Victor Martinez, King Guillermo, who won the Tampa Bay Derby, Edwin Diaz, the aforementioned Alex Bregman. Richie, I think it's always good for the sport, the crossover, when you have athletes that take interest in racing. You think back to the early 90s, Wayne Gretzky, who owned Golden Pheasant in Arlington Million, and the added eyeballs that wind up on the sport as a result.
I think it's great. I think people see them taking an interest, and it piques their interest, right? They say, wow, there must be something cool going on there. You know, at Belmont Park, now it's under construction, but the UBS Arena is right there. A lot of the New York Islanders are starting to take interest in racing, and they're even talking about trying to put together a little partnership, Pucks and Ponies, right? So, you know.
What did you just say? Oh.
Yeah, don't get me in trouble now. But and even yesterday here, Jeremy Swayman, excuse me, the goalie for the Boston Bruins was here with the Centennial crowd.
JK, you're not a professional athlete, but you do have interest in fandom.
Well, close.
Did you see that jump off the car? I do think you're an athlete.
I just want to say this about fandom. Once upon a time, there was a turf sprinter that was pretty good named Caravel. She switched barns to Brad Cox, and then she won the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. She won the Jipers. She was a 2-time Grade 1 winner after moving to Brad Cox's barn. This might be a club in his bag that I think maybe we're not paying attention to. Brad can, you know, and look, I mean, Wesley Ward is basically invented the top hat, but Brad Cox can improve one, and it's a
I think that's solid. I like that.
And that's the thing about this race and some of the stars that have won this event over the years. Big Invasion, Golden Pal, World of Trouble, some of the very best turf sprinters we've seen in recent years.
Yeah. Let's get some pace here, right? What's going to happen on the front? I mean, No Name Met's best races as a 2-year-old were on the front end, right? And you've got to think they're going to try and do that today. They're going to send as hard as they can to try to
Especially
make
the way he warmed
end.
him up, Tom.
Yeah.
Did you see the aggressive warm-up?
And I mean, is there anybody else that really is searching for the front end here in the race? Not to me, no. So not only is he have a chance to make the front end, but it's going to be easier for No Name Mets, the one horse, to make the front end. Horse like that with that back class does that? Who knows?
What's the best scenario, race shape-wise, Richie, for Star of Mystery?
The key is the break. She gets out of the gate on time and is able to get position. She's going to be extremely tough to beat.
Godolphin, Star of Mystery, the filly taking on the boys. She is loaded, and the odds-on favorite. It is post time for the Grade 3 quick call. Frank Nermati standing by.
American Rascal goes in. The last one to load is set. Walking up. Going in. They're in the gate. Any moment. And they're off in the quick call, presented by Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. And No Name Mets, as usual, blasts out of there. Opens up 3 just like that. Mansa Musa comes away in second. Set is in third. Smoky fourth. Star of Mystery will be in fifth. 7 lengths off that loose leader. At the back of the field are Fandom and American Rascal. No Name Mets blazes into the far turn. The opening quarter in 21 seconds flat. No Name Mets has a 4-length lead. Mansa Musa and Set are right together. Then Smoky, followed by Star of Mystery, who's still in fifth, 5 lengths off the lead. Guided to the outside, though, and starting to march forward. At the back, American Rascal and Fandom. No Name Mets has company, Mansa Musa. And here comes Star of Mystery. Unleashed and blowing on by. Star of Mystery, strutting her stuff in the quick call, presented by the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. A classy victory by 2.5. Mansa Musa second, Fandom third, a photo for fourth.
Just too fast, just too talented, just too classy. The filly, odds-on favorite, delivers Star of Mystery in the quick call, presented by the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation.
This was a tremendous performance. There was real pace on Tom. The No Name Mets on the inside took off out of the gate like his tail was on fire. And Star of Mystery was just patiently handled after breaking sharply. She broke right with the field, and then Flavian just gave her an opportunity to find her stride.
Wasn't that something? I mean, No Name Mets makes the lead, but makes it easily, right? And she is what? Got a couple of horses beat down the backside and the outside in our winner, Star of Mystery, and Pratt is totally chilled on her.
Yeah.
He's not nervous, even in the least. On the turn, he's got a horse in front of him that makes him go wider than he wants to go. So what the hell? I'm just going to go around everybody. and she has a brilliant turn of foot. She is badass.
A couple of jumps, JK, from well off the pace to breathing down the leader's neck. And here, Pratt asks the question. She gives him the right answer, and she finds another gear in the stretch.
Yeah, she was never losing this race, especially with that pace to close into. Just unfolded for her perfectly. You know, a lot of times I think horse players think turf sprints are hard. I think they're actually pretty straightforward. Usually, it's the best horse in the race or the horse that makes the lead. I think if you look at turf sprints, you know, and if you're at home and you're a nerd like me, then challenge me on this. But the best horse or the horse that makes the lead more often than not wins these races, and without a doubt, she was the best horse in the race.
We talked about some of the previous winners in recent years, the Big Invasions and the Golden Pal, who won a Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. World of trouble. Looking ahead, long-term goals. Is she good? Is she of that caliber that could compete in a race like a Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint?
Oh, yeah. She I mean, look, running against the boys, it doesn't bother her in the least. I mean, as she says, "Excuse me, sir, I'm coming by you to come back and get unsaddled. I hope you don't mind. I just blew your doors off." You know, I mean, that really, it's fun to see, right? I mean, I love it. I love that a girl goes out there and whips up on the boys. It's just pretty cool.
Flavien Prat, Diana win yesterday. The quick call here, going back to the start. Richie, what did you see as None Metz? Like a slingshot.
Yeah,
as he establishes the lead.
I read Ortiz wanted the lead. He warmed him up like he wanted the lead. He sent him out of the gate. But the key to the race was Star of Mystery breaking so cleanly. She broke heads up with the field. She did not give anything away at the break, and that is something that had been a concern in the past.
Yeah, I could never be a rider because I'm telling you, I would see None Metz out there and we'd be making that first and only turn. I'd be like, I got to get going. And Pratt is just chill on her.
Wait, watching the early stages of the race unfold, were you concerned that she was too far back, that was going to be too much for her to make up?
Well, I don't know about that, but I mean, None Metz makes his living on the front end as a 2-year-old, and he finally got to do it. It's been 3 starts since and maybe even more than that, since he's actually cleared a group, and so I thought he was going to be trouble for her, but nothing's a problem for her.
How about Mensa Musa, JK, who tried to fight, who tried to dig in and run with Star of Mystery? It was a mismatch in the end, but a bang-up second-place finish.
Yeah, she ran well in here, and if you were paying attention all week, 26 Black that won the other day, the 4-horse with Manny Franco, I guess it was Friday. These days run together. They were exiting the same race, Mansa Musa and 26 Black, so a productive race. I'd be keeping an eye out for horses exiting that race.
The quick call, presented by the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. The filly, odds on into the winner's circle, Godolphin, Appleby, Pratt. All about Star of Mystery in the quick call.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm. For over a century, success starts at Saratoga, America's #1 yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners, with back-to-back Preakness winners.
Seize the Grade, wins the Preakness!
And Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Kingsbarns, and Prince of Monaco. The 103rd Saratoga sale, August 5th and 6th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
The 2022 Saratoga sale just shows the quality of horse that you get at the Saratoga sale. A horse like Seize the Gray was a $300,000 purchase, wins the Preakness Stakes, and gives 2,500 members of My Racehorse a thrill of a lifetime. Prince of Monaco, a $950,000 son of Speightstown, who was absolutely scintillating as a 2-year-old, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity, came back to run a very valiant race at Saratoga at the 2024 Belmont at Saratoga meeting. And then right at the top of the class, there's the $2.3 million sale topper, Sierra Leone, an absolute class of an individual when he sold at the 2022 Saratoga sale, and comes out, he's a Grade 1 winning 3-year-old, was right there in the Kentucky Derby, was right there in the historic Belmont at Saratoga race. All 3 of these horses are stallion-making candidates. This is why you have to be at the Saratoga sale.
We're back on Saratoga Live as the quick call went to the filly as Star of Mystery flaunted her class today under Flavien Prat, who joins me now. Flavien, you rode this filly last time out in the diaper. She was so much calmer in the preliminaries today, it seemed, and boy, she showed that on the track.
Yeah, I mean, obviously very talented. I thought, last race against Older was a great performance, and she was a bit of a handful before the race. So today she was great. Actually, I was worried that she was kind of I put her to sleep, but no, she jumped well and was traveling well all the way around. And when I tip her out, I mean, she did the rest.
When she broke the way that she did, that just give you a lot more confidence knowing that she put herself into the race right off the bat?
Yeah, she had apparently she had a tendency of breaking a tap slow in Europe, but the last 2 times she's been breaking well here, and so yeah, I was very grateful that she jumped forwardly and then she did the rest.
Those closing turf sprinters are so exciting to watch too. Must be really fun to ride as well, especially when they kick on like she did today.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, turf sprint, a lot can happen, and you need everything to go your way. But she just very professional and easy to handle.
Well, congratulations to you, and on a great weekend altogether.
Thank you. Yeah.
Flavien Prat with another win. This one on Star of Mystery, who Lafitte is also the half sister to Applebee's Diana winner, Althika.
Powerful, classy, bloodlines, Godolphin. Powerhouse global operation, and this filly, Star of Mystery, sensational in the quick call. Phasic Tipton Winner Circle lead-in, brought to you by the 103rd Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 5th and 6th. Where will you be? Pratt, where is he? In the Winner Circle once again. He touched on the versatility that he can handle and do just about anything on the track. Richie, and just the stakes wins the last 2 days. Wire-to-wire, long-distance, Grade 1 event, Diana, and here in a turf sprint, Star Mystery from off the pace.
Yeah, he's a chameleon. He can ride any kind of horse. He just fits the horse. He doesn't make horses fit his style, and that's what your greatest riders do. They just rise to the occasion and ride horses to their strengths.
And as long as she doesn't have to face Cogburn, as he's breaking world records, right? Star of Mystery, a major player, one of the very best turf sprinters in North America.
The hard part with sprinters, the really hard part with sprinters, turf or dirt for that matter, is keeping them at their peak over and over again, race after race. Because a sprint, from start to finish, you're going so fast, every 1/8 of a mile, takes so much out of a horse. It's difficult to be a top sprinter in June and stay a top sprinter in December.
And
so we'll see.
And even Pratt indicated he was a little concerned as far back as she was.
Well, I'll say this, is that there's a couple things that could change, right? One is that she's 3, so she's going to continue to improve. So who she is now is not who she's going to be in November when the Breeders' Cup comes around. Cogburn, we know who he is, and there's not really probably much more for him to improve. She could catch up to him, and if you give Cogburn some pace pressure and she gets better, she can turn the tables. I'm not cutting a line to bet that either, but
yeah, no.
It's possible.
So, I mean, look, if they face each other 4 weeks from now in a race, Cogburn would be 3-5 like she was today, and she'd be somewhere 5-6 to 1 for sure.
Exciting filly, Star of Mystery in the quick call, winding down opening week, and we get to do it all over again next week. And the stakes racing, the highlights, we look forward to the Coaching Club American Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. the AP Smithwick up and over the hurdles, the Statue of Liberty on Wednesday, Cab Calloway division on Thursday, Curlin Friday, 3-year-olds, Coaching Club American Oaks on Fox, Torpedo Anna, while the 3-year-old division, JK, for the boys is wide open. She is clearly the best 3-year-old filly ranked on top, and many believe the very best 3-year-old in training, period.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's the best 3-year-old that we've seen win a big 3-year-old race. I'm not sure that she wants anything to do with Mindframe, in a head-to-head matchup. I think Mindframe still has some noise to be made here in the next couple of weeks. I think she's outstanding. I think she's without a doubt. You can go ahead and give her that little trophy. She's the 3-year-old champion, Philly champion. And look, I want to see her run the Coaching Club American Oaks, but I've got no problem with her sticking to the Alabama. I understand it's exciting to see her in a race like the Travers, but why not just dominate this division? And if you want to do something like that, do it next year.
How impressed have you been with her, Tom, as you look at the competition? The field of 5, field drawn today, $500,000 on the line. Torpedo Anna, who figures to be in the 1-9 range.
I think it started at Oaklawn, which was her prep before the Kentucky Oaks. And, she really kind of got nervous before the race. It's an indoor paddock at Oaklawn. The crowd's right on top of you. And she went to the gate washing, and I was like, I think she's running a race. And she ran great that day. And then she took, what's Bill Mott's filly's name? I'm losing it right now in the Oaks.
Just FYI.
Just FYI. She took Just FYI's best and just put her away. And at that point, you knew what you had. You had the best horse, best 3-year-old filly in the country. And then she came back and did it again after that. So a little 5-horse field, walk in the park for this horse, in my opinion.
You don't know how much is left in the tank there because she finishes her races flicking her ears back and forth, looking for more to do.
Made it look all so easy. The Kentucky Oaks winner, Acorn, looking for another Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks, and that starts our Fox Saratoga Saturday schedule. First of 6 consecutive Saturdays. That's Big Fox. Coaching Club American Oaks next week. Torpedo Anna, the headliner. She'll be the favorite in the CCA Oaks. One race left for opening week. Live look there in the paddock. Post time in about 17 minutes to close the show on this Sunday from the Spa.
It's amazing. We're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing. I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Be here with all these amazing people. It's really very, very inspiring.
I'm just so humbled and so proud to be here.
Everybody deserves to win. It's a big honor.
So to have an evening like this to dedicate for those people that are the superstars is so cool.
Getting recognized for your hard work is always appreciated, but the TIAA took that to the next level. It was an amazing experience.
The old stories of the Saratoga canoe are ones of myths, fables, and legends. As early as 1927, the canoe, just blue, was coupled with graceful white swans in the infield lake. Folks say these symbols of the spa meant that the racing season was near. Now it gets darker. One story actually hinted that the canoe was there just in case a horse player, intending to drown himself, changed his mind. Another myth was that the canoe provided unlucky bettors with transportation home to Manhattan via the Hudson River. Enough of the speculation. The story of the canoe in more recent times is easier to tell. In 1962, fans returned to the track to find that the blue paint had been covered over with the colors of Calumet Farm, whose horse, Beau Prince, had won the 1961 Travers. Since that year, the old canoe gets a new makeover after every running of the Travers Stakes, a 55-year-plus, more palatable standing tradition.
Not all puppy dogs and ice cream, is it? Some dark stuff. The backstory, the Travers canoe, but that's the dream of every owner to have their colors on that canoe following the Travers Stakes. 10th race coming up 13 minutes out. There is the field and updated odds. Billy's got issues 3-1. The current favorite, number 5 Downing Street, ridden by jockey Ben Curtis with Acacia.
For his first Saratoga mount, Ben, and you've been coming off an injury as well, now riding at Colonial. What are the emotions like walking into the paddock for this first Saratoga ride?
Yeah, good. I actually came down Belmont Day. I was out injured, so I drove down to watch Anna Marie run, and you know the track looks lovely. I've watched loads of racing from here, so it's nice to finally get the chance to get out there and try our hand.
You mentioned Anna Marie, a horse that you got on so well with this winter at Fairgrounds. Can you talk a little bit about what that journey was like?
Yeah, it was fantastic. You know, I picked up the ride when he was going spare, and it was a great one to pick up. He obviously ran fantastic in Louisiana Derby and didn't get to show what he could do really in the Kentucky Derby. It was over before it started, but he still ran a respectable 8th, and you know, he's a horse who is probably going to get better with age, so the future looks bright for him.
You've had a lot of success in Britain, moving your tack this year to the United States. Can you talk a little bit about that decision and what fuels you?
Yeah, just wanted to change, wanted to mix it up a bit, and really enjoying it. Things are going well. Obviously, I had that injury. It set me out for kind of 8 weeks, but I've been back about, week and a half, 2 weeks. I've had a stakes win and another 2 wins in Colonial the other day, so try and add another one here today.
Get it home in the nightcap. Good luck.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Lafitte.
A story, Richie, in getting ready for his first ever ride here at Saratoga. Ben Curtis.
It's special. You know, you're riding in a place where, you know, the history of the game runs so deep and you could feel it. And the energy from the crowd, the enthusiasm here. You're riding in front of a packed house every day, and it's exciting. No matter how much success you've had anyplace else, when you come here, it's a different vibe.
Tom, Downing Street, can he win with his first ride?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. He, you know, got away poorly last time. He was hung wide in the first turn. Fast pace up front, had a good finish. He has a chance to get that again in this race. So, you know, and Ben rode at the Fairgrounds all winter. Did a great job.
This effort, JK, Downing Street there on the synthetic at Gulfstream Park, finding his best, and he's going to power away in the stretch.
Yeah, look, I mean, he did it on synthetic, but a lot of folks will tell you that synthetic plays similarly to turf. I think it's kind of a lazy thing to say that synthetic horses are definitely going to run well on turf. But this horse ran well in here. I mean, I thought this race was so wide open. It's why in a minute you're going to see that I picked the 40-1 shot. I was going to use the 9 in here that's 40-1, and if I'm using, you know, 7, 8, 9 horses and one's 40-1, I guess it makes sense to pick that one.
Could use that many and still not feel comfortable. That kind of race, wide open, $30,000 claimer, restricted, non-winners to lifetime. Ben Curtis, first ever ride at Saratoga coming up aboard that gelding Downing Street at 9-1. Riders up. Post parade next for the nightcap from Saratoga.
War Cancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire to wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing
buck. Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch up both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
The breeding shed is still open. Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Gearing up for the nightcap, you're watching Saratoga Live. Final race, opening week, in about 7 minutes. $30,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime. Mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. Ben Curtis, big smile, getting ready for his first ever career ride at Saratoga as they call the field to post. And we'll meet these $30,000 claimers, starting with La Machina. There he is, currently 10-1 with Ricardo Santana.
This is a horse I like. I was in the paddock when he ran at Aqueduct off of a very long layoff, and he looked like he really needed a race. He was beaten less than 6 lengths and ran like a horse who needed it.
The machine, La Machina, then big star. Javier Castellano takes over.
Yeah, I think this horse is definitely live. The race 2 and, the last race, 2 back, 3 back, put this horse absolutely in the mix. This is a very challenging race.
10-1. Then number 3, Value Engineer, 3-year-old debut.
We get Jose Ortiz for Mike Maker. This horse should be up on the pace. This horse has speed.
Your Mission graduated in his 13th career start.
It took a long time. A lot of maiden 40s disappointments. Finally figured it out last time. Maybe a little confidence builder out of that effort.
What a moment for Ben Curtis. First ride at Saratoga aboard Downing Street.
Yeah, horses tried dirt. Wasn't that good. Turf, a little better. Synthetic, even better. Will he improve again getting back to the turf?
Very funny. New York bred.
Yeah, another one who I thought has just been knocking on the door. Got on the turf last time for Mike Maker for the first time. Looks to take another step forward.
Right off Jerry, live on the board, 5-1 Tyler Gaffalione.
This horse should be very live. He's run the fastest race as far as buyer figures on turf, and maybe his form's a little dirtied up being on dirt and synthetic, getting back to the turf now.
Barnstorming, 1 for 11 coming in.
I'm a huge fan of the all but one. Use every horse except for one.
Is that the one?
And the multi-race wagers, this is the one if you want to go against that ridiculous idea.
39-1 October Bliss and Lane Luzzy.
Yeah, getting back to the turf. Bruce Brown does a really good job. His horses are always well turned out, and this horse faced considerably tougher on the grass.
That kind of race, 4-1. Make it 7-2 the favorite. Billy's Got Issues.
I just think it's funny that Billy's Got Issues lost last time. So here comes Billy.
Billy got the win. Billy's got issues.
Just
Billy's acting up, and he had trouble in his last races. Eric from Miami.
It's been running well on dirt. He's going to have to step up. His turf races aren't quite as good as his dirt races.
And we have a Billy, we have an Eric, and we have a Vince. Vince the Prince to the outside, and Kendrick Carmouche.
Got an easy lead last time, but I like the fact this horse is drawn towards the outside, and there's Kendrick with that warm-up, so you know where he's going to go early in this race.
Pedal to the metal, question mark, we'll find out. That's the field, 10th and final. Post time, 5 minutes. Circling back to Billy's Got Issues. All right, so what kind of issues here, JK? His trip when he was defeated by another Billy in a big effort, just having missed.
Yeah, I mean, look, he was trying to close into a slow pace. He was wide a little bit around there. But I don't know. I thought he had an opportunity to beat this horse right here and just kind of turned around.
But you said it. Pace was slow. It's so hard when the pace is slow to catch a pace setter. Your job is doubly tough. And he finished pretty well against that slow pace.
I never got the sense he was going by.
Yeah.
Like, it felt like they could have gone around.
It's
like,
fair, but this is going to be live.
Animal-esque. Like, I never got the sense he was going by.
They're not going to be a slow pace here. This is going to be live. So, I mean, that's going to help his cause.
They are adding blinkers, too. So maybe trying to offset that hanging on another horse a little bit.
7-2. Billy's got issues. We check in with Acacia.
And we'll start there. You saw him having a few issues in the post parade, but he's just a sharp type of individual. The blinkers do go back on, as Richie mentioned, when he's coming in off the back of that second place finish. And it's a pretty significant blinker cup, about a 3/4 cup. So he will be a little bit more covered in. He's a very athletic type. And while we're talking about equipment, just an interesting note, Ray Handel runs pretty much everything in a shadow roll. And I haven't seen this guy in a while, but I know he used to wear a shadow roll. No shadow roll today. I don't think that's a first time change, but just an interesting thing that even when certain trainers have their uniform equipment that you always expect to see from them, it has to be a horse by horse basis. And for some, it just may not fit. And so this one, a little bit of an outlier from the barn, but was beaten for the 16,000 last time. I do think he certainly fits in here, seeing if he could take a step forward to break through and get the victory. He's absolutely fine in this spot. The number 1, La Machina. I'm glad that Richie commented on what he thought from him in the paddock last time out, because when I first looked at him, I said, he probably still needs to tuck up a little bit more. But maybe he's just the type of horse that carries a lot of conditioning. And I do agree. I think that he ran like a horse last time who really needed a race, and it was a significant layoff. And he was one that also seemed to just be lacking a little bit of focus throughout the running in the race, too. He broke in badly, and he's much more clued in just watching him in the way that he's warming up in here today. So definitely second off the bench, he could take a step forward, and I think is well spotted. The 3 Value Engineer, I think, is offering a little bit of value as he, yes, is dropping off of a layoff, but this is a horse who did break his maiden with the 70 Beyer speed figure as a 2-year-old. So we talk about this often. You're going to expect a natural progression from 2 to 3 just without any overall improvement, and he maybe hasn't taken much of a step forward, but if he does with his natural progression as far as those numbers are concerned, he would fit snugly in this spot. I thought he looked very fit off the layoff, an athletic looking type, and one that could put himself in the right position, Lafitte.
Idle since last September, Value Engineer Jose Ortiz. Big opening week here, Saratoga at 6-1. Richie, you're going La Machina at a big number overlay, but Acacia with some observations and some positive signs.
Yeah, this horse just looked like he was really, really in need of a race coming off that extended layoff last time. And I thought that it was a much tougher group. Mauritius ran won that day, ran against much tougher the other day here. St. Joe Louis, who didn't draw in off the also eligible, who has a propensity to want to be second. I just thought it was a much tougher race, and he ran like a horse that really needed a race. And if that could put him where he needs to be fitness level-wise, inside draw, hard riding Ricardo Santana, 10-1, I'll take a stab.
Tom, an outsider, number 6, very funny. Louis Saez at 14-1.
Yeah, look, this is a Mike Maker type move. The horse has had 1 start on the grass in his career, very funny. Mike claimed him 4 back. He was the first one to put him on the turf in that last start. He liked what he had, even though he ran 4th. And so, Mike is so dangerous on the turf. We saw it yesterday with these claims that you just got to pay attention to those kind of horses. I mean, you're 14-1 and you get Mike Maker on the turf with a horse who only had 1 start on the grass. With that horse yesterday had a couple starts on the grass, no firsts, no seconds, no thirds, comes in front. He changes form around on a lot of these horses.
Lafitte, new rule: if you pick a horse that's 40-1 or more, you get to pick 2 horses.
Fair.
I picked the 9. I do like the 9. I think the 9's interesting. I'm not. Look, I said I think the horse can add some value. I think it's interesting in a wide open race. But I really like the 5. I like the 5 here. I think this is a little cheeky with Ben Curtis coming back and getting his first ride, and I
see what you did there. He's English, cheeky,
He's
playing the game. I like that.
I try my hardest.
A salute to our crew, by the way, and all the hard work that go on behind the scenes. And here, bringing you the coverage from Saratoga here on opening week and all the hours they put in a Herculean effort to do this on a day-to-day basis. We love to be here. We're huge fans of the sport first and foremost, but the crew, they do the real heavy lifting.
Endless hours. They work tirelessly to put on this show.
It's crazy. Sometimes our outlines for these shows come in at 1 in the morning. It's crazy.
Shout out Veronica for bringing me a power strip. There was a power strip on the right side of the desk, but not the left side. And I came back on Thursday. She found out it was a problem. Friday morning, it was there.
We can't tie our shoes without Veronica and the crew. They're at the gate here, 4-1. You get Derby favorites at 4-1, right? That's how wide open this race is. Billy's got issues. Pace. What are we looking for early on?
12's got to go. Vince the Prince from the 12 post position with Kendrick Carmouche. I always want to call him by his dad's name. I see that horse
going.
Such a
Louisiana thing to do.
It is. It surely is. But he's got to go. He's got to be the pace setter. Maybe the 3 shows a little speed here, but it's the 12 to me.
Ready to rock and roll one final time. And a great job by Frank Mirmati on the mic opening week here at Saratoga. It's post time for the 10th and final.
Vince the Prince is in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Clean start to the finale. And it's Big Star along with La Machina along the inside, but they have plenty of company. Value Engineer is up there, as is Barry Funny, and Vince the Prince flashing that speed from the extreme outside. Barnstorming settles just behind this group. Then it's Downing Street racing on the inside as they were fanned very wide into that first turn. October Bliss now moves up to be within 7 lengths of the pace. Another couple back to Eric from Miami. Right Off Jerry is next. The 2 trailers, Billy's Got Issues, and Your Mission at the back. 23-2 for the opening quarter. La Machina leads the way. Presto by Big Star in second. Value Engineer in the clear, racing in third, and only a length and a half or so off the pace. Then Barry Funny, fourth at this point, coming to the half-mile pole with Vince the Prince in fifth. Then it's Barnstorming on the inside of October Bliss. That pair followed by Downing Street. Eric from Miami is next. Down on the inside, Your Mission trying to make a little bit of headway as they round the far turn. On the outside of him comes Billy's Got Issues. It's 47-4 for the half mile. Big Star on the outside on even terms with La Machina. 47-4. Value Engineer has been just off them throughout. Very wide there is October Bliss at the top of the stretch, and there's headway for Your Mission, who's coming through along the inside, as is Barnstorming, who's now getting a clear path, and here comes Barnstorming. He is flying home, and from the back of the field, Right Off Jerry, and Barnstorming come past the 16th pole together. Right Off Jerry, Barnstorming, here's the line. Photo finish, noses bobbing up and down. It's either Right Off Jerry or Barnstorming. Those 2 hit the wire together.
Thriller to close out opening week at Saratoga. What a finish. Right Off Jerry outside, running unorthodox, making mistakes late. Barnstorming inside, heads bobbing. Who got it?
Well, this is tight. This is heads up and down on the wire. Barnstorming at a huge price. Right Off Jerry taking it to him. Whose nose is going to be where it needs to be inside? Gets all that nod.
Yeah, the advantage goes the inside, right? You think it's inside period, or you just think the advantage goes there?
No, I think the inside horse won, the 8. Also, though, it might have been contact.
I got to tell you, I'm going to make sure that everyone knows what I said. I said all but 1, and the 8 was the one that I didn't like. So this could potentially be the most embarrassing moment for me on this show.
And we were ready to let it slide. Like, we're all aware.
I'll lean into it.
I'll lean into it. Here's the head-on.
I'm going to tell you, John, it's not the most embarrassing moment you did in the show.
There may have been contact, you said, Richie. This is your first look at the head-on.
Yeah, now I don't know who might have caused it. You see Eric Cancel going a right-handed crop. Tyler Gaffalione on the 7. He came out into him there a little bit, but he came back and gave it to him back. I think it was pretty 50-50. I don't think there's anything that would alter a change in the finish here. And I got to say, Eric Cancel.
There is an inquiry and objection involving the top 2 finishers. Barnstorming defeats Right Off Jerry 8-7-6-4, but we do have some controversy here following the nightcap. Inquiry involving the contact that you just saw in deep stretch.
He did come out first, but then I thought the outside horse leaned back into him. And Eric Cancel rode a tremendous race. I mean, he got the save ground and sifted out and was able to gain that path before the 7 Right Off Jerry could close him down. Now, he comes out first. Well, watch right in here. He secures that position. He's about 4 off their fence here. He is going to come out into the gray horse right there. But watch the gray horse come back and give it to him here. So now, is it offsetting penalties is what you got to ask yourself. And it was minimal amount of contact. I didn't think it was glaring.
Yeah, look, I didn't see enough there to even keep this inquiry sign up for another 20 seconds. I mean, those guys got to get in their car and get out of here and beat the traffic. You know, we'll see. We'll have them look at it maybe for about 10 or 15 more seconds. They got to go.
Well, I'm sure they like it, but they got to talk to these riders, right?
JK's hoping for a
No,
DQ.
no, it doesn't matter. Even in the unlikely event the 8 comes down, this is a full L for me. I'm taking it in stride. I'll make up for it next week.
To Acacia.
He told us all he's called John when he's in trouble, so set up for it. But a question for Richie here, because when the contact was initiated, the 8 Barnstorming, or unofficial winner, flipped back to his inside left lead, as did your runner-up Right Off Jerry, who I don't think ever switched, actually. So they're at that point when both of them are going to be on their wrong lead, so to speak, and both of them are going to kind of have their heads turned out to the outside. Richie, when you have a horse that's refusing to switch leads or swapping leads, it's very tough to control, especially when they get in tight like that.
And again, I do think that the 8 horse Barnstorming initiated the contact. I'm just wondering, and you can see the 7 Right Off Jerry actually jumped back and forth on his leads.
He was his own worst enemy.
When he goes back to his left lead here, I think he gives it back to the 8 Barnstorming, and to me, that would offset whatever Barnstorming did first. You know, he pushed him, but he pushed him back, right?
Well, I think there's 2 things. When you look at the head-on, you'll see the paths of the tractor or the mower. Watch the 8. He's on that small little skinny line. He definitely comes off that line.
He deviated from his line,
no doubt about it.
And when there's an inch in between them, maybe I'm trying to convince myself here.
But
there's an
but
inch
watch
in between.
here now. Watch where they are now. Now, yes, he took them there, but now they're going to come back in. Watch.
But let me ask you the basic question,
maybe not
guys.
as much.
Let me ask you the basic question. Does either of those riders stop riding because of the contact? And the answer is no. Then neither of them stops riding. Their horses are in full gear. They don't have to check. They don't have to do anything. I just think it's minimal contact, and I just don't think they're going to look at it much longer.
Do you think that it affected the order of finish?
I don't.
It was tight.
I think Barnstorming, though, bore down when he felt the pressure, and then it was just who got the lucky or unlucky Bob. Now, I will say this. It's early in a meeting. It depends on what the tone the stewards want to set. If they're going to start, if they're going to adjudicate this and make a disqualification, then the riders will be on notice. We can't get away with as much.
Calling it tight. For a lot of viewers watching that don't follow horse racing on a day-to-day basis, the process here, we just saw the jockeys on the phone. Take us through this process for the riders, Richie.
Yeah, so a rider has to speak to the stewards and plead his case. Now, personally, I think it's an antiquated thing to do. I'm going to have an edge in a situation like this talking to the stewards. And some guys don't speak as well or are not going to present their case as well. It's like a referee throwing a flag calling pass interference. He does not ask the receiver and he doesn't ask the defender if they, did you do it? Did you not do it?
They're looking at this a long time. I'm starting to get a little nervous about my opinion.
Just reading body language or expression, Eric Cancel looks dejected. Tyler Gaffalione looks like the cat that ate the canary.
Well, I do think there's going to be a change here the more I watched it. But anytime you're the one that won the race and your number's blinking, you feel horrible. It doesn't matter what kind of race. You're just dying inside. Where Tyler doesn't have anything to lose, really. All right? I mean, he can get elevated. So he's not under the same kind of pressure that Eric is in this moment.
The stewards making the call, Tom. How much does margin of victory come into play as far as these decisions?
I think it makes a lot of difference. I do, and I think that's something that Richie touched on is how you present your case. Tyler is very experienced in presenting his case, and it's no different than presenting your case in front of a judge. In this case, there are 3 judges. But I mean, they're looking at this a long time. Nobody's looking to go to their car. Makes me think they're coming down.
Disqualification just announced. Barnstorming taken down right off Jerry. The winner of the 10th and final, 7-8-6-4. How surprised?
I'm not surprised. The more I watched it, the more I thought that there was likely to be a change. I do think that the outside horse gave it back, but it was more 75-25. Honestly, if this is the tone they set, stay consistent.
That's the point.
Yes, that's
the
point.
Please,
please.
This kind of thing needs to be taken down every time.
I just don't want Thursday for something similar like this to happen and them not to make the change.
So watching this disqualification, and if they're going to call things that tight, Richie, is that something you keep in the back of your mind? And when you come back to ride next week that, okay, maybe I can't be as aggressive in certain situations as I normally would be.
Absolutely. And listen, I'm all for them calling it tight. It makes it safer. It makes it cleaner. I think there's been some summers it's gotten out of hand up here.
Like some recent summers.
Very recent summers. So I have no problem with that change. But now it has to be called consistently.
And so you're JK again. You're not. You're JK again.
In the history of DQs that I've needed in my life, that was the most insignificant one. But man, I feel much better. I can go to sleep tonight. Sorry if you were locked to the 8. I'm not that important in that situation.
Right off Jerry, 7-8-6-4 in the 10th and final. That'll wrap things up for us here at Saratoga. We're just getting started. 1 week down, 7 left. We'll be right back at it next Wednesday here from the spa as our coverage continues here at Saratoga. The Coaching Club American Oaks 3-year-old fillies on Fox next Saturday. How special was that? 3-year-old filly, Star of Mystery. The Dolphin, Charlie Appleby, just another victory in the States in a graded stakes event. Flavien Prat, weekend that he won't forget anytime soon. Today in the quick call and yesterday in the Diana, back-to-back white beam, and that filly, top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the country, Torpedo Anna. She takes the stage next Saturday in the Coaching Club American Oaks.